Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols ablazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Astride his great horse Silver, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of the early western United States. The stories of his strength and daring have come down through the generations, for it was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble at Hillsdale! We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Ezra Pike, a wheat farmer near the small western town of Hillsdale, was eating his evening meal with his wife Martha, when suddenly she pointed out the window.
Ezra,
Huh?
just look outside.
Well, I'll be more of them dead-ratted cowpunchers.
Tramping down our wheat with their horses. And after you fenced that piece off.
Cut my fence, that's what they did. Well, I'll show 'em.
Now don't start a fight, Ezra.
Where'd I put my gun? Now, here it is.
Oh, please, Ezra.
You want I should let them blasted cowmen get away with a thing like that?
You can't fight for them.
You stay inside and let me tend to this.
But...
Get out of there! Go on, get your horses out of my wheat! Hey, boy! Look what's waving a gun around!
Careful, farmer! That thing'll explode in your face and hurt you!
Get out, I tell you! You low-down coyotes! Get out! Who in blazes are you to give us orders? That's my wheat them blasted critters of yours are stomping down. Now, ain't that too bad?
Come a little closer, mister. There's something I'd like to tell you.
Huh? What do you got to say?
Just a little closer. I want to whisper it. That's it.
No.
I grabbed the farmer's gun, boys.
Give me that back. Let's see if he can dance as good as he can yell. Come on, mister, dance for us. No, you doggone skunk.
Here's another tune.
I'll have the law on you. I'll teach you.
Ezra, what they doing to you?
You stay out of this, Marty. Get back in the house like I told you. Ain't you dancing already, are you, Ezra? Shucks, you ain't even limbered up yet. Come on. Ow!
Who shot that gun out of your hand?
I did.
Mask! What's the
Outlaw!
He wants him. Oh, Scout. Shoot at this man's feet again, and next time I'll do more than blast your gun away.
Now look here.
You can't do it!
Ezra, what are these men doing in your wheat?
Just trying to make trouble, that's what. We ain't...
Get out, all of you. You're trespassing on another man's property.
He's just a farmer.
Until the cattlemen and farmers learn to respect each other's rights, neither one will prosper. Both sides have been going out of the way to start quarrels.
He coming at us with a gun.
You likely deserved it. Now get out.
Come on, fellas.
Maybe we'll meet up again sometime, masked feller. And if we do, look out. Get up there. Stranger. I suppose you're an outlaw with that mask and all, but you sure showed up at just the right time.
Not and I are not outlaws, Ezra. You can take my word for that.
You don't act like one, and that's a fact.
I was surprised to see cattlemen over this way. I thought most of the ranchers were over toward the hills.
Uh-huh. They are. But cowmen ride by here every so often going to town.
I see.
Seems like it ain't enough with wheat prices way down and old Thaddeus Gruber refusing to loan us farmers cash to see us through till harvest. But on top of that, them blasted cattlemen have got to be raising Ned.
Thaddeus Gruber. Isn't he the banker in Hillsdale?
That's the varmint.
I've heard some things about him.
Well, I'll bet you never heard nothing good.
As a matter of fact, I haven't. What's been the trouble?
Ain't no one told you about the way he's trying to steal our land?
Steal it?
Just the same as.
I don't understand.
And then I reckon he ain't been in these parts for long. I figured everybody knew about that.
We were just riding through.
Well, the banker's trying to make us all sell our land cheap because he knows that next year the railroad will be building through and then all this section will be worth 10 times what it is now.
But there's nothing to make you sell, is there?
Yeah. What are us farmers going to do if we don't? Right now, I got about $10 cash in the house to do me till this here winter wheat is ready to harvest.
Can't you borrow money on the crop?
That's just it. Can't borrow from the banker because the only thing he'll consider is buying at his price. Can't borrow from any one of the other farmers because they're just as bad off as I am.
But some of the cattlemen must have money.
To loan to farmers? You must be loco. Besides, they ain't so well off neither.
No?
We did all right over here, but where the cattlemen graze their critters, there wasn't enough rain fell this year to fill your hat. The grass is all burnt off, and they're doing their best to borrow cash to see 'em through.
Then your only chance is the banker.
Which is the same as no chance at all. He aims to have our land. He's savage we gotta have cash to eat, so he's just sitting tight till we meet his terms.
Otto, I've changed my mind. We're not riding on.
Me think you stay.
Seems there's work for us to do here.
Work for you fellas to do? What do you mean?
We're going to try to help you, Ezra. First, we'll call on the banker.
But who are you?
Come,
what
Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Tonto! Silver! That mask! Golly, I must have been blind. Marthy! Hey, Marthy!
What is it, Ezra? Land sakes, what you so excited about now?
Look, do you see that fella riding away on that white horse?
What's he to make a commotion about?
What's he? Marthy, that's the Lone Ranger!
Come in.
You wanted me, Mr. Gruber?
Get in here and sit down, Lem.
Sure. Seen you at the cafe. He said you asked for me.
Well, sit down.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong, is there?
You didn't do what I sent you to do.
Gosh, how'd you know?
If you had, you'd come right to my office to tell me about it.
Well, honest, Mr. Gruber, I done my best.
And what was wrong?
Yeah, you know them cattlemen.
I know how to handle them, if that's what you mean. Which seems to be more than you do.
But I done like you told me. I've been a week traveling around to different ranches.
Ain't doing no good at all.
I tried. It ain't that them cowmen got any use for the farmers. Matter of fact, they hate the ground they walk on. As soon as I hinted you might pay 'em to turn their critters loose in the wheat, they started cussing you out instead.
Yeah, the fools.
If they thought of it themselves, might have been different. They ain't got nothing against driving the farmers out. It's just that they won't take pay for it.
And what?
Well, remember, it's them that said it, not me.
Let's shake it on with it.
They said as how they wouldn't do nothing to help you out if they had to starve for it.
They said that.
Seems like you ain't any too well thought of, Ron.
And by heavens, they will starve. I suppose they figure I don't know the range is burned up. I suppose when I ask a favor of them, they turn me down. I'm to loan them cash when they ask for it.
I don't know.
Well, I won't. I want them fool farmers out of this country before there's others from outside coming around and offering them more cash than I am.
Sure, I savvy.
Farmers having no cash, and I'll see if they don't get any.
Uh-huh.
But they're just stubborn enough to hang on long as they can see a crop ahead of them.
But they won't be able to stick it out till harvest.
Of course they won't. Didn't I just say I wanted their land before I have to meet the price of outsiders coming here to buy?
Yeah, but...
Now, look here, Lim.
Huh?
If the cattlemen won't run the farmers out for pay, then they're going to do it for nothing.
For nothing?
They're all the time fighting with the farmers, ain't they?
Sure, but
Well, this time there's going to be a fight bust out. A fight that's going to have every farmer around here so blame anxious clean out of these parts, he won't be able to sell fast enough.
Hey, Mr. Gruber, I bet that could be done.
I know it can. All you got to do is stir up the cattlemen without letting them know you're doing it a purpose.
Sure. Talk about how the farmers are breaking up the sod so grass can't grow no more.
Tell them the farmers grabbed off all the best land. Make 'em think they're burnt out this year 'cause the homesteaders shoved 'em back on worthless range. Keep prodding at 'em. Get 'em to thinking all their trouble comes from the farmers. And one of these days, it'll be a ruckus bust loose that'll tear the top off things.
The way things are, all them cowmen need is somebody to get 'em started.
And you're going to be that fella. Here's some cash. Take that and go over to the cafe. Every time you see a cowman, buy him a drink. Get him talking. And if you do your work right, before the week's up, things will be humming.
I'll start right now. Give me that cash. This time you're planning things right, Mr. Gruber. You can't hire cattlemen to do your dirty work. But this way, you can get the same results by making them think they're fighting for themselves.
Come on, now get started.
Sure. Now that you know how things pan out, Mr. Gruber.
Get back inside.
What the-
Get back.
Hey, master, hold up.
Come on, Tonto.
You can't
This
get away.
isn't a hold-up.
Then let me go, eh?
You're not going to lead to spread a warning. Which one of you is a banker?
I am.
And you're the man I want to see. I've heard some stories about you, and I hope they're not the truth.
What right have you got
Listen to me. Is it true you refuse to loan money to the farmers?
What if I have?
You won't give them money to live on unless they sell out their holdings?
I run my business to please myself.
While doing that, you're forcing the farmers to lose everything they have.
I've offered them a price.
A price that's only a tenth of what they'll be able to get when the railroad is built.
Well, it ain't my fault.
You're a banker. Most men of your profession do everything they can to build up their community. But instead, you'd rather ruin the people of this district so that you can make an unfair profit.
This is my bank, and I'll do what I want with it.
And you won't reconsider?
I not only ain't changing my mind, but I'm going to set the law on you for threatening me like this.
And serve you right.
I haven't threatened you yet.
You won't get
You
a...
can take this for a threat if you wish.
You can't scare me.
There's going to be justice done here. Your scheme isn't going through.
How are you going to stop it?
I don't know yet, but I'll find a way. Unless you decide to be fair.
Get out.
We're going. Come, Tonto.
And if you show your face around here again, you'll be jailed.
Don't try to follow us.
Who in blazes was he?
Gunman hired by the farmers, that's all.
But what
But
was
a
it?
dozen more like 'em couldn't keep me from running my affairs the way I please.
You hear that? They've gone.
Which is just what you're going to do. Leave. Get to the cafe like you started to before.
And I'll stop at the sheriff's office on the way and tell them about the masked man and the redskin.
Then start in on the cattlemen.
Mr. Gruber, here's something you can tie to. I'll get 'em started. And when the finish comes, them farmers had better watch out.
Lem's efforts to stir up the cattlemen against the farmers met with almost instant success. The cattlemen, who felt themselves the natural enemies of the homesteaders, had been further embittered by the fact that while the country where they ranged their cattle was dry and parched, the wheat fields to the farmers had enjoyed an abundance of rain. But Lem, not satisfied until he'd spurned the cowmen to action, continued his campaign.
Fill 'em up again, barkeep. Heck, the way I look at it, you cattlemen have got a raw deal.
You think I don't know that?
And why don't you fellas do something about it?
Huh? Well, maybe we will. We'll stand for just so much, Lem, and then the fur flies.
Wheat where cows ought to be grazing.
It's your own fault, Mort.
Yeah?
You cattlemen ain't forgot how to handle shooting irons, have you?
We ain't. There's folks gonna find it out right soon.
Tom, you're the leader of the cowmen.
Sure I am.
Then if you want action, it's up to you to start it.
Well, the farmers, they got our range. Stole it from us by pounding the grass under.
Run the farmers out. They stole our range. Drive them out with lead.
Cattle starving.
Stole our range.
Cattle starving.
Fellas, it's time we done something. And I don't mean tomorrow, I mean today. And I don't mean with talk, I mean with lead. So get out your guns and oil them up. We cattlemen are taking back what them farmers stole.
Lem, you did a good job. Before the night's over, the cowmen will be taking over. And after they've taken over, then I'll take over from them.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The cattlemen, aroused by Lem Nugent, prepared to attack the farmers. And the farmers, learning what was threatened, gathered in town to defend themselves as best they could. The streets of Hillsdale were loud with angry voices and the clatter of hoots. But hidden by the shadows between two buildings, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the gathering storm.
Something's got to be done to stop them, Tonto.
Soon there'll be plenty trouble.
I suspect this is the banker's work.
That's what me think.
I noticed that man who was in his office when we called on him.
Him named Lem.
For the past few days, Lem has talked with every cattleman who's come to town. And wherever Lem has been, there's been talk against the farmers.
That's right.
Trouble does break out. Many of the farmers will sell. Most of them are brave men, Tonto. They're not as familiar with horses and guns as the ranchers are. They'd never stand a chance in the fight between the two factions. But, Tonto, there's Ezra Pike. He's the man we helped when we first came here.
Him good feller.
He seems to be the leader of the farmers.
And there, feller named Tom Roberts.
The leader of the ranchers. Get on your horse, Tonto.
What we do?
Steady, Silver. Kimosabe, if a fight is ever going to break out, now's the time. Ezra and Tom each represent their own side. If they talk things over reasonably, there may be peace.
Them look plenty mad.
That's just it. If they lose their heads, but they won't compromise, this whole town will go fighting mad.
That's right.
And that's what we've got to stop. And Tonto, trouble starts, you take Ezra.
Tonto do that.
And I'll take Tom. Get Ezra on your horse. Make him go with you. Then head for our camp. Tonto, they're getting into a quarrel.
We ride now?
That's it, Kimosabe. Ride. Come on, get him up, Scout. Out of our way!
Watch out for the horses.
Hey, we'll get trampled down.
Tom! Hey, what are you doing?
You're coming with me.
Hey, look out.
They're starting to hold Ezra.
Shoot him down. Let me go. Watch out. You
Ready, Tonto.
You ready?
Get him up. Hey, Silver. Fella. All right, Tom, get down.
Now, what's the idea? What'd you bring us here for?
You'll learn in a moment. Ezra, I want to talk to you, too.
I thought you was a friend of mine.
I'd like to be a friend to both of you.
You got a fine way of showing it.
Hold on.
Well, look here, why
I've got
did
a few things to say, and then you can both talk. But you're going to listen to me first.
Well?
Tom, you've allowed yourself to be used by the banker. He's trying to get the farmers to sell out. You and your friends are helping him.
That's not so.
You probably haven't realized it. You haven't allowed yourself to think it over. But it's true, nevertheless.
But what's that got to do with me?
Ezra, the homesteaders are at fault, too. Perhaps not as much as the cattlemen. But they've done their share to keep the quarrels going just the same. We're going to see if the cattlemen and farmers can't work together instead of against each other.
Several days went by, and during that time, Thaddeus Gruber waited anxiously for the outbreak between ranchers and farmers that never came. We see him now in his office as Lem enters.
Mr. Gruber, something's going to happen, all right.
Can't you find out what?
Nobody's doing any talking. That's what makes me more sure than ever that this fight ain't over.
Yeah?
It's when they quit shouting and everything seems quiet that things most usually bust loose.
I've got to be more sure than that.
Well, the cattlemen are dodging the farmers, and the farmers are dodging them. They act sort of like fellers that are just waiting a signal to raise a roof.
Well, if they ain't going to fight, I want to know it. Then I can plan some other way to make the farmers sell.
They'll fight. I got a notion the cattlemen are just waiting to figure the best way to start it.
Hear anything more about that masked fella in this part?
Nope. Just that they let Tom and Ezra go.
They say who the masked man is?
Tom said he was just some outlaw. Took him away thinking he had cash. Oh, there's Tom now.
Coming here for a loan, I'll bet. Well, he won't get it.
There's some others with him. All ranchers.
Come in.
Afternoon, Mr. Gruber. Can we see you?
I ain't loaning no cash.
That's not what I wanted to talk about.
Come in.
Howdy, Lem.
Howdy, Tom. Howdy, fellas.
Afternoon.
My time ain't to be wasted. State your business.
We was just wondering if that proposition Lem put up to us some time ago was still open.
What proposition was that?
You recollect it, don't you, Lem?
You mean... Hey, Mr. Gruber, about ruining the farmer's crop. Ain't that it, fellas?
That's it.
Kind of late about agreeing to it, ain't you?
Well, things haven't changed none. You still want that wheat land, don't you?
And it's worth cash to you if we run our cows over the farmer's grain, ain't it?
Well, it might be.
And for cash, we'll do that,
I
say.
ain't sure I savvy this. First, when Lem asked you to do that, you got riled. Now you turn right around and ask me.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Gruber, we just about got to do it.
Got to.
Uh-huh. We ain't going to have no winter pasturage for our cows, so if we're to pull through, we'll need cash.
Which same you won't loan us.
So we've decided to talk things over and get even with the farmers. And at the same time, get paid for doing it. Then we're agreeable.
Don't get the notion when that wheat land's mine, you ranchers are going to get any good from it.
We ain't figuring on that. Cash is all we want.
Well, then maybe we can make a deal.
But there's one thing, Mr. Gruber. We ain't going to do this for just a few dollars. You're going to pay us good. You're set to make yourself rich if the farmers sell out, and that should be worth plenty to you.
We won't have no trouble about terms.
And if you wouldn't mind putting it all down in writing...
In writing? You think I'm a fool? I'll put nothing down in writing. I'll keep my word.
Mr. Gruber, I don't think your word's good for a thing.
Why,
but
you...
we'll take it. Because, you know, if you go back on it, your life wouldn't be worth a red penny.
I won't tell you.
Good enough.
It's agreed. The minute you fellas run your critters into that wheat, you get your pay. But if you back out, you won't get nothing.
Back out? Why, we wouldn't think of it.
Wait till the farmers see them cows. Once on their land, the damage is done. Yeah. Now, how much cash do you men want?
The deal was made, and Lem, as the banker's representative, went with the ranchers to supervise the roundup. But the cattlemen followed their agreement with the banker to the letter. Everywhere throughout the scorched range, men routed out calves, steers, and dogies and drove them into one great herd.
Get moving, you blasted cur! Come on! Move along! Get along with you!
By twos and threes and dozens, wearing every brand known to that district, the cattle arrived from all directions. Cowhands raced their alert cow ponies to keep the herd from scattering. Tom Roberts, sitting astride a bay horse, shouted orders to the crew, while Lem sat beside him.
Red, get over there and ride point. Pete, watch them steers. Keep them from breaking loose. Lem, I'm telling you, this is a job.
How soon you'll be ready to start the drive, Tom?
We'll be on our way by noon.
That ain't an hour yet.
Just the same, we'll be ready. And Lem.
Yeah?
You tell the banker he better have that cash ready. Because just as soon as these critters drive them through the farmer's fences, we're collecting.
He'll have the cash for you.
I'd hate to think what had happened to him if he didn't, after all the work we've gone to.
If you're sure you'll be started when you say I'll ride to town. And by the time we get Mr. Gruber and we ride back again, you should be most there.
We will be.
Well, then I'll get going and I'll meet you there. Well, get up. Get along now. Come on, get up.
The great herd was driven down from the hills toward the fields of green winter wheat until at last it reached the fences built by the farmers.
Jack! Mort!
What is it, Tom? All the fences cut?
Cut the fences and keep them critters moving. When they get inside, let them spread out. Then go ahead and cut any other fences you come to.
Right. Come on, Mort. I'll ride with you. Let's go.
From the other direction, confident of success, the banker and Lem raced to meet the ranchers.
There they are. They beat us here. Only there ain't no farmers around. Most likely don't know what's happened yet. They'll be along soon enough. This is one time. Soon enough won't be soon enough. Yeah, there's Tom Roberts. Tom! Hey, Tom! Hey, hold up a second.
We've done what we bargained for. You come to pay
Hey,
up.
Hey, said I'd pay, didn't I? You taking the cash for all the ranchers?
Uh-huh. You seem in a mighty big hurry to turn it over.
Because I don't want the farmers seeing me pay you. Here, count it out.
I'll do that.
It's all there.
Your word ain't keeping me from making sure. Yep, that's it, all right.
Then come on, Lem. We've seen the cattlemen did what they promised. Then let's clear out.
Just hold on.
Huh?
Here come some other folks I'd like you to meet.
Oh, it's the farmers. There's Ezra with them. And say, look, the masked man. And the redskin.
We're all set, stranger.
But what's this all mean? You might as well go ahead and finish the deal, Tom.
I'll do that. Here you are, Ezra. Here's the cash we promised you.
Thank you, Tom. That'll come in mighty handy.
Hold on, you can't
Is something wrong?
Tom can't give that cash to Ezra. That's my cash. What's the
Mr.
idea
Grover, you said you'd pay us to drive our cows into these fields. We did exactly that.
But I tell you...
There was nothing in the bargain to say that the cattlemen couldn't use that money to pay the farmers.
Pay the farmers for what?
For pasturing their cattle in these fields.
What's that?
No one has broken his word. There's nothing you can object to.
It was a trick. They tricked us.
Our cattle needed fodder, and there's nothing to beat young green wheat for that.
And us farmers needed cash so that we could hold on to our land till the railroad comes through.
But neither the farmers nor us cattlemen having the cash for what we wanted. Why, the masked fella showed us a way to make you pay the cost, Mr. Gruber.
I'll have the law on him.
But it wouldn't have cost you money if you hadn't gone outside the law to cheat these people.
Why,
But,
you...
Mr. Gruber, that ain't all the masked man done.
Huh?
He showed us that sometimes it pays more for ranchers and farmers to work together than it does to be fighting all the time.
I'll kid you.
You'll do nothing of the kind. But I'll tell you what I would do if I was you. I'd pack my things and hightail out of here. Because after the things you've tried to do, I'm afraid you won't find the climate very healthy for you. If you savvy what I mean.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's trouble at the Blue Star Mine! We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Chester, will you take this stuff down to the depot and see that it gets in the mail for me, huh?
Yes, sir. Now, what's he doing?
Well, what's who doing?
Old man McCready's boy, Mr. Dillon. What's he doing anyway?
Well, you're the one who's looking out the window, Chester.
Well, he ain't up to no good. Look at him.
Well, I guess I'd better, or I'll never find out.
Oh, he's jumping on his horse. There he goes.
Well, what was he doing, Chester?
Fooling around that wagon team there. He was messing with the Traces for some reason.
Oh, well, let's go have a look.
That Billy McCready always was a wild one.
He's young, Chester, and he's only got his old man to bring him up.
Sure, he'll probably grow up to be just as mean as the old man is.
Well, I hope not. Wonder whose wagon this is, anyway.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. Ain't much wagon, though, is it? Must belong to some starving sodbuster.
Chester. Come here. Look, that's what Billy was doing.
Well, he's got them Traces half cut, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. They'll still hold for quite a few miles, though. Enough to leave whoever's driving this wagon a long way out on the prairie.
Well, now, why would Billy do a thing like that?
What are you fellas doing with that Hornet?
Oh, is this your wagon, mister?
It's our wagon. Me and my wife's here.
What are you men doing with it?
Well, your traces have been cut, man.
Cut? What do you mean?
Come here, take a look.
Well, who done that?
Billy McCready.
I told you, Jim. I told you something was going to happen.
What's Billy McCready got against you people?
Don't you tell them nothing, Jim. Ain't none of their business.
Look, I'm a U.S. Marshal, man. Maybe I can help you.
You Marshal Dillon?
That's right.
Tell them our name, Jim.
It's Gabriel. I've got a quarter section near Sky Mountain.
Oh? Well, that's on the way to McCready's ranch, isn't it?
Marshal, McCready can have all the land he wants, except mine. I filed on that land 8 months ago, and I've been living on it like the law says, and I've been proving it up. It's mine, and he ain't going to get it.
Well, hasn't McCready got enough land for his cattle out there without needing yours?
It ain't the land so much as the water, Marshal. I've opened me a spring, and I've dug a well. It's the water he wants.
They're trying to hound us off there, Marshal.
Yeah, like Billy cutting our traces. They figured we'd lose the team on the way home, I guess.
Who's they? The old man and Billy?
Old man don't come around. It's Billy and one of them riders, Bart. A real ornery-looking fella. They're the ones.
But it's McCready tells them what to do. They're going to start plaguing us real bad now.
And I'll fight 'em. Me and the boy'll stop him.
Oh, you got a son?
He's down buying grain. We're picking him up on the way out of town.
Ah. Well, you better mend those traces first.
Yeah.
Look, Gabriel, I think Chester and I better ride out with you, huh? Maybe we can find out what Billy had in mind.
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too.
Light and mild.
L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
For the filter tip smokers on your Christmas list, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
It was dark by the time we got to the Gabriel place. And when we did, we saw lamps burning inside the house. At first, Gabriel thought his wife's sister and her family had arrived from back east. But then we noticed 3 horses standing outside. Families came west by wagon, not horseback. So I told the boy to take their team around to the shed while Gabriel and his wife walked into the house as though they'd suspected nothing. They left the door open. Chester and I got down and sneaked up to where we could hear what was happening.
I hope they don't get hurt, Mr. Dillon. Him and Gabriel seems like good people.
Quiet now, Chester.
Get back here so soon,
Keep out of the light.
Same way we got the Dodge in our wagon.
That's old man McCready, Mr. Dillon.
Billy, you been lying to me?
No, Pa. I've done what you told me. Honest I did.
You shut up about what I told you.
Don't matter none, Mr. McCready. Nobody's gonna believe nothing that Gabriel say.
Why don't you give up and go back east, wherever you come from, Gabriel? There's too many people out here already. And there's more coming, right here, too. What? My wife's sister and her husband. And they're bringing the little girl with them. One more man to fight, huh? All right, Gabriel, I'll tell you something. You must have noticed your harness being cut and fixed it.
There, he admits.
Otherwise,
Be
you'd
quiet,
be out on the
Chester.
prairie somewhere learning your first lesson. When you did get home, you were going to find this place wrecked. We've been sitting here resting some before we got to work on it.
It ain't too late, Mr. McCready.
Sure, Pa. Let them watch us wreck it. Might be more interesting that way.
Maybe you're right, son. Maybe that'll learn them. Okay, get over there in the
You
corner,
ready,
Gabriel.
Chester?
I
You
sure
over there.
am, Mr. Dillon.
Right over there. Now.
Evening, McCready. Bart, you move your hand any closer to that gun and I'll shoot it off.
I ain't doing nothing.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
Same thing I'd be doing if I was in Dodge, McCready, enforcing the law.
What are you bothering us for? Can we drop in here for a neighborly visit without everybody making a fuss? You're bad as Gabriel. You've been talking real wild. You ought to hear him.
I did hear him, McCready. I heard you, too.
Huh? Well, that don't mean nothing. You can't jail a man for talking.
You're sure shy at the idea of going to jail, don't you, McCready?
When I first come out here, there wasn't no jails.
Gabriel tells me that you've stayed out of this business so far. You've let Bart and Billy do the talking for you.
What they do, I'll take the blame for.
You bet you will. And the first thing that goes wrong out here, any trouble at all, you're the one that's going to jail first, McCready. All right, now you get out of here. All 3 of you.
Come on, boys. Stinks in here anyways. Well, you sure made the old man tuck his tail, Marshal.
Don't you be so sure, Jim. McCready's as smart as he's mean.
I'm afraid you're right, ma'am. He'll think of something. But as soon as you find out what it is, you'll let me know.
Good morning, Matt.
Hello, Doc. Well, come on, sit down. Unless you're in a hurry to get to your hospital.
My hospital? Matt, my hospital. Oh, well, if the day comes when I'm in a hurry to get to my hospital, you'll be warden of the Dodge City Penitentiary.
Hey, well, that sounds like a nice, warm inside job, Doc.
And I hope you get it, too, Matt. And when you do, I hope old man McCready there is your first customer.
McCready? Oh, I see him.
He sees you, too. Guess he wants to talk to you.
Well, like he says, I can't jail him for talking.
Morning, Marshal. Doc?
Hello.
Oh, what can I do for you, McCready?
Nothing, Marshal. Can a man stop and say hello?
Sure. All right, what's on your mind?
All right, then, I'll tell you. I've been thinking about it all week. So I went over to the land office to see if Gabriel's claim is filed proper.
Mm-hmm. And is it?
Maybe. Maybe not. But I'll find a way, Marshal.
Look, McCready, you got plenty of grass out there. You got the whole prairie.
Sure, but Gabriel's camping on the only piece that's got good water.
Well, go look for some springs yourself. That's what he did.
Marshal! Hey, Marshal!
It's Gabriel. Say, he sure got that horse and the lather.
Yeah, you stay right here, McCready.
I ain't done nothing to him.
Oh, Doc. Doc, it's you I was looking for.
What's wrong, Gabriel?
It's my boy. He's sick. He's awful sick. You gotta come, Doc.
Why, what's the matter with him?
I don't know. But my wife's sister, she got here a few days ago from back east, and their little girl was sick the same way, and she died the first night before I could even get started for Dodge.
Oh, well, what's it like, Gabriel? How's he showing?
Well, he gets awful cramps in his legs mostly, and he turns kind of blue all over, and he can't talk much.
Turns blue? Does his stomach hurt?
Something terrible. He's always yelling for water, but it don't seem to do no good.
Uh-huh. And this is the same thing the little girl died of?
It's just like it. He ain't going to die too, is he, Doc?
I'll do what I can for him, Gabriel.
What is it, Doc? Some kind of a poison?
I hope I'm wrong, Matt, but those symptoms are pretty plain. Sounds like cholera to me.
What? Cholera?
Yes. That little girl and her family must have brought it from back east. Gabriel, you're right back home right now. Tell your wife to burn all the clothes and the blankets, anything the little girl touched. And make everybody keep away from your boy as much as possible, you understand? And whatever you do, don't get anything you feed him out of mixed up with yours. Keep it separate. Cholera is mighty contagious. You can all catch it.
I'll tell him. I'll tell him you were coming.
I'll hurry.
Well, ain't no business of mine. I'm going on out to the ranch. Goodbye, gentlemen.
McCready wouldn't care if they all died.
No, I guess he wouldn't, Doc. I'll walk you down to your office, huh?
It's going to take me a little time to get ready. It's bad, Matt. Cholera is real bad.
You're worried tonight, Matt.
No, it's just that I can't help thinking about the Gabriels, Kitty.
That's a terrible thing. Those poor people.
Look, don't say anything about it around here, though, huh? I wouldn't want to get a panic started.
Oh, of course I won't, Matt. But do you think there's any danger of it spreading to Doc?
Well, Doc says not, as long as the family stays out of town.
But they might catch it from each other. They ought to burn everything Mrs. Gabriel's sister brought with her.
Well, that's what Doc said, Kitty.
Well, for once I'm right. Because it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. I never been around cholera. Have you?
No, but I've heard a lot about it. Seems to me in this job I've heard a lot about practically everything there is.
And a lot there isn't, too, I'll bet.
Oh, I'll say.
Hey, Marshal. Marshal.
Gabriel, what are you doing here?
I'm looking for Doc. Where is he?
Doc?
Oh, he never showed up, Marshal. And I just can't find him no place.
Well, he should have been there this afternoon.
Well, that's what I figured. And then come dark, I got worried. My boy's worse, Marshal. I just got to find him, even if it is the middle of the night.
Well, he left here.
What could have happened to him, Marshal?
Well, I got a pretty good idea. Come on, Gabriel. I'm riding back with you. Your place is right on the way to where I'm headed.
Where's that?
McCready's.
There's my house, Marshal, but I don't see Doc's buggy nowhere.
Well, he came horseback, Gabriel. I doubt if he's here, though.
Yeah, it must be 8, 9 o'clock already.
Well, it was after 2 when we left Dodge last night. We made good time, though. Oh, there's your wife.
Yeah, she's going to be awful disappointed. How's the boy, Jenny?
Worse.
Oh. I couldn't find Doc.
I have an idea of where he is, Miss Gabriel, and I'm riding on to find him.
I know where Doc is, Marshal.
You do?
I figured it all out after my husband left for Dodge last night. It's easy. There's nothing in the world would keep Doc from coming when someone's sick. Except one thing.
What, Jenny?
Somebody stopped him from coming.
Oh. Well, that's what the marshal figured, but I didn't want to worry you about it.
Miss Gabriel, if McCready's holding Doc somewhere, he isn't going to hold him long. I promise you that.
He wants us all dead, and he'll keep Doc till we are. Except I got him beat.
Well, what do you mean?
I'll tell you in a minute. Look what's coming behind you.
Hey, it's McCready and that fella Bart. I'm going to get my rifle.
No, Gabriel. No, wait. They're not going to start any trouble.
Yeah, they'd better not.
Morning, Gabriel. Miss Gabriel. Marshal.
Hello.
Come out to help, Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, me and Bart thought we'd ride over and see if there wasn't anything we could do. I mean it. I'm trying to be neighborly.
Get back on your horse, McCready, and show me where you got Doc hid out.
What? Doc's here, ain't he? What are you talking about?
I said get back on your horse. Bart, you tense one more muscle, and I'm going to take it you're going for your gun.
All I'm doing is breathing.
All right. Well, we're wasting time, McCready.
Now, wait, Marshal. I don't know nothing about Doc.
Listen to me, you men. The marshal's right. We're wasting time. But I can save some.
How?
Where's your boy, McCready?
He's at the ranch. You don't feel good. Why?
He come by here yesterday. Late, after my husband started for Dodge. After I got everything figured. Said he'd been away on the prairie a couple of days.
He told me he was here. He didn't cause you no trouble.
No, he didn't. It's not much trouble to bring a man a cup of water.
Well, that's all he wanted. I suppose you wouldn't give him any.
I gave him some. I went in the house and got it for him.
And what are you complaining about? Didn't he thank you pretty enough?
My son's in there, McCready. And he's been drinking water, too. Lots of it. He and Billy, they used the same cup.
Doc said don't let nobody touch what your boy used.
My husband told me what Doc said.
Billy ain't feeling good. He's got it. He's got cholera off in that cup.
I expect he has.
Cholera.
Now I reckon you'll turn Doc loose.
Billy'll die.
Sure he'll die. Without Doc.
No.
It's up to you, McCready.
All right. I admit it. We're holding Doc.
Where is he, McCready?
In a cabin I got 5-6 miles from here. We took him, me and Bart. We put on bandanas, and we didn't say nothing so he wouldn't recognize us. He's there, locked in tight.
Like I said, McCready, get on your horse.
Sure, but let's hurry.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything, king size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
I expected to find Doc fighting wild when we reached the cabin, but instead he was pale sober and as calm as I'd ever seen him. And when McCready demanded that he go take care of Billy first, Doc didn't even answer him. He just mounted his horse and quietly asked me to lead him to the way to Gabriel's. When we got there, McCready sent Bart off to see how Billy was doing, and then sat down with Chester and me in the dirt outside the cabin and waited. It was along late in the afternoon when Doc finally came out, and he walked over to us.
How is he, Doc? Any better? He's dead, Chester. Dead? Died about a half an hour ago. I've been telling the family what they've got to do to keep from catching it themselves.
You already told Gabriel that back in Dodge, Doc. Haven't they done what you said?
No. I didn't think they would without my coming out here and prodding them. It's hard for people to burn what few clothes and things they have, man.
Yeah. Come on, Doc. Now the boy's dead. Let's get over to my place. We're wasting time, John, here.
McCready.
Hey, look. Ain't that Bart coming?
Yeah, that's Bart. Guess he got tired waiting for us. Shouldn't have left Billy alone, though.
How are the Gabriels taking it, Doc?
Hard to say, Matt. They aren't talking much, and they aren't crying at all.
That's about what I'd expect. They're pretty lean people.
It's a good thing they are.
What are you doing here, Bart? Why didn't you stay with Billy? We're about to leave now.
Mr. McCready.
Well, what is it, Bart? What are you trying to say?
Billy's dead. Died right there in his bed. I couldn't do nothing for him.
He's dead.
I didn't know what to do for him. He got all blue and real cold. And he choked up and died.
Doc should have been there. I should have made him go. It's your fault, Doc.
Chester?
Yeah, Doc?
Go into the house and tell the Gabriels to come out here.
All right, Doc.
And tell them about Billy McCready.
I don't want to see them Gabriels. I don't ever want to see him. If they'd never come here, my boy'd be alive now. He's too young to die. Billy's too young. It ain't right. It just ain't right.
I done all I could, Mr. McCready. I put blankets on him. I straightened him out when he cramped up. I poured a lot of water into him.
It ain't your fault, Bart. You ain't a doctor. How would you know what to do? You didn't kill him.
That's enough of that talk, McCready. Why don't you shut up?
It wasn't your son that died, Marshal. It was mine.
Here come the Gabriels. Their son died, too, you remember?
Yeah.
What do you want, Doc?
I want to explain something. To you and to Mrs. Gabriel.
Now, don't you start preaching, Doc. I ain't in no mood to listen to your talk.
You'll listen, McCready, if I have to ram a stick in your mouth and tie you against that tree over there. All right, go on, Doc.
First, I want to ask Mrs. Gabriel something.
Chester told me about Billy, Doc. Looks like I killed him.
No. You only wanted him to get sick so as McCready'd have to turn me loose. You thought he'd do that right away so I could save your boy and Billy, too.
Could have saved Billy if he hadn't come here first.
No, that's where you're all wrong.
What do you mean?
Medicine's still a pretty crude science, Mrs. Gabriel. Someday maybe they'll know, but right now I've got no more idea how to treat cholera than I do insanity. There's absolutely nothing I know to do for it.
Is that true, Doc?
It's true.
And I did kill Billy. Killed him with my own hand.
No, Mrs. Gabriel. If you'd known I couldn't help him, you'd never let him touch that cup.
No. No, of course I wouldn't. Oh, I never would have.
It's McCready that's the murderer. He hoped keeping me away from here would see you all dead. That's what he wanted. But all McCready's going to get for his murdering ways is the death of his own son. So you think about it, McCready, the rest of your life. And remember what it says in the Bible? The Lord does have his way of vengeance, after all. Doesn't he? All right, come on, everybody. Let's get to work. See what we can do to keep anybody else from catching this.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, I'd like to pass on an idea that will help you with your Christmas shopping. Go down your list and check all the filter tip smokers, and then buy them all gift cartons of L&M's. They'll appreciate it because L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M sure make a beautiful gift in their handsome holiday carton, king size or regular. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Dodge will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
It's always good to visit old friends. But I didn't know this meeting would lead to such a calamity. Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, please, Missy Wong, must not stop. Mr. Paladin waiting for new suitcase.
Oh, my, very nice. Oh, such beautiful leather.
Must hurry, Missy Wong. Mr. Paladin be very angry. Excuse, please.
Hey, boy. Why do you take so much time to buy suitcase? You've gone 3 hours now.
Oh, big mess. Omnibus breakdown. Wheel fall off. Frightened horses. Holy mow. Big mess. Hey, boy has to walk all the way from Montgomery Street.
Oh, poor hey, boy. But you must not worry for Mr. Paladin. He will not be angry.
Oh, Missy Wong, you wrong.
Oh, no.
Yes, he needs suitcase for trip to Colorado and very little time left to pack before he catches stage.
But hey, boy, Mr. Paladin...
Please, Missy Wong, you slow me down. No time to talk.
Okay.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin! He's here, boy! Oh, holy moly.
Hey, boy.
Yes?
Missy Wong tries to tell you.
Oh, Mr. Paladin already leave?
Lisa, can't wait.
He very angry with you, boy?
No, he still like old suitcase. He use that. It's okay.
Oh, me.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity. Gently, overnight.
Traveling from San Francisco to Colorado Territory, a passenger has his choice of being transported in a cloud of stagecoach dust or in a funnel of railroad cinders. On my trip to Pueblo, I had more than a fair share of both. But once I arrived, the uncomfortable miles were easy to forget. The job was simple, the money was good, and after leaving a satisfied client, I leisurely straddled a rented horse and started the second phase of my Colorado journey. This was the part I had really looked forward to. A ride north alongside the Arkansas River all the way to Oro City for a visit with my old friends, Ollie and Cora Beardsley. Ooh, what? Well, I'll... Cora Beardsley, wait up!
Paladin?
Cora!
Is that you, Paladin?
It sure is.
For heaven's sake, of all people, I can't hardly believe
It's
my
been a
eyes.
long time.
Oh, it sure
Cora,
has,
you haven't
my.
changed a bit. In fact, I think you look even younger than you did 4 years
And
ago.
you ain't changed either. What brings you to Oro City?
You and Ollie?
Oh.
I had business in Pueblo, so I decided to take some time off and come up to see how you've been getting along. I was just going to check in that hotel when I saw
I
you.
just can't get over it.
So good to see you.
Oh, here now, Cora, there's no cause for you to shed tears.
Forgive me, but it's like having your prayers answered. All the years we've known you, somehow you always show up when we need you most.
Is something wrong?
Yes, there is.
What?
Well, it's Ollie.
Ollie?
He's a different man since you was here last. I don't know what got into him, but he's managed to get himself into a whole pack of trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cora. Listen, I know you don't want to stand out here on the boardwalk and tell me about it. Why don't I drive you out to the ranch and we can talk on the way?
Well, to tell you the truth, I think it might be better if Ollie tells you himself. He's right down the street. I was just on my way. Why don't you come with me? Or maybe you'd best check in the hotel first.
No, I can do that later. Come on.
Lots of things are different since you was here, Paladin. We don't live on the ranch anymore.
Oh? Did you sell?
Yes, it was too much work for Ollie, and it wasn't paying for itself. We bought a little house on the edge of town. I've been taking in stone, and it pays right well.
You always were one to keep busy. Now, how does Ollie take to living in town?
Well, the way I figure it, that's what started all his troubles. This is where we stopped.
Here? The sheriff's office?
That's right.
You mean Ollie is in jail?
That's right. It used to shame me to go through this door, but well, I think I'm getting used to it now.
How long has he been here?
15 days.
Cora.
Oh, he'll be glad to see you. Maybe you can talk some sense into him. Let's go in.
Afternoon, Cora.
Afternoon, Jim. I want you to meet a friend of ours, Mr. Paladin. This is Sheriff Moody.
I know you,
Paladin?
Sheriff.
He's come all the way from San Francisco to pay us a visit.
Well, I knew I'd never seen you around before.
No, the last time I was in Ora City, you had a different sheriff.
Jim's been here 2 years now.
Well, here, I'll get the keys.
Ollie's sure going to be surprised, Paladin.
Well, I'm anxious to find out what he's been up to.
Hey, you got special company today, Ollie.
Hey, Ollie, you old rascal.
Hey, when'd you get into town?
Just now.
Come on, let him in, Jim. I want to shake his hand good.
All right, give me a chance.
Ollie, I think you and Paladin ought to visit alone. I'm going back to the house if you don't mind.
Sure, Cora, that's fine. Come on, get in here, Paladin. Let me get a close look at you.
Well, Ollie, you're the last person I ever expected to see in jail.
Ain't it something, though?
Ollie.
Yes, Cora?
You want me to bring you a hot supper tonight?
Oh, heavens, no. Don't be going to all that bother. Food here is good enough for any man.
All right. Paladin, why don't you come by the house and have supper with me?
I'd be happy to, Cora. Thank you.
I'll be looking for you. Well, goodbye.
Bye.
I'll see you to the door, Cora. Just yell when you're ready to leave, Mr. Paladin.
All right, Sheriff, I will.
Goodbye, Ollie.
Come on, sit down, Paladin. See what a good, comfortable bunk they got in this jail.
You're the host, and an unusually happy one under the circumstances. What's this all about, Ollie? Is this some kind of joke?
Oh, no, it ain't no joke at all. No, I had a big trial and everything. Judge found me guilty and sentenced me to 20 days in jail.
Guilty of what?
Well, he said to me, Miss Dean, I don't know, something like that. Anyway, what he meant was that I shouldn't have raced my old spring wagon down the middle of the street and rammed it into the side of the stagecoach. But that last part was accident. I sure didn't intend to do that.
What in the world were you doing racing your wagon down the middle of the street?
Well, I don't remember exactly why I decided to do it, but most people have been saying I had a little too much to drink.
What do you say?
Well, I guess they're pretty close to right.
Well, what's happened to you, Ollie? You're getting drunk and racing wagons.
Well, Paladin, I know it ain't exactly what you call upstanding, but I didn't mean no harm. I didn't know I was going to hit the stagecoach. Besides, nobody got hurt.
I think your pride must have been a little hurt being locked up in jail like this.
Oh, no, I don't mind it a bit. I figured I had it coming. The judge said so anyway. Oh, I sort of like it here.
You like it? Ollie, you're not making any sense at all.
Well, it's hard for you to understand, Paladin. You're still young. But when you get to be my age, you do a lot of remembering. About all I can remember is a mountain of hard work and one big black patch of sorrow when we lost our boy. Well, sir, after a while you get stuffed up with some memories. So you go out and you do things you never thought you would do. Make new memories. And this time, happy ones. So I'm happy to be in jail. And do you know what?
No, what?
You see that fellow over there in the other cell sleeping?
Yeah, I noticed him when I came in.
Well, we're just lucky he's taking a nap or we wouldn't be able to hear ourselves talk. He complains every minute he's awake, but that ain't the point. Can you guess who he is?
No.
That's Rad Tolan.
You mean one of the Tolan brothers?
You guessed it. They're about the meanest two brothers alive. Out-and-out killers.
I know. There's a $5,000 reward over their heads.
Yeah, but nobody gets the reward unless you catch the both of them. The sheriff caught Rad down at the saloon just yesterday.
Huh?
Oh, I'll tell you, that Sheriff Jim, he's a good lawman. He can outfox anybody. You should hear Rad cussing him out. Says his brother's going to come and get him out of here, and the first thing they're going to do is blow Jim's head off.
Just the boys who would do it if they had the chance.
Just imagine me, Ollie Beardsley, locked up in the cell next to one of the Tolan brothers. Ain't that something?
Well, I don't know, Ollie.
Oh, my, don't you see, Paladin? I've never been in the cell before in my whole life. I'll be out in 4 days, and then I'll have something new to remember.
All right, what then? When does this fling end, Ollie?
Then I don't know. You don't think much about the future when you're my age.
Do you think much about Cora?
Oh, sure, but Cora can take care of herself good enough. We've been married 35 years, and she don't lean on me for nothing at all. She might look weak and puny, but she's healthy as an ox. I never worry about Cora, and I'm pretty sure she never worries about me.
I wonder.
I baked that pie just for you, Paladin, and you hardly put a dent in it.
Oh, it's delicious, Cora, but it'd be a waste to force it down. I'm afraid I just overindulged before I got to the pie.
It'll just go to waste anyway.
You can take some down to Ollie. He'll enjoy it.
I don't know whether he would or not. He's been so unpredictable these past months. I never know what to expect. Nothing I do seems to please him.
Oh, well, he'll get over it. It's just a phase. Something he has to get out of his system.
I wonder who that could be.
I'll see.
Oh, I was looking for Mrs. Beardsley. Is she here?
Yes, she is. Come in.
Miss Beardsley. Janet Brogan. What's the matter, child? My papa sent me over here, and he said not to get you upset and to be careful how I tell you what happened. Oh, it's just awful, Miss Beardsley. Just awful. What? Well, I just don't know which to tell you first.
Well, now, take it easy, Janet, and try to start from the beginning.
Who's he?
Well, never mind. Please tell us what happened.
Well, sir, Sheriff Jim's been shot, and they don't expect him to live. Oh, no. Who shot him? Them Tolan brothers. Oh. The one that was loose, the one that wasn't in jail, my papa said, came right in the front door of the sheriff's office and shot Sheriff Jim and took the keys and let his brother loose, and they run out of town and got away. Oh.
Did anybody trail them?
Oh, my papa's getting a posse together right now. Then they're going to catch him. But that ain't the worst part, Miss Beardsley. Your husband went with them Tolan brothers.
What?
Yes, ma'am. They broke Mr. Beardsley loose, too, and my papa says they forced him to go with them.
A wholesome foursome of listening treats, CBS Radio's Happy Habit Gang, are yours for the fun of it every Monday through Friday. They are, of course, Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter's House Party, Gary Moore, and the sparkling combination of Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney. You can't beat 'em, so why not join 'em? Every and any Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right here on this station of CBS Radio. Arthur, Art, Gary, Bing, and Rosie. Every weekday yet. And every Sunday, you have a fine opportunity to explore with experts the background of the week's important news. CBS newsman Edward R. Murrow calls into electronic conference CBS newsmen around the globe, the men who've seen the important news break firsthand. Together in an effective worldwide conference call, Mr. Murrow and his fellow CBS newsmen weigh the facts and their perspectives in history. Background is the name of this important program. It's on this station, Sundays.
Cora Beardsley accepted the news of Ollie's predicament with expected anguish, excused herself, and retired to her room. Knowing that I could be of more help elsewhere, I left the house and joined Janet Brogan's Papa's posse. We tried to trail the Tolan brothers and Ollie, but the darkness made it impossible. Before dawn, we gave up and made our way back to Oro City. Later that day, I learned that Sheriff Jim Moody was not going to die after all. He was, in fact, back at work in his office.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, come in.
Sheriff, how do you feel?
Well, my head's a little cloudy yet, but otherwise all right, I guess. Well, sit down.
Thank you. No serious damage, then, huh?
Well, the bullet grazed my forehead, but that didn't do as much harm as the fall I took. The doctor said it was just a slight concussion, so it'd clear up in a couple of days.
I'm glad to hear it. Did Mr. Brogan fill you in on our wasted efforts last night?
Yeah, he did. Terrible to think what they might do to old Ollie. Now, why do you think they'd go to the trouble of taking him with them?
Probably to use him for cover if they got cornered.
Of course.
That's why I was glad we didn't track him down last night. I think they'll turn him loose in a few days. He'll be all right.
I hope you're right, for Cora's sake. How's she holding up?
Pretty well. I was by there a while ago.
Then you think we ought to wait a few days to see if Ollie comes back before we go after him?
Yeah.
Hey, Helen.
What?
Look outside. Those riders pulling up.
What? That's Ollie.
Yeah, and the Tolan brothers. Here, you better grab one of these rifles. I may need your help.
Yeah, looks like they're coming in. You stand back at the door. I'll cover this side.
Okay.
All right. Get on in. This is the end of the road.
Ollie.
Hello, Paladin.
Ollie, are you all right?
Well, if I wasn't, I wouldn't be holding this gun on their backs, would I? All right, keep moving. You know where the sails are. Go on, go on.
Paladin, I can't believe it.
Neither can I, but let's give him a hand just in case we're wrong.
But, Paladin, I still think we could have stopped by the saloon first. I deserve one little drink at least.
You will get your drink after you talk to Cora.
Oh, she wouldn't care.
Now, Ollie.
Hey, what you knocking for? This is my house. Go on in. Hey, Corey! Corey!
What? That you, Ollie? Ollie, why, it is you. I couldn't believe my ears. And here you are, all in one piece. Oh, Ollie.
Oh, now, Corey, stop it.
Oh.
You don't have to carry on like this in front of Mr. Paladin.
Well, what happened to you last night? I've been worried sick.
Now, you ought to know better than to worry about me after 35 years. I'm man enough to take care of myself.
Ollie, you was with them Tolan brothers, them killers.
Oh, they're just human people like you and me.
Ain't you going to tell me what happened?
Well, Paladin, why don't you tell it for me?
I think you ought to, Ollie. I'd like to hear it again myself.
All right. Now, Corey, you got to dry them tears off your face.
Oh, sure, Ollie. Well, why don't you sit down on the sofa? Paladin, you can sit in this chair. It's most comfortable.
Thank you, Cora.
Corey, you got any brandy in the house?
Well, no, but I'll fix you some coffee. Would you like that?
No, don't bother.
Go ahead, Ollie. Tell Cora what happened.
Well, first off, you ought to know that I won't be going back to jail. Jim suspended my sentence because I brought in them there Tolan brothers single-handed.
You did? Why, how'd you ever do that?
Well, it wasn't easy. They took me to an old line cabin about 10 miles out last night. We was going to stay there until morning and then go on to somewhere else. But I fooled them. Whilst they was asleep, I got untied, took their guns away from them, tied their hands behind their back, and made them ride back here to jail.
Oh, good heavens. Ollie, I can hardly believe you did all that.
I don't know why you can't believe it.
The men are locked up, Cora. I was right there when he brought them in, and just like you said, their hands were tied behind them, and he had them covered with one of their own 6 guns.
But the Tolan brothers, my Ollie against those killers.
And there's a $5,000 reward for those men.
5,000? You mean Ollie will get $5,000?
That's right.
I don't know, Paladin. I might not get the full amount.
There's no reason why you shouldn't, is there?
Well, I reckon not.
Ollie Beardsley, I am so proud of you. Why, you're going to be like a hero in this town.
Now, don't get so all fired excited.
Oh, I think I've got a right to.
Well, I'm not so sure.
What's the matter, Ollie? Don't you think you deserve to be a hero?
Ollie, there's something wrong, ain't there? There's something more you ain't told us.
Well, yes, there is. No, you always could see right through me, Corey.
What is it, Ollie?
I just knowed I couldn't go on with it. But the trouble is, if I don't go through with it, I'll be in a real mess.
Go through with what?
And the truth of the matter is, them Tolan brothers forced me to bring him back to jail. They made up that story for me to tell everybody.
Why'd they want to go to jail?
Well, they're pretty slick schemers, and mean, too. Just as mean as everybody thinks they are. They got this all planned out, and if I don't go through with it, they're going to kill me and Corey, too. And they'll do it.
Well, they won't do no killing locked up in jail.
No, they'll get out. They got all kinds of schemes to get out if I don't do what they told me to do.
What was that?
Well, sir, I was supposed to wait until I collect the $5,000 reward money, and then I got to find some way to get them out of jail and then turn the money over to them. They promised to give me $500 of it if I do it. And if I don't, then Cora and he'll be dead.
Oh, Ollie. Well, you sure got yourself into a pack of trouble this time.
But I didn't do it. I was forced into it. Can't you see that?
If you hadn't got drunk and raced that wagon down the street in the first place, you wouldn't be in this mess.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This can't be as bad as it sounds. After all, the Tolans are locked up. All we have to do is to see that they stay there until they're hanged.
I might feel might better if they were hanged.
Come on, Ollie, let's get out and tell the sheriff. We'll get some townsmen to stand guard duty on those men 24 hours a day. And, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll stay in Oro City until the Tolan brothers are buried.
And I sure would be grateful if you did, Paladin.
They ought to hang them today if they can.
Well, they'll have to have a trial first, Cora, but I'm sure we all know what the verdict will be. I'll stay, but only on one condition.
What's that?
That you will promise never to get drunk again and race that wagon down the street.
Oh, I promise that. Never again.
And I believe you, Ollie. I think you've accumulated enough new memories now to last quite a few years.
You're sure right about that.
Come on, we better go.
Paladin.
Yes?
I just wanted you to know. I'm awfully glad you decided to pay us a visit when you did.
I am too, Cora. I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When you're out for fun, there's nothing like carting along an extra carton or two of light, refreshing Pepsi-Cola. You can enjoy all you want of Pepsi's lively taste and sparkle, because Pepsi refreshes without filling. So travel light with light, refreshing Pepsi wherever you go and whatever you do. Buy an extra carton.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Ann Whitfield, Russell Arms, and Ralph Moody. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok! Hey, you folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies! Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, The Baron of the Badlands. Bet you never stopped to think of a breakfast cereal having a personality, did you? But Kellogg's Rice Krispies does. That's right. If you don't believe me, just pour some milk or cream over a heaping bowl of this delicious golden cereal and listen to them sparkle. They're the talking cereal because they tell you with a snap, crackle, pop how fresh and crisp they are. So get some Kellogg's Rice Krispies tomorrow at your grocer's. You'll love them. In the early days of the Old West, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big deputy Jingles fought all sorts of crime wherever they found it. Nowhere, though, did they face a more dangerous opponent or strike a greater blow for law and order than in their battle with the Baron of the Badlands. Bill, it sure is easy to see why they call this country the Badlands, ain't it?
Sure is, Jingles. This is one part of the country that isn't good for anything.
Yeah, even rattlers and horny toads won't live out here.
Not the ones you're thinking about, but there are a few sidewinders in this part of the country.
Well, what do you mean, Bill?
The Badlands are a perfect hiding place for some of the meanest two-legged snakes in the West.
Oh, you mean owl hoots and bandits? Huh, that kind of snake?
That's right. These hills are full of some of the toughest critters in this part of the country.
Well, they don't worry me none. I've met a lot of tough hombres in my time, and most of them are in jail. They gotta be pretty rugged to put anything over on Jingles. Yes, sirree.
Look out, Jingles.
Yeah, somebody's shooting at us. Well, what do I do now?
Whoa, Buckshot. Pull up, Jingles.
Whoa, Joker, whoa.
Don't get excited. You just shot over our heads.
Yeah, I don't like people shooting anywhere near me.
He only wants us to stop.
Well, why don't he ask us instead of throwing lead?
I don't know. He's heading this way. You can ask him.
It sure is a fancy outfit he's wearing. He ain't no cowboy. That's for sure.
That's the kind of an outfit the cowboys wear down in Mexico.
Well, if he's a Mexican cowboy, he's a long ways from his enchiladas.
Oh, Chiquita. Buenos dias, senores.
Buenos dias.
Yeah, baby. Well, howdy, partner. What's the idea of pulling the trigger on us?
That was just a warning, amigos. You're trespassing upon the land of Don Senor Antonio Smith.
Well, that's a fancy name, all but the Smith. Who's he?
Senor Smith is known as the Baron of the Badlands.
Oh. I've heard of him, Jingles. He rules this part of the country with an iron hand.
That is right. And he does not like strangers on his land. You will turn your horses around, senores, and go back the way you have come.
Well, now, I don't know whether we will or not.
Easy, Jingles. He's still holding a gun on us.
Very true, senor. And I should warn you that I am a very, very good shot.
Is that so? Can you hit that little cactus flower over there on the side of the hill?
But of course. That is simple. See?
Now keep your gun pointed that way, or mine's liable to go off.
What is the meaning of this?
The meaning is that Bill drew while you were making that fancy shot. Now you might just as well put your horse pistol back in that holster real easy.
That's right, mister. We can talk better when we're not steering into a six-gun.
Very well. But what is there to talk about?
Your boss, the Baron of the Badlands. I want you to take us to him.
No, senor. That I cannot do. I refuse to take you to Senor Smith.
You're not doing anything right today. You even missed that cactus flower you shot at.
Bingo! Dead center.
That's the way you should have done it.
I see what you mean, senor. Come, I will take you to the Baron. There is the ranch house, senores. Just beyond those big rocks.
Woo-wee. Why, there's a castle, not a ranch house.
Sure is a big place. Slow down a little, Jingles. Easy, Buckshot boy.
Yeah, slow down, Joker. Ooh.
Seems like an awful funny place for a ranch house. No grass, no cattle, nothing but rocks and sand for miles.
The Baron is not a farmer, senor.
Well, just what sort of business is he in?
If I were you, amigo, I wouldn't be too curious about that. Many people have asked that same question, and some of them are no longer with us.
Well, I'll just bet you that if Bill wants to know the answer, he's going to ask the question. You are, aren't you, Bill?
I don't know, Jingles. But it's part of my job to know what goes on in the territory I cover.
In just a moment, senor. You called him Jingles, and he called you Bill. You aren't by any chance...
That's right. He's Wild Bill Hickok, and I'm Jingles.
Oh, Chiquita. Un momento, senor.
Whoa, Buckshot.
Yeah, hold it, Joker. Now what?
Senores, I cannot take you into the castle.
Why not?
Lawmen have come to the castle before, and none of them have ever left alive.
Now I know we're going in there.
But Bill, you heard what he just said.
I sure did, Jingles. Come on, we're going to meet the Baron of the Badlands.
This is Charlie Lyon, folks, and here comes that singing cowboy, Slim. Hey, what's the pencil and paper for, Slim?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, come on now. Don't be bashful. Tell me.
Well, Charlie, I'm writing me a poem. Everyone else writes poems about pretty sunsets and pretty girls and such. But the prettiest thing in the world to me is a big bowl of golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies on the breakfast table. And that's what I'm writing about. I got the idea this morning when I poured some milk over a bowl of Rice Krispies. Them little fellers started whopping it up with a snap, crackle, and a pop, telling me they was so fresh and crisp. Well, I figured they deserved to have a poem written about them. Of course, I'm always singing about Rice Krispies like this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Folks, get a package of fresh, crisp Kellogg's Rice Krispies from your grocers tomorrow. Once you've tasted them, you'll feel like writing some poems about their golden goodness, too. And remember, for a good morning and a good day, it's Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the talking cereal. Mix them in with some berries or fruit for that extra flavor. Now, back to Wild Bill Hickok. Knowing that lawmen who visited the castle of the mysterious Baron of the Badlands never came out alive, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles nevertheless insisted on meeting him. We find them now waiting in the great hall of the castle for the Baron to appear.
Bill, I don't like this. Not one little teensy bit.
Stop walking up and down, will you, Jingles? Nothing's happened to us yet.
Yeah, but something can happen to us any minute. Yeah, you heard what that tamale cowboy said about lawmen who come poking their noses in here before.
We had to poke our noses in here, Jingles. That's why the government sent us up here in the first place.
You mean you knew all about this, Baron?
Well, my orders told me a little bit about him. My job now is to find out what he's doing here.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I probably would have stayed in Abilene if I'd have known what we were getting into.
Nothing's happened to us yet. Now just relax. Be quiet. Somebody's coming.
I wonder if this is the Baron.
I suppose it is.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome to my humble home.
Well, thank you, but it don't look very humble to me.
Are you Senor Smith?
Oh, yes. Also known as the Baron of the Badlands.
My name is Hickok, United States Marshal. This is my deputy, Jingles.
How do you do? This is your house, gentlemen. Will you come with me? I am quite honored to have two such well-known officers as visitors.
We won't stay long. It's just part of my job to get acquainted with all the people in my territory.
Oh, but you must at least stay for dinner, gentlemen. The ranch is able to offer you much in the way of hospitality.
Well, now that I think of it, I could do with a little snack.
Jingles is always ready to accept an invitation to dinner.
Sure, but from the looks of this ranch, you don't raise enough food to keep a grasshopper going.
Jingles.
Ooh, I mean...
That is all right, Senor Jingles.
Oh.
But I and my associates have many interests and some other properties. Now, perhaps you would like to take off your guns and get cleaned up a bit?
Well, now, I don't know.
Jingles, in Mexico, it isn't considered courteous to wear your guns when you're visiting in someone's home.
I see.
You have made the same mistake so many make, Mr. Hickok. I come from a very small country far to the south of Mexico, although our customs are very much like theirs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, I didn't know.
No, quite all right. Now, your guns.
Well, all right, but I'll sure feel undressed without mine.
I will ring for my man to take care of your weapons, and then I will have you shown to a room.
Well, that's real nice of you, Baron.
You ring for me, boss?
Yes, Pete. Is Pedro with you?
Si, senor.
Come on in.
Bill, Pedro's the one who brought us here.
That's right.
Here are the guns of Mr. Hickok and his deputy. See that they don't get them back.
Now, just a minute.
Late, Hickok. Pete, take these two American pigs and lock them up.
No, you don't.
Get the guns, Jingles. Is one of your guns right on your head?
Oh!
Jingles, he's out. And you're going out, too.
I'll take a couple of you.
With me.
Look out for them. Get him, Baron. Don't worry.
Que bueno. Good work.
Of course, good work. I had to get their guns away from them and then knock them both out myself. Throw some water on Pete to wake him up. And then take these two down in the cellar and lock them up with that stupid sheriff.
Si, senor.
And be careful. That Hickok is dangerous even without a gun.
Oh, my head.
Easy, Jingles. You'll be all right.
Oh, I'll never be all right again. The whole house fell on me, didn't it?
Well, not exactly. A Baron slugged you with your own gun.
I remember now. That's what we got for being polite.
Well, that was my fault. I thought maybe we could bluff him a little bit longer.
Well, that sidewinder is just plumb ornery. Oh, my head.
Mine, too. But I got Pete before the Baron pistol whipped me.
Well, that's good, but what do we do now? Looks like they've got us in a jail.
We're in the cellar under the castle. This big door has an iron bar on the outside. This window opens into another room, just like this one.
Well, that ain't so good. What do we do now?
Start looking for a way out, but I don't think there's much chance of finding one.
Hey, you two.
Hey, who's that?
Up there, the window.
Come here and be quiet.
Come on, Jingles.
Oh, if you're one of the Baron's men, I don't want nothing to do with you.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm Sheriff Wilson of Carson County. The Barons had me locked up here ever since I come up to his place to find out what was going on.
How long ago was that?
Oh, about a week. The governor asked me to look into it.
The governor?
Of the territory. He said Marshal Hickok was on his way up here. I sure hope he gets here soon.
well, I got news for you, Sheriff. You're looking right at Wild Bill Hickok.
No.
Yeah, and I'm his deputy Jingles.
Well, I'll be dad blamed. If the Barons got you too, Wild Bill, there ain't much hope for any of us.
Don't be too sure about that. What have you found out about this place?
Not much. They put me in this cell. There's something that goes on every night in the room next to me.
How do you know?
I peek through the cracks in that wall. Every night, a bunch of men come and take some big boxes out of that room. There's a big door at the other end that opens out on the side of the hill, and they load this stuff onto wagons and drive off with it.
Any chance of our getting out into that room?
Well, I haven't found any way. That's a heavy wood wall over there and plenty stout.
Maybe we can get over into your cell through this window. Then the three of us might be able to do something.
You can try, but watch out for that guy, Pete. He brings me my grub twice a day, and he says he'd just as soon shoot me so he won't have to bother.
Speaking of grub, I could stand a little myself. Baron invited us to dinner, but we never got there.
Never mind the food right now, Jingles.
Hey, what's going on down there?
Nothing's going on. How about some food?
You'll get some food when I'm ready to bring it.
Well, open up this door and bring us some dinner. When I get hungry, I get real mean.
I'll pound on that door. I'll pour enough lead through it to shut you both up for good.
Cut it out, Jingles. Won't do any good to get him mad at us.
Oh, but gee whiz.
I'll be back again later. Well, Pete's gone for now.
Good. Let's see if we can get these wooden bars out of that window.
We ain't got no tools. Why, they even took my pocket knife.
We could sure use an axe, all right. We'll have to think of something else, though.
Well, stop looking at me that way, Bill. Every time you get an idea, something happens to me.
Now, this won't hurt you, Jingles. We just need a lot of weight.
Well, that's something I've got, but what are you going to do with it?
Unbuckle your belt.
Oh, but Bill, my pants will fall down.
Just unbuckle it and buckle it again around a couple of those bars.
Around me, too?
Yeah, that's right. Now stand up here on this bench.
Oh, all right, but it seems a little silly.
Buckle it tight now.
I am. Now, there, what do I do?
Just lean back, real hard.
Oh, Bill, now what if the belt breaks?
Well, you won't fall very far.
Oh, all right. Here it goes.
You moved them a little.
Hey, that's just like having a horse hitched to them bars.
Just you watch your language, you old goat. I ain't no horse.
Now, come on, try it again, Jingles.
All right, here we go. Oh, look out, Bill.
That did it all right.
Be a little bit more quiet, will you, Jingles? We'll have the Baron and his whole gang down here on top of us.
Be quiet. I can't help it. When I fall down, I just naturally make a lot of noise.
What are you going to do now, Wild Bill?
Crawl through into the room you're in. Then we'll see if we can find a way out of there.
Well, there's a way out of that room. Why hasn't the sheriff gotten out?
At least that room has a plank wall, and this one we're in is all stone. Now crawl through here, Jingles.
Me? Through there?
Do you want to get out of here?
Well, sure,
Then
but...
let's go.
All right, but it don't look very big.
Now, come on. Hurry it up.
That does it.
What's wrong?
I'm stuck.
Now, wait a minute. Here, I'll give you a push.
Push harder.
Grab him from the other end and pull, Sheriff.
Okay, Bill. Doggone it, no matter what we try to do, I always wind up flat on the floor.
Well, we're this far. Huh. Oh. Let me take a look through the cracks in that plank wall.
What do you see, Bill?
Just what the sheriff said. Big piles of boxes.
Well, that's very interesting, but all I want is to find a way out of here.
The way out is right through this wall.
But how? Those planks are 3 inches thick.
Even Jingles isn't big enough to smash through that wall, and we don't have no axe or knife or anything.
You don't happen to have a match, do you, Sheriff?
Oh, well, sure. You want to smoke?
I don't smoke, thanks. But that match will get us through that wall. Give me a bandana, Jingles, and gather up all the scraps from those wooden bars. We'll just start a fire and burn our way out.
It's working, Bill. The hole's almost big enough now.
Keep beating the fire back with your hat so the whole building doesn't catch on fire.
Let it burn.
Sure, and bring the Baron's gang down. Remember, they have guns and we don't.
That's right, and I don't feel like getting shot after all this work.
You're weakening the wall enough. Let's beat out the fire before too much smoke gets upstairs.
Okay.
Now get it all out while I try to kick a hole through here.
You ask me, this is escaping the hard way.
How's that, Jingles?
Oh, I keep falling down on the floor, then Bill burns up my bandana, and I'm running a good hat beating out a fire.
These planks are charred enough to kick right out. Come on, let's get through here.
Hey, that other door's right on that side behind the boxes.
Yeah, let's head for it.
Wait a minute. I want to take a look at what's in here.
Oh, come on, Bill. This is just a pile of supplies. It says right on the boxes, farm machinery and grade A flour, long-handled shovels.
What would the Baron want with a big box of shovels out in this cactus country?
I don't know, but I ain't going to stick around and ask.
Now, wait a minute. Here's a box with a loose cover.
Well, I'll be dad burned.
Yep, there's your answer.
Rifles and ammunition.
That's right, and all stolen from the army. The Baron is a gun runner.
But what for?
That little country of his, somewhere south of Mexico, is probably getting ready for a revolution. And he's shipping them the guns.
Very clever, Senor Hickok.
The Baron.
That is right. And since you have found out my little secret, you are much too dangerous to me to go on living.
Look out, Bill!
Hold on to your saddle horn, dude. You ain't gonna fall off. Now, come on, boys. Let's make tracks for the chuck wagon. You know, the cookie told me earlier what we was gonna have for breakfast, and I sure ain't gonna be one to miss it. Come on, let's sing while you ride, cowboys. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Rice Krispies mean more fun and pep. So come on, gang, let's get in step. Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Add milk or cream, that's all you do. Then listen to 'em talk to you. Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Aye, Granny's kids, the West ain't what it used to be. Some ways, though, I'm sort of glad. We didn't used to have Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the talking cereal, and I never in my life tasted anything like them little golden hombres. Why, when you pour milk or cream over 'em, why, they just come to life with a snap, crackle, and pop, telling you how fresh and how crisp they are. I reckon everyone agrees that Kellogg's Rice Krispies are about the best. Now, back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Trapped by the Baron in the room with the contraband guns, Wild Bill, Jingles, and the sheriff, unarmed, face the bullets of the gun runner.
Push on the boxes, Jingles.
All right, Bill. That got him. You hurt, Bill?
Not yet.
Take it off, Pete! Hurry!
Stay behind these boxes. He's still got his gun.
Here's a terrible shot, though.
Don't count on it. I'll get some rifles and ammunition out of those boxes before the rest of that gang gets down here. And stay down.
If I stayed any lower, I'd be buried.
I got me a rifle. I feel better now.
Me too. This gun's awful greasy, but who cares?
Baron, where are you?
That's Pete.
Over here. And watch out, they've got guns now.
So have I. Drop it, Hickok, and get your hands up.
Now, that was a silly thing to say to Wild Bill Hickok. He's just as fast with a rifle as he is with a six-gun.
Look out for the Baron, Bill.
Drop it, Baron. You're covered by 3 guns.
I see what you mean. All right, I'll drop it. But there will be more of my men down here any minute.
Well, with all the guns you've got stacked up here for us, we ought to be able to give them a mighty warm welcome.
That won't be necessary, Jingles.
It's Pedro, Jingles. Stay where you are, Pedro.
I will, Senor Hickok. But now that you have the Baron and Pete, the rest of us are willing to surrender. One of the men has gone for your horses now.
Watch out for a trick, Bill.
There is no trick, Senor. I am glad to see the Baron taken into custody. In the country we both come from, my work is much like yours as United States Marshal. I came with the Baron to watch him and to see that his plan to start a revolution did not succeed.
Oh, you mean you're a starpacker, too?
Dirty spy, Pedro. I kill you for this someday.
No, you won't, Baron. Pick up his gun, Jingles, and tie him up.
That'll be a pleasure. But, Bill...
What is it, Jingles?
Let's get out of these badlands and go back to chasing ordinary owl hoots and rustlers. All this mystery and spy business is pretty confusing for a plain little old cowpoke like me.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, Andy and I are going to be riding off on our summer vacations next week, but we'll be back with you later on.
Right, Guy, and we want to thank all you folks for being with us. We'll be back with more Wild Bill Hickok stories in September.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you in September.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Larry Dobkin, Tom Holland, Stan Waxman, Stan Farrar, and Dusty Walker. Our story was written and directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, The Trap.
It is 1:10 a.m., May 17th, 1948. The highway across a barren and thinly populated portion of West Texas is deserted, except for a truck and trailer pushing steadily westward toward El Paso.
Boy, that nap felt good. You sure were snoring. I could barely hear the motor. How long was I asleep? Since 8 o'clock last night. Almost 1 a.m. now. How we doing? We'll be in El Paso by 6. We're right on schedule. You want me to take the wheel? No. Wait till we gas up at Frito Junction. It's only another 50 miles. Okay. I sure would be glad to get home and see my wife. You called a long distance when we stopped for supper. Yeah, but I'm not an old-timer like you. This is our first baby we're expecting. You already got 4. Ah, don't let me kid you, Sims. You feel the same way about all of them, no matter how many you have. What are you hoping for? Oh, just a healthy kid, I guess, that's all. Although I'd kind of like a little girl. Yeah, you get one, you'll have a real picnic. Girls are born smarter than we are. My youngest one, she can work me over for anything she wants faster than a quarter horse can get moving. You don't look like you're feeling any pain from it, Grover. I ain't. It's a big kick, getting them things they want. Yeah, but don't get me wrong, I'm just as fond of the 3 boys, too. Yeah. But, well, a girl does get under your skin a little more. They're more affectionate, like. Boy grows up and you want to kiss him. He kicks up his heels. You get to be 8, 9 years old, the closest you get to him is shaking hands, you know what I mean? Sure do. I guess we were the same with our folks. I wouldn't trade them for anything, though, boys or girls. When they're your own blood, well, you'll find out, Sims. You got a lot of fun and living ahead of you. They'll worry you when they get sick, and they'll break your heart when they get kid troubles that you can't help them with, but nothing you'll ever have will mean as much to you as your young'uns. I've been worrying about mine already, and he. Well, whatever it is, ain't even here yet. I keep wondering if I'll be able to make it. You know, bring them up, educate them, help them to be somebody. Yeah, that's something else you'll worry about with each new one. Man, I'm so scared now, I think I'll just settle for 1 kid and leave it at that. That's what I said 12 years ago with our first, but you'll change your mind. Yeah, I guess so. Mary says that she wants... Hey. Huh? What's that ahead? Where? Oh, somebody waving a red lantern. We must be coming to that narrow bridge over Lannon's Creek. You suppose it's been washed out again by a flash flood? Yeah, it could be, although it don't look like there's been any rain here since we started the haul east 4 days ago. Just the same, they got it blocked. Yeah. Look, Grover, they put up a detour sign. Yeah, probably wants us to go to the left end of the old road. No, sign points to the right, and the fellow with the lantern is waving us that way. Yeah, I guess he knows what he's doing. Don't look like much of a road this way, does it? Oh, it's going to be mighty rough going. I hope this don't last too... Hey, this ain't even a road. Oh, it's just a little dead-end turnoff. That guy must have been crazy sending us in here. Backing this rig out is sure going to be a job. Ah, what a dumb trick. I'm going to walk back and ask him what in the name of blazes made him turn us off this way. I'll come with you. You'd think they'd have a highway patrol car stationed there to... Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look by the road. Guy with a lamp is moving that detour sign. Get back to the truck, quick.
What is it, Grover? What's wrong?
Looks like a hijack. Get it rolling backwards and don't mind what you hit. Just keep going.
Grover! Grover! Hey, don't shoot anymore! Don't shoot, he's hurt. You can take him. I said you could take everything. You didn't have... Mary. My kid.
At 9 p.m. the following night, the bodies of Warren Grover and Luther Sims were discovered, and the sheriff notified. He called for help from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Here are the bodies, Jace. Must have been dragged into the brush when the truck was stolen. Lucky thing Mr. Archer here found them.
Mighty lucky. Could have been here for days. How'd you happen to come across them, Mr. Archer?
Well, it weren't me. One of my kids found them. We pulled off the highway fixing to make camp for the night. Boy was gathering wood for the fire. Let out a yelp and come legging out of here like a scared jackrabbit.
You make a habit of camping out at night with your family?
Ain't nothing much a man can do about it when he ain't working. Them motels and places cost money.
Where do you come from?
Up Arkansas way, we're heading for California.
Migratory workers, huh?
You can talk to his family later if you want, Jace. I let Archer pull his car into a clearing up the highway about 200 yards the other side of the bridge.
He didn't want to keep the kids around here. If you ain't got nothing else to ask me, I'd like to get back to my wife's plumb shaky.
All right, go ahead. But when you get to the car, stay put.
I ain't got no place special to go. Thank you.
You got a flashlight, Jace? Mine's about to peter out.
Yeah. There, you can give your batteries a rest. You say they were due in El Paso at 6 this morning, huh?
Yep, was on schedule, too, until they got here, I reckon. Made their supper stop on time last night. The company checked back.
When'd you get the request to look for the truck?
Got the description and license number early this afternoon when they was overdue and nobody'd heard from them. The company figured if they'd had a breakdown, they'd have called in. According to their schedule, they should have reached this spot a little after midnight last night.
And whoever took that truck had plenty of time to get a long ways from here with it before sunup. Not much chance of anybody spotting them.
That's right.
We better take a look around.
I've been all over the ground between here and the highway, but I guess it won't hurt to look again. The condition my light was in, I might have missed something. I can show you where they were when they dropped. Bloodstains on the ground out here.
Yeah, I saw them. Right where the truck was. Stains aren't far from the tire marks.
They're funny tires, Jace. Different pattern right smack down the center of them.
Well, no, those inside tracks were made by Archer's car when he drove in. Covered part of the truck marks. The way this place is rutted, he'd fall right into the same track.
I didn't think of that.
Here's something.
What is it?
Cartridge shell. Look at it. 45 caliber Army automatic. Oh, and here's another one.
Well, we won't have to wait for an autopsy to tell us what the murder weapon was. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
That 45 Army automatic. There's an Army camp about 40 miles further on, just 10 miles this side of Frito Junction.
I'm afraid that won't help us, Sheriff. Number marking on these shells is a 17. That's the old 1917 ammunition series, World War I. No camp would be using ammo that old.
Too bad. I thought for a minute we might have a fast lead.
You arranged to have the bodies moved?
Yep, sent my deputy to town for an undertaker.
Good. Let's walk out to Archer's car, talk to his wife and kids.
There's one thing I don't understand, Jace. Why did they pull their truck off the road? A trucker riding alone might do it to grab some sleep, but not a scheduled rig with two drivers.
I can't figure that either.
Archer's car's up this way, other side of the bridge. Might as well leave your car right where it is. Not much of a walk.
Sure. Hold it, Sheriff.
What is it?
This mark just off the road shoulder here.
Sort of a circle in the dirt.
Yeah. And whatever made the circle was wet and kind of oily.
What do you suppose made it?
What would make an oily, round impression that size?
Oh, I don't know. Unless maybe it was a lantern.
That's what it was, all right. And here's something else. 4 small rectangular marks in the earth. Base of each mark about 2 by 4.
Well, I can't figure that. Unless somebody had a table out here.
I don't think it was a table. Another thing that would make 4 marks spaced like that's a wooden sawhorse. Say, did this bridge ever wash out?
Sometimes, when there's a flash flood. Hey, I see what you're aiming at. When there is a flood, Highway Patrol sets up a detour sign. Sends traffic through that road over across the highway.
When'd that happen last?
Oh, not in a couple of months.
Now, these marks aren't that old. Somebody detoured that truck into the dead-end road on this side. Lantern and sawhorse were set in here until they were moved onto the road to set up a block.
They must have had that particular truck pegged then. Came through at a time when there isn't much traffic between the last town to the east and Frito Junction.
Come on, let's talk to Archer. You got a list of the cargo the truck was carrying?
Told my deputy to wire a request for it after we found the truck had been stolen. It'll come through to my office.
Good, because we'll have to track this down through cargo. I got a hunch that the truck has been emptied and ditched by now. Archer didn't know any more than he'd already told us, and his wife and 3 pale, undernourished kids couldn't add anything. We waited until the bodies were picked up and then headed back for town. The next morning, there was a wire from the trucking company waiting at the sheriff's office, a list of the missing truck's cargo.
Here's a report on the cargo, Jace. Valued at $39,000.
Let's see. A shipment of automobile radios, huh? Well, that's a break.
Why?
Because they all have serial numbers. It'll be a lot of work if they try and change the numbers, and if they don't, one of the sets will turn up sooner or later.
Yeah, but they didn't send the numbers through to us, Jace. Just the set, make, and model.
I'm radioing my headquarters to get them. Come on. Austin can contact the manufacturer and have him send a complete list of the serials through. Then they can distribute the list to all law enforcement agencies on a statewide bulletin.
We don't stand much chance of cracking this if we have to wait for a hot car radio to turn up.
Don't worry, we're not going to wait. We got plenty of other things to do. How many deputies you got handy?
3.
How about sending them back along the highway? We know where Grover and Sims made their supper stop. I'd like to find out if they made any stops after that, before they were killed.
Good idea. As a matter of fact, whoever stole the truck may have turned it around and headed back that way. Killers may have been spotted.
It's a chance.
On the other hand, maybe I ought to send one man toward Frito Junction in El Paso, just in case the truck kept heading west.
Never mind. I'll handle that part of it myself. I'm heading for Frito Junction as soon as I can make that radio call. I put through a request for the serial numbers, then headed for Frito Junction. On the way, I got a radio call from KTXA. The missing truck had always made a regular stop at the mobile gas station in Frito Junction. When I got to the station, I sent for the man who'd been on duty the night the truck was hijacked.
Yep, I was on duty night before last, Ranger, but Grover and Sims didn't stop here.
I know they didn't. They never got this far. What I want to know is, did you see their truck? The station's right at the crossroads. If the truck came through with somebody else driving it, there's a chance you might have seen it.
Ranger, I'd like to help you, but, well, there ain't much business during the night, even though the boss does keep the place open as an accommodation of truckers. I usually stretch out on a cot in the office. If a truck stops, I get up. If it don't, I just hear it go past.
Any other stations around here open at night?
Nope.
The truck Grover and Sims were driving always stopped here, didn't it?
Yep. Company they drove for has a credit account here. They haul between El Paso and Houston. Well, their tanks are always just about dry when they hit here on the return haul from Houston.
I see. You mean the truck would be too low on gas to go much further than this without filling up, providing it came this way?
That's right.
Thanks. That's a big help.
You're welcome, Ranger. Wish I could help more. Grover and Sims were pretty nice guys.
That's the trouble with a killing. The wrong people usually get killed. And it sounds like you got an impatient customer out there.
Yep, one of the soldiers from Camp Boulder. Boys are busy on the pumps. I might as well help him. Hey, he's got the drive blocked. I'll ask him to back up so you can get your car and trailer out.
It's all right. He doesn't seem to want gas. May want directions to someplace.
Hey, you got a shop here?
Yeah, but you have to pull around the back. You're blocking the ranger's car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just want to make sure you can help me.
Doesn't seem to be much wrong with that motor.
There isn't anything wrong with it. It's in top shape.
And what do you want to put it in the shop for?
Got a new radio. Thought you might be able to install it for me.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, The Trap, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
A soldier with a new car radio. It didn't have to mean anything, but it might. The make and model of the set he had matched what I was looking for. I got the serial number from the carton it came in and phoned it through to the sheriff for a fast check against the manufacturer's list. Then I went into the shop to ask a few questions.
You'll have to drill holes for the antenna, I guess.
Unless you want to wear it in your hat, I will.
Looks like a good set.
Yeah.
Pretty expensive.
Fellow told me it sells for about $85.
What'd you pay for it?
Well, I didn't buy it. I made a deal for it, sort of.
What kind of a deal?
What do you ask me that for, Ranger? Something wrong?
I didn't say that. I was just wondering what kind of a deal a fella could get on a car radio. The man you got this from have any others he wanted to get rid of?
Well, I don't think so. He just gave me this for a trade, you know.
On what?
Something I had that he needed. Look, my pass is only good for a couple of hours. I didn't think it'd be this long. Maybe I better let it go, and I'll come back in next time I'm in town.
Okay.
I think you better stay around.
But my pass...
Maybe I can get you a little extension of time. What's the camp number? I'll call your commanding officer.
Well, what do you want to do that for?
Yeah, what's the matter, Ranger? What is it?
It's that radio. Grover and Sims were hauling a truckload of auto radios when they were hijacked and killed.
What?
You telling me that radio is stolen?
No, I'm not. Not yet. But I'm waiting for a check on the serial number, and you're not leaving here until I get it.
Well, look, you got to believe me. The guy gave me that set.
Yeah, and you've been pretty evasive about telling me why he gave it to you.
I told you it was a trade.
For what? Come on, talk up.
Well, I can't tell you that. Get me in trouble.
If this is one of the sets taken from 2 murdered truck drivers, you'll be in plenty of trouble unless I know where and how you got it.
Sounds like you better tell him, soldier.
I got the set in exchange for some gasoline.
Gasoline, huh? All right, go ahead.
Well, it was night before last. Just after 2 o'clock. I just started guard duty at camp. My post was along the fence by the motor pool from 2 to 4.
Hey, Ranger, that's not long after the time you said Grover was...
Never mind, Milligan. Go ahead.
Well, I heard this car stop near the fence.
You sure it wasn't a truck?
No, it was a car. So I walked over to the fence where it was parked. I sort of gave the challenge, asked who it was, and a man walked up, said he needed some gas.
And you gave it to him, just like that?
No. He said he'd pay me for it. I told him it was against regulations. Then he said it wasn't for him. He said a couple of women were stranded down the highway in their car. And then he said he'd give me a car radio. Oh, well, it seemed like a good deal, so I opened a pump and filled some Jeep cans for him.
How many gallons?
25.
And you didn't think there was anything wrong with a trade like that? An $85 radio for 25 gallons of gas?
Well, the guy was stuck in that.
How could he be stuck? He was only 10 miles from the station, and it's open all night.
Well, maybe he didn't know that.
He knew it all right, but he didn't want to bring a stolen truck into this station, and he didn't want to get that much gas in cans from a place that might be checked.
Look, Ranger, please, I'm up for discharge in a couple of months. Our camp is being deactivated. I don't want to get in bad.
You should have thought of that before you started to ladle out government gasoline. What kind of sidearms do you carry at the camp when you do a guard trick?
Regulation Army 45.
Any 1917 series ammo?
None that I ever saw. Are you going to give me a break?
I'm not a judge. I can't give breaks. You're the only key I've got to 2 dead men. I'll call your post and have the MPs pick you up. The gasoline's the Army's business, but this radio is mine if it's stolen property.
How could I know it was stolen?
Can you describe the man you got it from?
No, it was too dark. Besides, there were 2 men. One of them stayed in the car.
It'd help your case a lot if you could tell us what they looked like. Even what kind of a car they were driving.
Well, it was dark, I tell you.
They talked to each other? Call each other by name?
Well, yeah. The fellow I gave the gas to, he called the other one in the car, and he said, drive up closer, will you, Sonny Boy?
Sonny Boy? Well, that's not a name.
Probably just a wisecracking nickname.
I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm trying to do everything I can to help you.
Yeah. Just a minute. Ranger, it's for you, the sheriff.
Thanks. Hello, Sheriff.
Howdy, Jace. That soldier's radio is on the stolen list, all right. But I got something one of my deputies dug up. Grover and Sims did make another stop after they had their supper. At 11:30 the night they were killed.
Where?
Roadside diner. Just stopped for coffee. At least Sims had coffee there. Told the proprietor that Grover was asleep in the cab of the truck.
You talked to the proprietor yourself?
Sure did. Drove out to see him as soon as the deputy gave me the report. It's Watson's Diner. A lot of truckers eat there or stop to coffee up when they're riding late.
Watson know if they had a hitchhiker with them? Any rider they might have picked up?
He says no, but he didn't go out to the truck, of course. From what he says, Sims was the only one in the place except for some traveling salesman who was playing the pinball machine. A fellow named Sonny Boy Jensen.
Sonny Boy?
That's right, Jace. What you getting excited about?
Talk to Watson again. Find out what he knows about Sonny Boy Jensen, who he is and where he comes from. Then meet me back at your office. I'll get there as fast as I can roll. The Army camp was on my way, so I took the soldier with me and turned him over to the camp authorities to be held. I kept a lead foot on the gas pedal as I drove past the bridge and the side road where the truckers had been hijacked and slain. It took me almost 2 hours to reach the county seat. The sheriff was standing in front of his office as I drove up.
Inform KTXA of any change in location. We'll keep in touch.
Howdy, Jace.
Howdy. What'd you get?
Something that might fit. That Jensen's been traveling up and down this highway for years, selling electrical appliances to farmers and ranchers mostly. Man like that'd have good market for car radios once that shipment cooled off.
He could be our boy, all right. You get any line on where he comes from?
Works out of El Paso mostly, but his home's a small ranch about 150 miles southwest of Frito.
Sonny Boy Jensen can't be his real name.
No, it's Bertram Jensen. They just call him Sonny Boy. Watson said he left the diner about 5 minutes after Sims and Grover pulled out.
Probably passed him on the highway. Had them all staked out and set up that roadblock. You better climb in.
Carry out your instructions back to El Paso.
Going to El Paso?
No, I'll turn south out of Frito and head for Jensen's ranch. I don't think he'd take that hot merchandise into El Paso. Even if he got there before daylight, he'd run into some traffic, and that's the trucking company's home base. He'd be taking a chance on loading any place in the city.
I see what you mean.
You better check on him while we're rolling. Unit 10 to KTXA. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA. Go ahead, Unit 10.
This unit en route to Jensen Ranch near County Line, 150 miles southwest of Frito Junction.
10-4.
Request check on subject Bertram Jensen, alias Sonny Boy Jensen, El Paso appliance dealer and owner of ranch this unit is headed toward.
10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA, Austin.
I've been thinking, Jace. This couldn't have been a one-man job. Jensen couldn't drive the truck and his car after the hijack.
It wasn't a one-man job. The soldier who gave them the gas they needed for the truck said there were 2 men in the car.
2 men with a bad murder rap hanging over them are liable to fight, Jace.
They sure are, Sheriff. Better take the safety off your gun right now. There mightn't be time later.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10, go ahead, KTXA.
Have a report for you on Bertram Jensen. No record of Sonny Boy alias. Served 3 years in federal penitentiary Leavenworth, 1919 to 1921, with theft of Army material from government armory. Had accomplice named Dolph Muni, convicted on same charge. No record on either since then.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
That may answer a couple of our questions, Sheriff.
Yep. Where Jensen got that Army 45 and the 1917 ammo series, and who his partner was, if you think he might have kept in touch with Dolph Muni for almost 20 years.
There's an old saying, Sheriff, about birds of a feather. It was after dark when we reached the Jensen ranch. When the door opened, I knew it was Jensen. There were little wrinkles under his eyes, and his temples were gray, but his face held a youthful softness, as some faces do, whether 16 or 60. It wasn't hard to understand why they called him Sonny Boy.
Huh. It's been a long time since I seen a ranger around here. You, looking for somebody?
Sheriff and I heard you might be able to get us a bargain on a few things.
Sure. What are you interested in?
Automobile radios?
I got a few in my warehouse in El Paso.
Thought you might have something around here.
No, I'm afraid not.
Then maybe you know somebody who has.
No, I don't know many people. I live alone here. Don't see much of anybody.
Had any company this evening?
No.
2 ashtrays in this room don't agree with you. There's smoldering butts in both of them, so unless you smoke 2 cigarettes at a time and walk back and forth across the room to put them out, you haven't been alone.
Oh, all right. A neighbor's visiting me. Is that a crime?
No. Where is he?
In the kitchen.
Call him. Don't go for him. Just call him from here.
Doc? Hey, Doc.
What's this Doc business, Janet? Oh, I didn't hear anybody come in.
Jensen tells us you've been visiting him. Where are you from?
From Borderville.
Well, that's about 50 miles from here.
Yeah, and Jensen said you were a neighbor.
Well, that's right, ain't it? Distance don't mean much in Texas. I just dropped in on Jensen unexpected. Matter of fact, I was just washing up, fixing to start for home.
Yeah, he's just leaving.
Oh, well, go right ahead.
I'll get your coat. It's Santa Claus in here.
Oh, before you open that, I'd like to ask your friend a couple of questions. 50 miles is kind of a long walk, isn't it? Only way to leave this ranch would be in a car, and if you've got one parked outside, we didn't notice it.
I was going to lend him mine.
Oh, I see. You said you dropped in unexpectedly. How'd you get here without a car?
Why, hitched a ride. somebody dropped me off the gate.
Uh-huh.
If you got nothing else to ask me, I'd like to be going.
Yeah, imagine you would, but I'm not quite finished. Maybe you know where I could get a bargain in an automobile radio.
Why, I don't know nothing about radios.
It's too bad. I thought you might. All right, Jensen. Give him his coat. By the way, either you heard from Dolph Muni lately?
Well, get out of here. You got no right asking questions. You got no warrant.
You let us in, Jensen.
My story is you broke in, and you ain't going to be able to deny it.
Down on that closet shelf, Case.
Don't try that, Jensen. Quick, Sheriff. Take that gun out of his reach.
Got it, Case. Muni!
He drove through the window. Stay with Jensen. I'll get him.
Come on, get over.
I can see you, Muni. You better stop running before I fire. No sense trying to get in that car. It's locked. That was in the air, Muni. The next one won't be. How about it?
All right, don't shoot.
Just walk this way with your hands high.
I had to steal the radios, but I didn't do the killing. I didn't. I was on the highway with a detour sign when Jensen shot him.
Don't tell me, Muni. Save that for the court. Where are the radios?
In the barn, hidden in bales of powder. We ditched the truck in Amber Lake.
All right, Muni. Let's go in and get Sonny Boy. You can make your statement at the sheriff's office.
Bertram Sonny Boy Jensen and Dolph Muni were found guilty of the hijacked murder of truck drivers Warren Grover and Luther Sims. Both were sentenced to death in the electric chair at Huntsville Penitentiary. Each of the convicted men made an appeal for clemency, and in January of 1949, the sentence of Dolph Muni was commuted to life imprisonment. But the petition of Sonny Boy Jensen was denied, and on the morning of February 19th, 1949, he was executed.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Folks, we want to thank you for the wonderful letters you've been sending to us and the warm and friendly interest you've always shown toward our show. A lot of you have asked the question, what's the title of the theme music heard on Tales of the Texas Rangers? The music you hear at the opening and closing of our show is the Texas Ranger Song, written by Sam Coslow and Harry Bain, and is arranged by Robert Armbruster, the conductor of the NBC Orchestra. We're glad to know that so many of you like it. We do, too. And so, Mr. Armbruster, the Texas Ranger Song, if you please.
Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Whitfield Connor, Herb Ellis, Parley Bear, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dauboff, and Bill Conrad. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Next Sunday, 1 week from today, Tales of the Texas Rangers will relinquish its broadcast time to enable you to hear one of the season's most dramatic events, the Theater Guild on the Air full hour-and-a-half production of Hamlet. And make a note to be back with us for another exciting Tales of the Texas Rangers 2 weeks from tonight. Next week, it's Hamlet. In 2 weeks, another Tales of the Texas Rangers starring Joel McCrea. Be sure to listen. Now the $64 question. Tomorrow, hear the Boston Pops on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. An elderly man has been beaten and robbed of a fortune in unset diamonds. The thief has made good his escape. Your job, find him. Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality.
Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Switch to Fatima yourself today.
Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 12th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 10:46 a.m. when we got to the Morgan Hotel. Room 922.
Yes?
Police officer, sir. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm the manager, Arnold Jackson.
Yes, sir. We're here regarding the robbery, sir.
Oh, Mr. Ruman's in their bedroom. He's lying down.
Has there been a radio unit here, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, they just went down the hall.
I see. The victim in here, sir?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Sure.
Mr. Ruman?
Yes?
My name's Friday, sir. This is my partner, Frank Smith, Central Robbery.
Oh, yes, Captain Friday.
No, sir, it's Sergeant, Mr. Ruman.
Sergeant? I thought sure they'd send a captain.
Well, now, if you can just tell us what happened here.
Well, I brought the stones up here to show him and his father. We made an appointment. He hit me, took everything.
How much was it, sir? Can you tell us?
Everything there was, finest collection, best stones, took my sample case and everything.
Well, what'd the case look like, sir?
Just a plain sample case, this high, about this wide.
So you had to make it about 14 by 18, is that right?
Black, black leather, plain sample case.
Any identifying marks, initials, anything like that?
No, just a plain black leather case. I don't care about the bag, it's the diamonds. I couldn't come close to their value, maybe 100,000, maybe more.
Now, you say you made an appointment with him. Who is the man, sir?
Fred Roberts. I met him about 3 weeks ago at my club, having lunch with a friend, another jeweler, and he introduced us. We hit it off right away. He seemed to be a real nice fella. I can't understand it.
Fred Roberts. Will you describe him for us, sir?
I'd say he's about 20 to 30. Could say he's a nice-looking fella. Sure wore nice clothes. Looked like a real businessman. Always carried a briefcase and all.
Mm-hmm. About how tall would you say he was?
Tall?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm 5'6". He's about 3 inches taller. I'd say he's about 5'9". Not too heavy. Medium build. About your size.
How about his hair, sir? What color was that? Do you remember?
Brown. Straight brown hair. Might have had a part. I never noticed. He had brown eyes, too. Shouldn't be any problem. People in the hotel must know him. These are his rooms.
I'll call the office and have them get out a broadcast on the description. All right, fine. You want to check with the other fellows, see if they've come up with anything? I'll stay here with Mr. Ruman.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Frank. Now, you'll have no trouble identifying the man, will you, Mr. Ruman?
No, sir. I know him. Those eyes, never forget them. I should have known from the start.
Sir?
His eyes are shifty, little bitty things set close together. I should have known not to trust him with eyes like that.
Now, you say you met this man about 3 weeks ago, is that right?
Well, this Roberts fellow told me that he was down here from San Francisco. Said he was going into the diamond business. Said he was down here, rather, to buy stock. That he'd heard that I could lay my hands on some fine stones, and he wanted to see what I had to offer.
I see. Did he say that he was going to buy the stones himself?
Oh, no. He told me that his father was putting up the money. He said that his father was coming down here today, and that if he liked the merchandise, we could make a deal. Funny thing, though, I should have known right off.
What's that, sir?
Well, when I came up here this afternoon and showed him the stones I'd brought, he didn't know the good from the bad.
Oh, sir?
Well, in almost any collection, there are bound to be a few stones that aren't absolutely perfect. They look all right, but there may be a small flaw someplace inside the stone. Naturally, their value isn't the highest.
I see, and this Roberts didn't know the difference.
No, but I should have known anyway. Those eyes, the meanest eyes I ever saw, and so close together.
Well, was there anything unusual that you might have noticed about Roberts? Anything about his speech, his manner, anything at all that might help us identify him?
No, just like I told you. Seemed nice enough.
Well, did he give you any indication that there might be something wrong?
Not at all. Of course, I wondered about his not knowing much about diamonds, but I figured that if he was willing to pay what I wanted, I didn't have to concern myself with what he's going to do with the stones.
Well, Mr. Ruman, I wonder if we could start from the beginning. Exactly what happened here.
He knocked me out.
No, sir. I mean, what led up to his hitting you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, as I said, he told me to bring the stones up here for his father to see. I did, and then we waited for the father to show up. We were over there by the window looking at the stones.
Mm-hmm.
They look better in sunlight.
Yes, sir.
Well, when we finished, he said something about his father never being on time. I turned to look out the window. That's when he hit me, right here on the back of my head. Can you see it?
Yes, sir, I can.
Is it bleeding? Don't lie to me. I'm not afraid. Can you see any blood there?
No, sir. There's
right
quite
there?
a bump on the back there.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
You tell me the truth.
Yes, sir. There's no blood.
Joe?
Yeah, Frank.
See you a minute?
Sure. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Ruman.
Sure, that's all right.
Yeah, Frank.
Called the office. They put out the description there, and he's being covered.
Leighton Prince been called?
Yeah. How's Ruman getting along?
Well, he's got quite an egg in his head, but he seems to be okay.
Mm-hmm. Manager says he's called the house doctor. Should be here right away.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Have you caught him yet, Roberts?
No, sir, not yet. As soon as the doctor looks at you, sir, we'd like you to go down to police headquarters with us, if you would.
Of course. But you shouldn't have too much trouble catching him, not with those eyes, real little beady.
Yes, sir.
But what do you want me to do at police headquarters, Sergeant?
Well, we want to take a full statement, have you look at some pictures, if you would.
With you two?
Yes, sir. Anything wrong?
Oh, no. But you'd figure with all those diamonds gone, that fella hitting me and all, just seems that they could have done better.
Well, how's that, Mr. Roman?
Seems they could have sent a captain.
11:15 a.m. Leighton Prince arrived and went over the rooms. Frank and I were unable to find the instrument Ruman had been struck with. Checking with the desk clerk and the elevator operator, we were able to get a composite description of Fred Roberts. It tallied closely with the one given us by Ruman. The desk clerk told us that Roberts had checked into the hotel that morning. We obtained a copy of the hotel registration card carrying Roberts' signature for handwriting analysis. The immediate area was thoroughly searched. The suspect had made good his escape. We contacted the victim's office and asked for a full inventory of the stolen diamonds. They were unable to give us a complete inventory at the time, but advised us that the loss would run well over $150,000. 11:57 a.m. After the hotel doctor had examined Ruman and said his wounds were superficial, we drove down to the city hall. While Ruman was looking at the mug books, Frank and I checked the name Fred Roberts and his description through R&I. We were unable to find a record on him. We contacted the stats office and requested a run on the M.O. Local and all points bulletins were gotten out on the suspect. After looking through the mug books, Ruman was unable to come up with an identification. Further interrogation of the victim failed to turn up any new evidence. The information furnished by the stats office and other contacts yielded nothing. The investigation continued. 3 weeks went by. Tuesday, August 2nd, 8:05 a.m. I checked into the office.
Joe?
Yeah.
You're late. I've been waiting for you.
It's only been 5
Well,
minutes.
there's a lot to do here, you know.
You're in a good mood. What's the problem?
It's the in-laws again. I didn't sleep a wink last night.
Oh, what happened?
That brother-in-law, a real wise guy, knows how to do everything better than anybody else. Nothing he doesn't know.
Well, look, Frank, I'm on your side, but what's the bit here?
Remember how I told you about this place out in the valley where the steaks are so good?
Yeah, it's a butcher shop, wasn't
Yeah, that's right. Well, I stopped by last night and I got 6 of the biggest steaks I could find. Real beauties, fillets.
Yeah?
I figured on a barbecue, out in the backyard. Anyway, I get the charcoal out and the kindling and all the stuff. Right away, my brother-in-law says I'm doing it wrong.
Well, why didn't you tell him?
The wife, she's got to hear how they barbecue back in Sioux Falls. So the brother-in-law throws out all the stuff I'd done, and he starts all over. It took him 3 hours.
Now, what happened?
Well, he never got the fire started. By the time he let me get at it, it was too dark to do anything. Ended up in the kitchen with waffles. I had indigestion all night.
Well, that's the way it goes, doesn't it?
I suppose so. Sorry I jumped.
That's all right. I don't much care for waffles for dinner myself. I get it, Frank. Robbery Friday. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. What was that address again? Okay, yes, sir. Okay, we'll check it right away. Right.
Anything?
One of our contacts is a rumble down at Jay's down in South Main. Guy's letting it get around that he's got some loose diamonds for sale.
You say when they could be bought?
Yeah, tonight. 8:14 a.m. We signed out and drove over to Jay's bar. We met with our informant. The buy was to take place in the bar at 8:30 that night. He gave us a description of the man who was selling the stones. We checked back into the office and filled Captain Didion in on the latest developments of the case. The plan was laid out that Frank and I would stake out inside the bar. 4 other men were assigned to cover the outside of the meeting place. They would be able to be in constant communication with each other through walkie-talkie equipment. 7:43 p.m. Frank and I took up our positions at the bar. The other men were at their assigned positions, and we waited. 8:19 p.m. 3 men came in and took a table at the rear of the place. They ordered drinks and sat down and talked. None of them matched the description our informant had given us. 8:34 p.m.
Joe?
Well,
just came in. Fits the description pretty close.
Yeah, he's heading back there. Looks like he's one of the 3 guys we've been waiting for, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What was that he took out of his pocket?
I don't know. Can't hear a thing from here either.
Well, looks like it's going to get louder, doesn't it?
All right, that's fine with me. I didn't ask you to buy the stuff. You can see for yourself it's good, the price is right. If you don't want to buy it, then you're wasting my time. Lousy chintzy deal. You get me here, and then you pull a deal like this? As far as I'm concerned, the buy's off. Nobody sent for you. Forget it.
That's him. He's got the stones. Let's take him, Frank.
Go out the back.
All right, hold it up, police officer.
Watch it, Joe.
All right, now stand right where you are. Keep your hands out in the open. You want to shake him down, Frank?
Yeah. Stand still, you.
What are you tagging us for? Just having a drink? What are you trying to do?
They're clean, Joe.
Our boy got away. They'll pick him up outside.
Look, what do you want us for? Just sitting here having a drink. What are you trying to prove?
Skip it, mister. You're selling us nothing here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Frank?
Yeah, hold still.
Here's my cuffs. All right, let's go.
I'll check outside, see if they got the other one.
Yeah.
Look, you don't need these handcuffs. I'm not going anyplace. I got nothing to hide. What's this all about?
Save it, mister.
Save what? We come in here to have a couple of drinks. We're not bothering anybody. Just a quiet drink. You guys jump on us. What's the pitch, anyway?
Let's stop playing games here. There was a diamond buy tonight, and you were in on it.
Diamonds? Are you kidding? Here, look at me. Do I look like the kind of a guy can afford diamonds? Not only that, but who buys diamonds in a bar? Now, look, let's get this thing squared away. Huh?
Herman and Stromwell got the other one. Said they'd take him up to the office.
Anything on him?
No, dropped it while they were chasing him.
What's that?
Bag of unset diamonds.
The 3 suspects we'd apprehended inside the bar were questioned. After a brief interrogation, the suspects admitted that they had gone to the bar for the purpose of buying diamonds. They explained that it was their impression that the stones had been smuggled into the country. The 3 men were booked in on suspicion of robbery pending further investigation. The 4th man, the one who was in possession of the diamonds, was identified as Larry Fry. We checked him through R&I and found that he had a previous record of 4 arrests receiving stolen property dating back to 1946. Frank and I took the suspect to the interrogation room. He told us that he'd found the diamonds in a back alley. The interrogation continued, but we were unable to change the suspect's story. A special show-up was arranged for Mr. Ruman, the victim in the jewel robbery. After looking at the suspect closely, he stated positively that this was not the man who had held him up. However, examination showed that the stones found were part of the diamonds taken in the robbery. The suspect was booked at the city jail. A check of his residence and other leads failed to turn up any additional information. Wednesday, August 3rd, 12:40 a.m. We had Fry brought from his cell. All right, sit down, Fry.
Don't you guys ever get tired of trying?
What do you mean, Fry?
You know what I mean. Questions. Don't you guys ever get tired?
You getting tired?
Yeah, a little.
And why don't you save us all a lot of trouble and tell us what you know?
I don't know what you're after. Believe me, if I knew what you wanted, I'd try to help.
Suppose we start again.
Anything you want. I got nothing but time.
Where'd you get the diamonds?
I found them.
Where?
In an alley.
What alley?
I don't remember.
You find 20,000 unset diamonds in an alley? You don't remember which alley?
That's right. I don't remember which alley. There's a lot of alleys in L.A.
Now with $20,000 in diamonds laying around.
True.
Then why don't you tell us where you found the diamonds?
I told you, in an alley.
What were you doing at Jay's place?
Having a drink. That against the law?
No, but trying to sell stolen diamonds is.
All right, you called it. I was there to sell diamonds, but I didn't know they were stolen. I tried to sell them, just trying to make a buck. Everybody's got to live. I told you, now leave me alone, huh? I got enough trouble in this can with this lousy chow they throw at you. I don't feel so good, huh? Let me go back to my cell and lay down. Oh, kid, you guys ever eaten this jail food? It's terrible.
I've eaten it. It's not too bad.
You got a stomach made out of solid brass. I'd like to have the bromo concession around here. Look, I really wish I could help you guys, but honest, there's nothing to tell. I found the diamonds in an alley. Sure, I tried to sell them, but that's it. Now, you guys know if there's anything I can
All right,
do...
now you come off it, mister. You better get this story straight. We're through playing with you. Maybe you don't know how you stand. I'll fill you in. A man slugged and $150,000 in diamonds are stolen from him. Part of those diamonds turn up in your pocket. You say you found them. I can't buy that, and I don't think anyone else will. You come in here playing like a lily, clean and white. Well, your record doesn't make it that easy to buy. That's how you stand, mister. The whole thing's right in your lap. It fits you like a new suit. Now, it's up to you.
That the way it is?
You called it.
No other way?
None.
Yeah. Well, if I could only get some decent food under my belt and a little fresh air, I might be able to give you guys the answers.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke. plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, there's a good reason why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, sunny yellow pack, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So next time, insist on Fatima quality. Look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Smoke Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette, with the added protection of Fatima quality.
We continued to interrogate Fry. From the evasive answers he gave us, it looked as if he was lying about his part in the robbery. When an interrogation seems to bog down, the working detective usually tries to find some subject with which to draw the suspect out, some weak point in his makeup. Maybe it's his parents, his wife, or his children. It might be the fear of having loved ones find out about the crime he's accused of committing. In Fry's case, questions about his family failed to produce any results. We tried other subjects, religion, baseball, golf, fishing. None of them seemed to bring him out of his shell. Occasionally, during the interrogation, he'd refer to the jail food, comparing it to the other food he'd eaten. As the questioning went on, we found that Fry considered himself a gourmet, talking about the dishes that he'd eaten at various restaurants. We tried to lead the questioning around to the diamond theft, but he constantly brought the conversation back to food. Fry had presented us with a possible wedge, and we decided to use it. We signed him out of the city jail and drove him down to Phillips' restaurant for dinner. When the waiter brought the menu, Fry didn't read it. He ordered soup, salad, and 2 French dip sandwiches. As he ate, we tried to get him to talk, but he refused, saying that he wanted to finish his dinner first. Frank and I each had a sandwich and some coffee. Fry continued to eat. He ordered 2 more sandwiches. Finally, he pushed his chair back and said that he'd had enough.
Now for some dessert, huh?
Dessert?
Yeah, a meal's not complete without dessert. Figure I'll have some apple pie a la mode and some coffee. How is the coffee here?
It's good. Now, how about the information?
You know, Friday, that's why you can eat that jail food. You don't take care of your stomach. You got to learn to relax after a meal. Relax, you'll live longer.
Well, what was that song and dance you gave us about telling us all about it? Just a gimmick to get a free meal?
I told you, take it easy. I'll give you the story after dessert.
All right, Frank.
Yeah.
Get the pie and coffee. Now, the waiter seems to be busy.
Sure. You wanted that a la mode, Fry? That's right, a la mode. No cream in the coffee. Nice place here. They do a good business.
They've been here a long time.
Best French dip sandwiches I've ever eaten. Nice and lean, aren't they?
Yeah, they put out a good meal.
Here's your pie and coffee. Thanks. 3 spoons of sugar?
That's right.
Coffee sure smells good. Hey, it tastes good, too.
All right, let's get on to business, Fry. Now, what about the diamonds? Where'd you get them?
From a guy named Joe.
What's his last name?
Never heard it.
He gave you the diamonds to sell. You don't know his last name?
Yeah, that's right.
Where'd you pick up the diamonds?
Didn't. Joe came by my house and left them.
What's this Joe like?
Oh, medium height, about 32, medium weight.
How about his coloring?
Medium. He's a real ordinary looking fellow.
Where'd he say he got the diamonds?
And he brought them out from the east with him. Didn't tell me where he got them back there. Think he's done time someplace.
Why'd you say that?
I just figured it. The way he talks, the way he handles himself. Got the marks.
You'd know him if you saw him again?
Oh, sure.
Think you could point him out to us?
Have you got him?
No, but if he's done time, there's a mug of him. Figures we got it. Want to look through the mug books?
Sure.
How did this Joe get in touch with you?
Called the house, told me what time he'd be there.
When do you usually call?
Most any time. I know what you're figuring, but it won't work. This whole thing's been in the papers. He won't call me now. Too smart for that. He won't show.
How about the diamonds? Don't you think he'll be sore about you being picked up?
So he's sore. He's got no beef. He's still got 130 grand in stones. He's got no worries. Say, how about some more coffee?
No, you've had it for tonight, Fry. Let's go.
Oh, thanks for the meal. Sure appreciate it.
Yeah.
That jail food was killing me. You know, a good meal always makes me sleepy. Sure getting late. Hey, let's knock it off for tonight, huh, fellas? I'm bushed.
No, let's look through the mug books, then we can call it a night.
Honest, fellas, I'm so tired I can hardly see straight. Feeling like this, I couldn't be sure.
All right, Fry, we'll take you back, and we'll see you the first thing in the morning so we can get started.
Okay. Say, I was just wondering.
Yeah?
You think you could work out something for breakfast?
2:30 a.m. After returning the suspect to the city jail, Frank and I went back to the office. We were certain that Fry was in some way implicated in the diamond theft, but we didn't know just how he fit in. Frank and I signed out and went home to get some sleep. 4:45 a.m. I got a call from the business office that a man who identified himself as Joe Ashton had been picked up on a drunk charge. When arrested, he was carrying a black leather case, similar to the one taken in the robbery, containing a large quantity of unset diamonds. The man was belligerent, and other than his name, he refused to tell the arresting officers anything. I called Frank and picked him up on the way into the office. When we arrived at the city hall, the suspect had sobered up considerably, and with a little questioning, he identified himself as a jewelry salesman from Oakland, California. We contacted his employer in Oakland and received an identification on him. Further investigation showed that Ashton was in legal possession of the diamonds. During investigations, false leads are constantly turned up, and although circumstances may tend to discount them, each one has to be thoroughly checked out. 7:45 a.m. Frank and I had breakfast at Johnny Cokin's, and at 8:32 we signed Fry out of the city jail for interrogation.
You had breakfast yet, Friday?
Yeah, I just finished.
Not too bad. How about you, Smith?
Yeah.
What'd you have?
Waffles.
Yeah, I sure like some hot waffles. I didn't eat here. Figure you guys might take me out again?
What are you trying to prove, Fry? Now, let's go over and look at those mug books, huh?
Okay.
Hands behind you.
Oh, now, look.
Behind you. All right, let's go. All right, in the elevator. I'll get it, Frank.
Yeah. Sure, a nice day. Bet it's warm out. It's gonna be. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure you guys don't want a cup of coffee?
No, I told you we've eaten. Right in the back, Fry.
Sure. Say, sure appreciated that meal last night.
That's good.
We going to City Hall?
That's right.
That way you keep the mug books?
Yeah.
Hey, no kidding, Friday. I gotta have some coffee. My stomach's growling.
All right, Fry. We'll get you some coffee. You know that whole bit about Joe doesn't ring. I'm afraid we can't buy it.
Okay, so it's a phony story, but I'll give you the right one.
Where'd you get the diamonds?
From a guy out in the valley.
Where in the valley?
Out at the Astor Studios.
At a picture lot?
Yeah.
Frank, let's head out the freeway. We're going out the valley.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't want to see him. He'll blow his top if he finds out I told you. This guy's crazy, a real nut. You better drop me back at the jail. I'll wait.
How do we know this isn't another stall?
It isn't. You'll see.
What's this guy's name, this friend of yours?
He's no friend, just a guy I met, had a business deal.
What's his name?
Calls himself Fred Roberts.
We took Fry to breakfast, and then we returned him to the city jail. We went back to the city hall and rechecked the name Fred Roberts through R&I. There was no record. Those with similar names were checked. None of them matched the description of the suspect. 11:20 a.m., Frank and I headed for the San Fernando Valley. Astor Studios was one of the older lots in town. It had been years since they'd made a picture of their own. Most of their business now was in renting stage space to television companies. Frank and I checked at the gate, and we were sent up to personnel. The company records on Roberts showed that he'd been at the studio for 4 years in the property department. According to the girl in the personnel office, Roberts was highly regarded by his employers and fellow workers. She told us that we could find him in the prop building on the back lot. Frank and I started back to see him.
That must be it back there, the big building with all the windows.
Yeah.
Sure a lot going on, huh?
Yeah, TV's using a lot of movies, I guess. Most of the good stuff's on film, isn't it?
Suppose so. About all Elizabeth likes to watch is the wrestling matches with those real old movies. I don't get to see much of the new stuff. If she's not looking at some show that's 20 years old, the kids are watching a puppet show.
Well, you need two sets then.
I've been thinking about that show. Not that I don't like wrestling, but I'd like to see the ball game once in a while. And those news forum shows. You know, keep up with what's going on in the world.
Yeah. Looks like it here, huh? Yeah, that's him back there with a spray gun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Roberts? Mr. Roberts?
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to you, sir.
Hey, just a minute. I got to hit this before it dries.
All right, sir.
All right, now what can I do for you?
Police officers, Mr. Roberts.
Watch it, Joe.
Wait a minute. Hold still.
Who'd you say you were?
Police officers.
Oh, I'm sorry I caused you this trouble. I thought at first you were bill collectors coming in here like you did and all. You can understand that, can't you? I've had a little trouble lately. I didn't mean to cause a fuss.
Yeah, sure. We'd like to talk to you downtown.
Well, what about?
Some diamonds that were stolen.
Certainly, I'll go with you, but why me? What makes you think I had anything to do with it? Just routine, Mr. Roberts. Your name came up, and we have to check it out. More than glad to help. I hope you don't think that I was trying to run away from you before. It was just that I thought you were someone else.
All right, Mr. Roberts. You want to get your coat?
Sure. I'll have to call the front office and tell them where I'm going. I'm the only one here today.
No, we'll call them on the way out.
Fine. A lot of work. Hope this won't take long. Should I take my car? I wouldn't like to trouble you to bring me back.
No trouble, Mr. Roberts.
Sure a nice day, isn't it? Good for exteriors.
Exteriors?
Yeah, outdoor shots. Good light.
Oh, yeah.
Run into a lot of trouble if you haven't got good light. Like to take a look around?
No, I'm afraid we haven't got the time, Mr. Roberts. All right, here's the car.
Say, I don't want to tell you fellas your business, but can't we talk here? I really shouldn't leave.
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Roberts. There's someone downtown we want you to meet.
Oh?
Yeah, a man by the name of Ruman, Sam Ruman.
You said Ruman?
Yeah, that's right.
No use trying to kid you then.
Sir?
About the diamond.
No, I'm afraid not.
How'd you find them?
That's not important. Do you have the rest of the stones?
Most of them. Some of them are up in San Francisco. I can give you the name of the man who has them. He picked up some of them. I read about it in the paper.
How about the rest of them?
Buried them on a golf course south of here. I can show you the place. You want to get them now?
Yeah, we'd like to, yeah.
We'll go over the pass and into La Brea. Straight out La Brea. I'll tell you where to turn.
All right.
Fry, he the one that told you?
You planned the robbery yourself, did you?
Yeah, I had to raise money. Funny.
What's that?
You work in pictures in any job and people think you make a lot of money. It's not true. It's like any other job. Good living, but you don't make as much as people think you do. That's why I did it.
Yeah.
Planned the thing for a long time. Figured every angle. Be able to pay off my car, all my bills. That was no gag about me thinking you were bill collectors. I've been trying to find my car for the past month. And take it away. You know how it is.
Yeah, sure.
All my life I've been working to make something out of myself. Everybody in this town seems to do okay. Money, big home, a car. 12 years I've been working as a prop man. 12 years. Got tired of waiting. I wanted all those things. I figured I waited long enough, you know?
Yeah.
What's wrong with trying to build some kind of a future for yourself? I just wanted a future, that's all.
Yeah, well, you got one. The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 15th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, in your hometown as well as mine, more and more king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima because of Fatima quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a really different flavor and aroma. They give you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Get a pack of Fatimas tomorrow. See if you don't agree that in Fatima, the difference is quality. That's king-size Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack.
Fred Roberts was tried and convicted of robbery in the second degree. Robbery in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary or in the county jail. He is now serving his time in the county jail.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this very moment in Korea, the lives of soldiers wounded in battle today are being saved by transfusions of blood and blood plasma. You can give these men the gift of life, a pint of your blood. The Department of Defense is calling for all Americans to roll up their sleeves. There is no substitute for blood. The need is urgent. The need is now. Call your local Red Cross chapter or blood donor center for an appointment. And please keep it.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Vic Perrin, Herb Ellis, Vic Rodman. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Friday, hear the Mario Lanza Show on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Hey, Bess, have you noticed how smoothly the old car is running these days?
I certainly have. How much did it cost to have it overhauled this time?
That's one on you, honey. Overhauled nothing. I've discovered that our car is mighty particular about its diet.
That's why I've changed to Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Boy, does that old motor hum now.
Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Isn't that the gas the police cars use?
It sure is. You know, I was talking to Officer Miller the other day. He was telling me that since our police department has been using Rio Grande cracked gasoline, they can get their cars to the scene of an emergency in 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the average. Think of that. Some speed and some pickup, I'd say. Say, what time is it? We mustn't miss calling all cars.
Calling All Cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, San Rafael Police calling all cars. Attention broadcast 141. Investigate Chinese market, 1917 C Street. That is all.
From large cities like Los Angeles and Oakland, from large counties like Maricopa in Arizona, from enthusiastic reports testifying that police cars, sheriff's cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment of all kinds are getting better performance with Rio Grande cracked gasoline than ever before. City after city, county after county have changed their gasoline purchasing specifications to read Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively. When are you, Mr. Motorist, going to change to the one outstanding brand of gasoline that is chosen for more emergency cars wherever it is sold than any other brand? Rio Grande cracked gasoline offers you police car performance in your own car. It is our pleasure tonight to introduce Chief Saban Kane of San Rafael. Chief Kane.
Good evening. Every once in a while, we run into a case that at first looks like nothing more than a routine job of investigation, and suddenly develops into something big. The case you will hear tonight was one of those. There was nothing definite to work on, no reason to believe that as a result of it, one of the biggest dope peddling establishments in the state of California would be discovered. It was a hunch that put us on the right track. One of those hunches that are so strong you can't ignore them. Later in the story, you will see how right it was. Right now, I should like to say that without the complete cooperation we received from the state narcotic officers who worked with me from the very beginning, this case might have turned out quite differently. The prompt and efficient response I received from them in answer to my call proved of invaluable assistance in apprehending the criminal.
It is early one morning in February 1935. Chief Kane of the San Rafael Police Department has just entered his office and is thumbing through his mail when the sergeant on duty enters the room, a look of perplexity on his face.
Morning, Sergeant. What's up?
I'm glad you're here, Chief. I've been hoping you'd show up for the last 3 hours.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, I don't exactly know, Chief. Maybe nothing. There's 4 fellas out there waiting to see you, and so far I haven't been able to make any sense out of a thing they say.
All right, Sergeant, send them in. We'll see what we can do.
Yes, sir. All right, you can come in. Now, listen, I'm going to tell you. We've been watching, and we know it's wrong.
So, come in, gentlemen, come in.
It's wrong. We've been watching, and we know it's wrong.
Yes, sir. Every night at the same time it happens. We've been watching.
Well, now, wait a minute, gentlemen. Wait a minute. One at a time.
But we've come to tell you that something is wrong.
Yeah, because we've been watching, and every night it happens. Every night at exactly the same time.
Hold on a minute. Suppose just one of you tell me this and begin at the beginning.
That's me who noticed it first. I was the one that called your extension.
You see what I mean, Chief?
Yes, I'm afraid I do, Sergeant. Now, look here, men. I don't care which one of you tells me, but it stands to reason that unless one of you does, I can't help you. Now, suppose you tell me just what it is that's bothering you.
All right, I tell. Sven here and my friends, we work in the bakery downtown all night, every night. We've been working there for a long time, and we have noticed something that is not right.
Yes, so I've gathered.
Every morning, exactly at 2 o'clock, we have seen a car drive away from the alley back of our bakery shop. Now, that may be all right, but a month ago we got suspicious and started marking the calendar every night we saw it leave, and for that whole month, it was left the same time every night.
Well, that does seem odd, but I can't see why it should be a police matter.
Maybe it's some person who gets off work at that time.
But it is from a Chinese grocery, and the grocery is not open at night.
Oh, Chinese, eh?
It is not right. I know it is not.
Well, what kind of a car is it? Did you notice?
Yeah, it was a Packard, a big Packard sedan.
Good. I'm going to ask you fellows not to tell anyone that you've talked to me about this, and don't mention what you've seen to anyone either. It may not be anything, but I have a hunch. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Get me Chief Walker of the State Narcotic Bureau in San Francisco on the phone. I want to talk to him.
Chief Walker speaking.
Hello, Chief Kane in San Rafael.
Oh, hello, Kane. What's up?
I think I've stumbled onto a case for you, Chief. Looks like there's a bit of dope peddling and smoking going on up here. I haven't got anything definite for you, but I thought you could look into it with me.
Right. I'll have one of the boys go up right away. You can give him the details, and I'll check with you later.
Well, thanks a lot. I'll be expecting him. This may be a wild goose chase. I can't be sure.
That's all right, Kane. Won't be the first wild goose chase we've been on in this department.
This one either.
Right. Well, I'll send a man right away.
Thanks, Chief. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
There's a Mexican fella here to see you, Chief. He's outside.
All right, Sergeant. Show him in. Probably a fruit picker on the warpath. You know, that's all I hear these days. Fruit pickers' troubles.
Yes, sir.
Come in, please.
Gracias, thank you.
You wanted to see me about something?
Si, senor. A matter that is personal.
Oh. Well, you can go, Sergeant.
Yes,
sir. Now, what can I do for you?
Inspector Noble of the State Narcotic Division, Chief.
Well, well, I didn't expect you so soon, Inspector, and well, sit down, Norbo. I'll give you all the information I have, which isn't a lot. However, there may be something to work on. There's a Chinese grocery over on C Street. Now, according to all outward signs, it closes at 6 o'clock every night. Everybody goes home and the place is dark. But a few days ago, some bakers came to me and told me about a mysterious car that left the back of the grocery every morning at 2 o'clock. They'd been doing a little amateur detective work, and it made them suspicious. So they reported to me. You know the rest. I called Walker, and he sent you. That's about all there is to it.
You think there's a hop joint in operation there?
Well, it occurred to me there might be.
Well, that's not an awful lot to work on, but we'll see what we can do.
I have a lead that may help you. One of the China boys that works over at the market is in jail here on a disturbance charge. Maybe you can get something out of him if he knows anything.
Yeah, good, but how? Chinese won't talk to coppers.
No, but if you want to do a little acting, we might get results just the same.
How do you mean?
Well, no one over here in town knows who you are, do they?
Not a soul.
All right, and here's the idea. Tonight, after it's dark, you get into some more.
You're working late tonight, aren't you, Chief?
Yes, I've got a little business here. I thought I'd finish up tonight, Sergeant. Too hot to sleep anyway.
Yeah. I haven't been able to sleep lately, neither. I guess that's the trouble.
Well,
What the devil's all that noise?
it sounds like somebody serenading the jail.
If you could call that noise serenading, I'll see what is. Hey, play off the music.
Cannot the gentleman sing if he is happy?
Maybe you want to spend the night in jail, huh?
No, senor. Only to sing is what I want. To sing with happiness, like a garage.
All right, that settles it. You're coming in to see the chief. Maybe he'll like your singing better than I do. Come on.
But for why? I am only happy,
And
like
drunk.
a garage.
You can't stay home where you belong. When you get canned up, then you stay in jail where you can't get into trouble. Come on. Come on in here.
Well, no, you cannot do this to me. Where are you taking me like this? I don't want to go.
Here's our troubadour, Chief. He says he wants to sing because he's so happy. I thought maybe you'd like to see him.
Well, not any longer than I have to. Lock him up, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You might throw him in with that Chinese we've got here. Maybe the two of them could sing a little duet or something, huh?
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
This country is not making sense. I am happy only. Oh, well, la cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Here you are, Fu Manchu. A little friend for you to talk to.
No, what a talker.
Suit yourself. Here's a pal for you, nevertheless.
Come on, you get in here and relax.
See, but do not push. I'm doing what you ask.
Fine. Well, sleep tight. I'll see you in the morning when you sober up.
No, singing in here.
Do not worry. I do not feel like be singing now. Sick.
Oh, too bad. Very much too bad, but not interested.
Maybe you can help me. Huh? I need something bad.
Oh, not thinking so.
You've got to. I need this smoke.
Oh, not having any cigarettes. Very sorry.
No, I do not mean the tobacco. I mean the happy smoke. You understand?
You talk about opium, perhaps, maybe, huh?
See, that is what I must have. I got the tough happy.
You're a stranger in this town?
I just arrived today. While looking for the smoke, I got a little drunk. Now I'm in the jail.
Okay, you're getting out tomorrow, maybe, huh?
I guess so.
Nice place, I know. Maybe you like to go there, huh?
Maybe where I can get the smoke.
That is right.
Tell me, please.
Let's market on C Street. Very fine place business. Also, China Laundry on this place. Oh, both very nice place.
Gratis. You've been of the greatest help to me. I will go there just so soon as I'm released.
After feigning sleep for a few hours in his jail cell, Inspector Norbo appears sober and calls for the sergeant.
Now what do you want?
I wish to see the chief again, please. I am sober now.
I don't know how you can be. You were drunk enough when I put you in here.
But I am sober now. You can see that.
All right. Don't make sense, but then nothing ever does. Come on. I don't know why you fellas can't get drunk and stay that way.
Perhaps you will, Sergeant.
Perhaps. I doubt it. I beg your pardon, Chief, but this fellow wants to see you. He says he's sober now.
Oh, yes. Well, Chief, your suspicions were right. I got all we need.
Oh, the China boy talked, eh?
Plenty.
Say, what is all this? Sergeant, this is Inspector Norbo of the Narcotics Squad.
What? I just let this guy out of his cell. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that all depends on how you look at it, Sergeant. In this case, it makes good sense. I wanted to talk to that Chinaman, and I didn't want it to be official.
So you get thrown in with him, eh? And you weren't really drunk?
I'm afraid not.
I guess I'm slipping. I'd have sworn on a stack of Bibles that you were on your last legs.
Yeah, you're a good actor, Inspector. I was almost fooled myself. Now, where do we go from here?
Well, I go back to San Francisco and make my report. You'll hear from us within a day or so. In the meantime, you might get your Baker boys to continue their amateur sleuthing. They might be able to help us again. I want definite proof of things before we raid.
I'll wait for some word from you then, eh?
Right. And it won't be long. This looks hot.
2 days go by, and Chief Kane waits impatiently for word to go ahead with the case. And then, the morning of the third day, he finds 2 men waiting for him in his office.
Chief Kane?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Blondo from the State Narcotic Bureau.
Oh.
This is Lieutenant Simpson, who's going to work with us.
Well, glad to see you, gentlemen. I'm anxious to crack this ring.
Inspector Norborough turned over all the facts to me, and from what I gather, the first thing to do is to find out where that car goes after it leaves the joint every morning.
You think it's the delivery car?
Wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, it would help if we knew.
All right, Inspector. Suppose we go out in my car tonight and tail it. We can dress in old clothes and probably never be noticed.
Good. What time shall we start?
Well, I'd say about 1:30 or thereabouts. If we spend too much time browsing around before they're ready to leave, we might make them suspicious.
All right. Simpson and I'll meet you here about 1 o'clock.
Oh, and wear old clothes, remember?
Don't worry. That's all I have anyway. See you later.
Accordingly, a few minutes after 1 o'clock in the morning, Inspector Blonda, Lieutenant Simpson, and Chief Kane climb into Kane's private car and start for the Red Star Market on C Street.
We've known for some time that there was a lot of junk being peddled around this district, but we couldn't put our finger on it. This is the first real lead we've had.
You can thank those 4 Bakers for the original tip. At one time, when amateur detecting did more good than harm.
Most people manage to bungle things up rather than help when they try to help us. It's a relief to find a case that's different.
What time is it?
Nearly 1:45. We should hit it just about right with any degree of luck.
Well, so far we have nothing to complain about. Luck seems to be with us.
Yeah, so far. Here we The alley goes right back of these buildings here.
How are we going to watch the alley without looking obvious?
Well, if this mystery car keeps to its schedule, we won't have to watch for it. It leaves at exactly 2 o'clock on the nose, according to the Bakers. Now, all we have to do is drive by the mouth of the alley a couple of times, and if all is as it should be, we'll spot our suspect as he starts to leave. Then...
All we have to do is watch without being watched.
That's right.
Just like that.
You sound a little skeptical, Simpson.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Just thinking out loud, that's all.
Hey, take a look as we pass the alley now and see if you can spot the car. It should be parked about halfway down.
Right. Yeah, there's a car, all right. It looks as though it's the one you described, the big sedan.
See anybody around it?
No. There's some lights in the building across from it, though.
Yeah, that's the bakery. I guess our sleuths are still at work, huh?
It's a nice night for that sort of thing. You can't see over the end of your nose. No moon, no lights, no nothing.
Could be a lot worse. You haven't forgotten the night we tailed those boys through the fog, have you? This is a cinch alongside of that.
It's still dark.
According to my watch, it's just about 2. We'll cruise by slower this time and keep your eyes glued to the car.
Right.
Here we are.
Drive on. It's coming out of the alley right now.
Okay. But if it turns the other way, we'll have to take a chance on a fast turn. Otherwise, we'll let it pass us.
Well, it looks holding. It's coming this way and fast, too.
Good. Now we'll see what he's up to.
He's certainly in a hurry wherever he's at.
Yeah. Hope my old buzz will hold together.
Watch it. He's slowing down.
Looks like he's throwing something out of the car.
He may be wise to us. Wait till he goes on. We'll see what he don't.
Look, there's someone running out to pick it up.
You're right, Simpson.
There, he's got it, and he's running back into the shadows.
Shall we stop and try to pick him up or follow the car?
Might as well follow the car. That fellow's gone.
Okay.
Three different times, the mystery car slows, drops the package, which is picked up immediately, then continues on its way. And each time the unknown persons are gone when the 3 men arrive at the scene. At last, the black sedan returns to the starting point, darts up the alley to the rear of the Red Star Market. Satisfied that the evening's nocturnal journey is finished, Chief Kane and his 2 companions return to headquarters to discuss the situation.
Well, gentlemen, I don't know whether we accomplished anything or not, but at least you got a nice view of our city.
Oh, a little more than that, I think. There's no doubt in my mind now but what we're on the right track. That fellow we followed proved that for us.
You think he was delivering dope?
Sure of it.
Too bad we couldn't have caught him with some of the stuff on him.
I don't think so, Simpson. We don't want to come out in the open until our plans are complete. If we'd knocked this bird over tonight, there wouldn't have been a trace of dope in the entire city by tomorrow night.
Well, I hope he didn't catch on that we were tailing him.
I don't think he did. However, we've got to work fast, just in case.
Hey, I've got an idea. It's only a hunch, but it might be a good one.
Shoot.
Well, next week's the fireman's dance, and all the boys on the force are planning to go. Now, the natural supposition would be that of all times, that night would be the least likely for a raid. So we pull a fast one and catch them off guard.
Good enough, Chief.
I'll let all the boys go, but tell them to take their guns with them and stand by for orders. Then, when things are going well, we'll sneak out and pull the raid, huh?
For the ensuing week, Kane, Norbo, and Simpson spend endless hours laying a careful plan of attack. And at last, on February 21st, the chief called his men together.
Well, boys, tonight's the fireman's dance. I suppose you're all planning to go?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't miss it for anything. Good. I want you to go out and have a good time. Now, there's one thing that I'm going to ask that may seem a little out of the ordinary to you, but it's necessary. I want all of you to wear your guns.
Wear our guns to a dance?
That's all right. I know it sounds funny, but that's it. And I don't want any of you to leave the dance until I've checked with you. There may be a little excitement.
What's up, Chief?
Yeah. I'm sorry, boys. I can't tell you any more than that just now. Wear your guns and stand ready for action. If everything goes right, you'll all know the answer before the night's over. Oh, and one more thing. I don't want you to mention these orders to anyone, not even your wives. A lot depends on tonight, and secrecy is the keynote to our success.
Well, I don't know what it's all about, but I can see where I'm going to have trouble with my wife. She has a way of knowing things, and when she puts the heat on me, well, it's sure going to be hard to keep quiet.
Well, I'm in the same boat, boys. My wife doesn't know anything about this either. But that's the way it's got to be. So just go to the dance, have a good time, and wait for developments. That's all.
Okay, Chief.
Hope you can make it.
Oh, here you are, Chief. I've been looking all over the place for you. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Quite a mob, all right. I was afraid you might get lost in it.
That's a good band, Chief Kane. I could almost do a bit of dancing myself if I had a partner.
Well, maybe I can arrange that for you, Simpson. There's a lot of lovely women here.
Yeah, I noticed. I think I'm going to like this party.
Everything set for the night?
Yeah, I had a little talk with the boys this afternoon. They can't figure out what's happening, but they're all for it if it means excitement. I got a great bunch of men here, Inspector.
Good. We'll get plenty of excitement if I'm not very wrong. I've knocked over quite a few dope joints, and you can be pretty certain of a bit of trouble.
Well, I hope we're able to surprise them enough so there won't be too much. I don't fancy the way Chinamen fight. They aren't civilized, if you ask me.
I almost got chopped down by one once. He missed my head about a half-inch with a chopper the size of a horse. I've never trusted a Chinaman since.
Well, it's 9 now. That gives us about an hour to kill, according to plan. What say we sort of relax and enjoy ourselves?
Good idea, Inspector. Come on with me, and I'll see what I can do about finding Simpson a leading lady for a dancing partner, huh? I might even find one for you, if you wouldn't mind.
Mine? Far from it. Come on, Simpson. Shall we join the ladies? What time do you make it, Chief?
About 9:45. All ready, I guess.
Right.
Oh, Sergeant. Yes, sir. I'm going to my office. As soon as I've left, get word to all the men to report to me there at once. Tell them to leave quietly and to hurry. Yes. Come on, Blonda. We're on our way.
Within 15 minutes, every member of the San Rafael police force reports at headquarters, ready for duty. After carefully explaining to them the plans, Chief Kane assigns one party in charge of Sergeant McLaughlin to attack the rear door of the market, another led by Inspector Blonde to the front door, and he himself heads the third party. Final instructions given, the 3 squads set out in different cars for the destination, the Red Star Market. And a few minutes later, with lights out and engine idling, the chief's car rolls to a stop a short ways from the alley running behind the market.
Shut off the motor, Mina. There's Blonda's car down the street.
Yeah, the other one just stopped over there, too.
Good. All right, boys. Come on with me and be quiet. We've got to get inside before those Chinamen get wise, or they'll get rid of everything. All right. Keep in the shadow of the building here. We can't be seen if we keep close in.
All set, Chief.
Good. I told McLaughlin to start breaking down the back door when I flashed a light. He's waiting at the mouth of the alley where he can see it. You ready to go?
All set.
And here goes. As soon as we hear the boys at the back, we'll bust through the front door here.
Right.
McLaughlin's got the signal. He started up the alley. All right, on your toes, boys. We're ready. Quiet.
There we go.
All right, boys. Let's go. Through this door here. Hey!
That Chinaman went through that door up there. That must be where we want to be.
Guns in hand, boys. You can't tell what we're running into here. Come on.
That's the room, all right. Listen to him yelling in there.
Yeah, the door's locked. Have to bust it down. Come on. Bring it down. Look out, Reno. I see him. Put it on. I'll get him. He cuffed me in the arm. Hey, you're lucky he didn't get you worse.
Stay where you are, all of you. I'll shoot the first one that tries to run out.
Sounds like Ensign's got things under control in the next room. Come on, Blonda.
Here you are, Chief.
A nice bunch of human wrecks. Some of them are asleep. Well, will you look at that, Inspector? Whites, Chinese, all in the same bunch. Hop to the eyelids.
Well, dope addicts draw no social lines, Chief. They're like a bunch of cattle.
We caught a bunch of Chinamen out in the alley, Chief. They started pouring out like rats from a sinking ship. We nabbed them as they came.
Good work, Sergeant. Get a couple of the boys and round this bunch up. Take them over to the jail and lock them up. They can't walk. Hurry up.
Yes, sir. Come on, you. This way out and behave yourselves.
Well, Inspector, so far so good. Now all we've got to do is repeat this over at the Chinese laundry, and the evening will be a success.
Leaving enough men to take care of the prisoners, Chief Kane leads his raiding party to the Chinese laundry on D Street. But this time, things are not quite as smooth. For as they enter the front door...
They've pulled the main fuse. The lights have gone out.
Throw on your flash, Simpson.
Here you are. This is bad. No telling what we might run into in this dark.
Well, we'll just have to ease our way along. I don't hear any signs of life.
Well, there's plenty here. Probably huddled in a room somewhere.
Hey, I just saw someone go through a door up ahead there.
Come on, boys. They're up ahead here.
There's one getting through that window. That's got him.
See if you can find the light, Sergeant. I think there's another door somewhere. Probably a secret passage. There are plenty of people in here when we arrived, and now they're all gone.
Here we are, Chief. This panel here. It didn't close all the way.
Yeah.
Throw some light down there, Simpson.
All right. Holy Moses, will you look at that?
Hey. Come on, let's find out where it goes.
Come on. Easy now.
up through a crack at the bottom. I guess they think they're safe down there. Well, we'll give them another thought.
Ready with your guns, boys. If they start anything when we get there, let them have it. Don't take any chances.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Stand where you are, all of you. Oh, police, come on! Round them up, boys. Don't let any of them get out. Hey, what? Get that guy back! Okay. No shooting, no shooting. All right. You tell your friends to put down our knives and be quiet. Hold on. No.
Pipes, opium, pills, the whole works.
Yes, quite a layout, eh, Inspector?
One of the biggest I've ever seen. There's enough junk here to supply a small community. This has been a good night's work. A very good night's work.
Yes. Oh, by the way, what time is it?
12:30.
12:30. Oh, well, I'll say that's too bad.
Huh? What do you mean, too bad?
Well, I told the boys we'd be through in time for them to go back to the dance, but it stopped at 12. Say, this is too bad.
As a result of the two raids, over $13,000 worth of opium, 24 pipes, and the entire gang of dope peddlers were taken. One of the most successful raids in the history of the state narcotic department. News. Don't miss the latest issue of the Calling All Cars News. Even if you've never been in a Rio Grande station before, by all means, drop in tonight or tomorrow and get your free copy of this unique, fascinating publication. Read the illustrated stories of the crimes you hear on Calling All Cars. Read about the 14 free gifts that Rio Grande offers every boy and girl. You can help some youngster get a complete junior detective outfit free if you will merely use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We are confident that after a few hundred miles of police car performance, you'll never be satisfied to go back to ordinary gasoline. Why don't you try a tank full and see for yourself why Rio Grande cracked is preferred above all other brands by the largest cities and counties in the West for their police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment. You'll notice that all Rio Grande dealers are now featuring Sinclair motor oils. You hear a lot of claims for many new oils, but you'll find that Sinclair motor oil has all the advantages claimed for other oils and several exclusive features besides. Your Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer also offers you the best motor oil value on this market, Sinclair.
San Rafael Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 141. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
This is Clive Brooks. Now, far be it from me to condone murder in any shape or form, but I'm afraid that, despite the enormity of his crimes, I shall always have a sneaking regard for one Walter Miller, who, 80-odd years ago, was very rightly hanged by the neck until he was dead. Miller's victims totaled 2, and the killing in each case was premeditated, cold-blooded, and brutal. Moreover, his crimes were permitted for the most sordid of motives, gain. And yet, there was something about the man, something that emerges from the bare record. A boldness, an audacity, a sort of perverted, reckless courage, if you like. His philosophy was simple. A short life and a merry one. He knew full well what the cost would be, yet he called the tune he wanted. And when settling time came, he paid the piper without a whine or a snivel or a plea for mercy. Of how many murderers can we say the same? When Walter Miller worked, he was a bricklayer and plasterer. I say when he worked, because he hated work of any kind, and did no more of it than was necessary to keep him in liquor, food, and tobacco. Miller made no secret of his antipathy to honest toil. In fact, it was his favorite topic of conversation. So one night in the year 1870, in a little pub in Chelsea, we find him expounding as usual.
The curse of mankind. If I was one of them politicians, I'd ban it by law.
Here. Now, wait a minute. That don't make sense, Wall.
Oh, why not, may I ask?
Well, someone's got to work, and they or nothing would ever get done.
Well, of course they have. I'm not talking about everyone. I'm just talking about me.
And what makes you so different from us ordinary coves that we have to sweat for a living and you don't?
Well, I wasn't meant for work. I was meant for the bright lights and the gay lights. Money in me pocket and a good-looking bit of skirt on me arm. Snap me fingers and along comes a waiter, bobbing and scraping. Bubbly for 2, sir? Yes, sir. Certainly, sir. Nothing but the best for Wally Miller.
Blimey! He thinks he's Lord Vere de Vere.
All right, laugh if you like, but that's how it's gonna be someday. You see if it ain't.
Yeah, what are you going to do, Wall? Turn highwayman? They're a bit out of date, you know.
Maybe you could rob the old lady at Threadneedle Street, or murder a millionaire or something.
That's it. Find some old girl with a well-filled purse. Cost you more than you set up for life. That's if the peelers don't get you.
Never you mind what I'm gonna do. Just you wait and see, that's all.
Oh, Mr. Bloomin' Millionaire Miller, eh? Here. Come on, Eggy, come on. Well, fill him up again.
Many a true word, they say, is spoken in jest. Among Miller's casual employers was the Reverend Elias Hewlin, a middle-aged bachelor who lived with only a housekeeper in a house in Walton Wales. The Reverend Hewlin was something of a recluse. Hundreds of them by sight had no friends. And often months would pass without a solitary visitor at Paulton Square. Unlike most clergymen, he was a shrewd man who invested his money in real estate. This was to dilapidated houses, he have them repaired, then sell at a profit. One day the Reverend gentleman approached Miller at his lodgings.
I want to have a treat free to do a charming.
Blimey.
Now, that's no way to talk. On a coat shirt, the piece, you know.
There'll be a lot of draft all even worse. Well, job, Reverend.
I've just quite a party. Number 55, Willing Square.
Other lad? Must own half of Chelsea, been there. Wants a bit of doing up, I suppose, eh?
Yes, it is in rather a bad state of repair at the moment. The woodwork needs repainting. I should say there's about a month's work in it altogether.
Oh, well, might as well make a martyr of myself. When do you want me to start?
Would Monday be suitable?
I suppose so.
Splendid. I'll be there at 8 a.m. To tell you exactly what's to be done.
To give Miller his due, when he did knuckle down, he was a good workman, quick and competent. By the end of the first week, the job was well advanced, a point which the clergyman noted with satisfaction on the Friday afternoon when he called to pay Miller his wages.
Very good. Very good indeed. That wall needs just a little more smoothing off, don't you think?
Yes, well, I'll get that done on Monday. There's a few bricks loose here in the fireplace, but I'll fix them too.
Splendid. Well, I suppose you'd like some money, eh?
I'm not doing this for the good of my health, Governor.
Quite. Let me see now. £2 a week's our usual rate, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, here we are. There you are, my man. 1, 2.
Thank you kindly, sir. If you don't mind me saying so, you're taking a bit of a risk, aren't you, Reverend?
A risk? What do you mean?
Oh, carrying all that money around. Bit of a temptation for somebody to knock you down and rob you, ain't it?
Oh, nonsense. This is a law-abiding city.
That's what you think. I'd play safe and put it in the bank if I was you.
Oddly enough, Miller, I'm one of those old-fashioned people who don't believe very much in such institutions. I've always conducted my affairs on the principle that £1 in the hand is worth 2 in the bank.
Well, so long as you know what you're doing, Governor.
I fancy I do. Good day, Miller. Keep up the good work. I shall see you again next Friday.
Very good, sir.
Try as he would, Miller could not forget the sight of that well-filled purse of sovereigns. It was with him during the weekend, and it kept coming back to him all the following week as he worked alone in the empty house in Wellington Square.
Thanks, I. Hand in the hand, he says. That means there must be more where the lot in his purse come from. Somewhere in the house. Quite a nice haul for someone. Yes, quite a nice haul. With all that money, a code wouldn't have to work no more. He could live a good sort of life, he could. Risky, though. It'd take courage. Bound to be found out sooner or later. Still, what the hell? Get a bit of fun out of life, that's my motto. And then take what's coming to you.
Dangerous thoughts. Anyone else would have brushed them aside, but not Miller. They stayed with him all through that fateful week till they became an obsession.
Could be done, you know. The old boy ain't got no friends to speak of. And if anyone got curious about him, you could always let him drop he's gone on holiday to France or somewhere. Of course, there's that old shroud of an housekeeper, but she'd be easy enough to fix.
By Friday, Miller's mind was made up, his plan complete. Suspecting nothing, the Reverend Mr. Hewlin arrived at his usual time to see how the work was progressing.
You're doing a first-rate job, my man. I'm more than pleased.
Oh, it's kind of you to say so, sir.
Not at all. Credit's where credit's due, you know. What? There's your money.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I shall see you again next week.
Oh, half a minute before you go, Governor.
What is it?
Looks to me like there's a bit of dry rot in that there woodwork, and I was wondering what you want me to do with it.
Whereabouts do you mean?
Well, that beam over the doorway, sir.
It was a vicious blow delivered from behind that broke the skull. It probably killed the clergyman instantly. But Miller was taking no chances. He strangled his victim as well to make sure. A grave had already been dug in the basement. It was a matter of a few minutes to bury the body and obliterate all traces. The first half of his plan had gone through without a hitch.
Well, that's that. You're doing all right so far, Wally. Now for number 2.
The victim's purse of gold in his pocket. Straight away round to the house in Polton Square went the murderer. He rang the bell, and a moment later the front door was opened by the Reverend Hewlin's housekeeper, Ann Boss.
Oh, you, Mr. Miller. The master isn't in.
Oh, no, he ain't. I just left him at Wellington Square. He says there's a bit of plaster coming away in the kitchen and he wants me to fix.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I'm only going by what he says.
Oh, well, you better come in and have a look then.
No hurry, Mum. If you've got visitors or anything like that, I can easily come back.
Whoever heard of me having visitors?
Oh, if you're quite sure it's convenient.
Oh, come on. Get it over and done with. Stand there in the doorway all night arguing.
All right, I'm coming, ain't I? Where's the kitchen?
Well, where do you think? In the basement, of course. Down them stairs.
Yeah, fair starter, ain't you? Something smells good on the stove.
You get on with what you've got to do, Walter Miller.
All right. Looks good enough to me. I can't see nothing wrong, can you?
Well, that's what I told you before. It was only done last year.
Ah, I've got you, I think. Look, how about that patch over the stove?
Where?
Right up near the ceiling. You see what I mean?
What, that tiny crack?
A couple more blows to make certain an Ann Boss had gone, we hoped, to join her reverend employer. This time Miller was faced with a bigger problem regarding the disposal of the body. He couldn't bury it in the garden for fear of observation. He could have lifted the stone flags of the kitchen floor and dug a grave under it, of course, but it was getting late, and the golden sovereigns in his pocket were burning a hole, demanding to be spent. He found a wooden packing case in a box room on the ground floor, carried the body up, dumped it in, and had just begun nailing up the top when... someone at the door. This was the one chance Miller had to take. Should he answer it and risk it being a friend of one of his victims who would insist on entering and then see the body? Or should he let it ring and pretend no one was at home? But there were the hammer blows. They were bound to have been heard. He had to take the chance. He walked to the door.
Good evening, dearie. Like to buy a nice bit of jewelry for your wife.
No.
Real gold brooch.
No.
Only 5 bob.
No, I don't want it.
A pair of earrings, then. Dirt cheap at half the price.
I'll tell you, I don't want nothing. Be off with you.
Oh, don't be hard on an old woman, dearie. I've had a lucky charm, then. Guaranteed to bring you 7 years good luck.
Ha! Old wives' tale.
Oh, split me if it ain't true. Never been known to fail.
Well, how much?
2 bob to you, Duck.
All right. I'll take it. Here's half a crown. Keep the change.
Bless you, dear. May your soul go to heaven when you die.
Fat chance of that.
For a moment, Miller stood looking at the tawdry little charm as it lay in the open palm of his hand.
7 days, more like it. Well, come on, Wally Miller. Stop mooning around there. You know the old saying. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow who knows.
And with this deeply philosophical, if not highly original reflection, Walter Miller picked up his hammer and returned to complete his gruesome task. It takes a tough man to commit 2 murders during an afternoon and to banish them from his mind the same night. But Walter Miller was equal to the task. He bartered his life and his soul for one gay fling, and he was determined to enjoy it to the full while it lasted. The encasing of the mortal remains of Ann Boss completed, his pockets full of the Reverend Hewlin's sovereigns, he headed for that centre of London's evening gaiety, the West End. And there, as he walked down the crowded Haymarket, whistling a jaunty tune.
Hello, Wally.
Well, if you take the old pal Liv, haven't seen you in the dog's days. Where have you been?
Where have you been, you mean? You're looking very pleased with yourself.
Why not indeed? Listen to this, ducks.
Cool. What's the lay, Wally?
What do you mean, what's the lay? Can't a man come by a few quid on his life?
No offence meant, I'm sure.
And none taken neither. Now, What are you doing tonight, Bill?
Well, I was on my way to meet a gentleman's friend, but...
You've already met him, by the name of Walter Miller. That's right, ain't it?
Oh, I really shouldn't, you know. It ain't fair.
Come on.
Well,
We'll make a real night of it, eh? First of all, a slab-up feed at one of them fancy cafes, and then a sip of the cup what cheers, and then a musical. What do you say, Duck?
I'm always so weak when I'm with you, Wally. I just can't say no somehow.
That's the spirit. You stick with me, Lil. You won't regret it, I promise you.
What a night that was, to be sure. The best food money could buy, the best liquor, champagne flowing like water, the best seats at the theater. Only the best was good enough for wealthy Walter Miller. This was life, as he'd always dreamed of it, the only sort of life worth living. And if the hour of reckoning loomed not far ahead, well, let it come. As for Lil, she'd always been one to take what came and enjoy it to the full. But she couldn't get her mind off that pile of gold in her companion's pocket, and woman-like she was determined to know where it came from. By midnight, Miller was in such an alcoholic glow that he was prepared to admit almost anything.
Oh, come on, Duck. Just one more drink. Let's have another bottle, eh?
Oh, I don't know whether we should, Wall.
Why not?
You spent so much already, it don't seem right.
Oh, plenty more where that come from. Hey, wait up! Yes, sir? Another bottle of the same. Very good, sir.
Oh, well, if you're sure it's all right, you certainly must have struck it lucky.
Oh, lucky ain't the word for it, Duck.
Oh, but you do. Kill a Chinaman.
What do you mean?
Oh, I was only joking. Oh, you're hurting my wrist.
Oh, sorry. Suppose you know I was to tell you.
Tell me what, Wally?
Never mind.
That you, had killed anybody?
You said it, Lil, not me.
But that's what you mean, though, ain't it?
Maybe. What are you trying to make me say?
You can tell me, Wally, I ain't the kind to splitting a friend.
Oh, wonder.
Honest, I'm not. You ought to know me well enough by now.
Well, all right then. Tomorrow. You come round to 15 Bolton Square, Chelsea, and I'll tell you then. Maybe.
That night, Walter Miller slept in the Reverend Hewlin's bed. He woke next morning late with a splitting headache, no more than a vague recollection of the later stages of the previous night, and several unsolved problems still to be dealt with. The first was resolved easily enough. There was a knock on the side door, and Miller opened it to find a young man wearing a butcher's apron.
Well, if it's not William Miller, what you doing here, working?
If it's any business of yours, which I don't see as how it is, I'm looking after the place.
Well, where's Mrs. Boss? She didn't leave an order yesterday, so I come to find out what she wants.
Mrs. Boss is away on holidays. Likewise, if you want to know, Mr. Hewlin.
Oh. Bit sudden, ain't it?
Not at all. It was arranged last week that I should come and keep an eye on things.
Well, where's he gone? Mr. Hewlin, I mean.
I have it on good authority he is now in France. Is there anything else you want to know?
Well, there's no need to get narky, Wall. I just wondered, that's all. When shall I call again?
Mrs. Boss will let you as soon as she's back.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Not all enough. Every neighborhood knew that Orton worked for the clergyman, and quite likely be called in to act as caretaker during Mr. Hewlin's absence. Miss well aware the story was soon around among Tracy, and that from this point of view he was safe enough, time being at least. Of course, still under disposal of house business. He was trying to make up his mind about that when the doorbell rang. This time it was Lil. Miller had forgotten his voice to be night, and Riley did emphatic that there was nothing to tell. But Lil was determined to get at the truth. And at last it came out. Miller omitted nothing.
That was my bad as I do. Why don't you say something?
I don't know what to say. You're not just on my leg about all this, are you?
Have a look in that bank case if you don't me. So I've got to look at that for you.
No.
Well, it's up to you, Lil.
How do you mean?
What are you going to do? Give me away?
I told you in the phone I never spent up house.
You mean that?
Of course you.
All right. You're in this together from now on.
No, I don't want to be.
Why not? I'll play wherever we will. If we share like why not? We had a good one last night, didn't we?
Yes.
Well, that's nothing to what we're going to have. Old boy didn't trust banks, you know. Kept most of his money here. I've been going through the place this morning. Oh, you wouldn't believe it if I told you how much I'd found.
But aren't you scared, Wally?
Scared? What about?
That you'll be found out.
Well, of course I'll be found out sooner or later. You can't get away with this kind of thing forever, you know.
But they'll hang you, won't they?
Well, let them. Why should I care? I'll have had me good time first. So long as they don't nab me before I've had a chance to enjoy myself. What's the odds?
But they might hang me too.
No, you'll be all right, Lil. I'll swear you didn't know nothing about it. They can't prove you did. What do you say, Dux? Are you on?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come on, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Well, I suppose I might as well be.
That's spirit. We're going to have such a beano tonight as you never dreamed about.
Oh, there's just one thing, Wally.
What?
That packing case, you've got to get rid of it.
I'll do that tomorrow.
No, you've got to do it now. It's too dangerous to have lying around.
Oh, who do you think's going to see it? I'll tell you, I'll see it goes tomorrow. Ah, come on, Dux, don't worry about that. Let's go to town, shall we? I've a bit of shopping to do at the chemist, and then I'll buy you the best diamond ring we can find in London.
If Miller and his girlfriend had painted the West End a pale shade of pink the previous evening, they painted it a bright crimson this time. Now that she knew the truth and had morally made herself an accessory after the fact, Lil was as desperately anxious as her companion to extract the last drop of gaiety from every hour, and this they certainly did. Once more, when he woke up next morning, Walter Miller faced the new day with a terrific hangover and with the problem of the packing case still unsolved. He knew he'd have to do something about that today. Besides, he'd promised Lil. So, after a great deal of cogitation, he went round to the stables of a carrier named Piper, an honest and simple fellow whom he'd met casually in various pubs.
Got a small job for you, Jack. Oh, what's it? Well, I'm keeping house for the Reverend Julian while he's abroad on holiday, you know. Ah, so I've heard. There was a packing case there with some of his stuff in it. He left word I was to have it took to a house he owns in Fulham. Ah, well, what tomorrow do? Well, I'd like to get it out of the way today if I could. It's standing in the front hall and it gets a bit in the way. Ah. All right, then I'll be round about 3 o'clock. Will that suit? I'll be looking out for you. Needn't bother to bring no one else. It ain't so heavy that you and I can't handle it.
And so the die was cast. Miller's choice had been a shrewd one. Piper was a big, strong fellow without an ounce of viciousness in him and unlikely to suspect it in others. The house at Fulham was another belonging to the Reverend Hewlin that lay empty at the moment. It was in an isolated position with a back garden well sheltered from possible curious eyes, and there at his leisure, Miller could bury the body of the unfortunate Mrs. Buss. Lil arrived early in the afternoon, and though they both pretended to be casual, there was an obvious mounting of nervous tension as the clock hands approached 3. And then, at last...
Well, here goes Lil.
Suppose he finds out. It's too big a risk, Wally. Send him away.
Don't be silly. It's got to be done sooner or later.
Oh, couldn't we just hire a van and do it ourselves late at night?
And have everyone in the street sticking their noses in and asking awkward questions. This is the only way. Open and straightforward and take a chance. Keep your fingers crossed, Duck. Ah, right on time, eh? Yeah. Well, have you got the case ready? Yes, it's just through here in the hall. There you are. A pretty big one, eh? What's in it? Dunno. Just carrying out the parson's orders. Oh, well, better get to work, I suppose. Yeah, the cords are a bit loose, aren't they? No, they're all right. Oh, well, I'll just tighten up the knots a bit. Leave them alone. Understand? Now, listen here, Walter Miller. I wouldn't be a carrier if I didn't know my job. And I'm telling you, I'd not trust a box tied like that in my van. It'd fall to bits. No, it'll only take me a few... I said leave them alone, didn't I? There, what you see? Loose as anything. Everyone... Here. What's this? What's what? On my fingers. It's blood. Here, shut up, Bill. You must have cut your hand. What's in that case, Walter Miller?
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Bill, come back. Now see what you've done. You've scared the poor girl half out of her wits, you silly fool. Now just get on with the job or I'll call someone else. I'm not leaving here until that case is open. Now look here. Now will you open it or will I? I'll tell you that... All right then. Here goes.
Miller knew the game was up. His fingers strayed to his waistcoat pocket, where reposed a file of laudanum which, unknown to Lil, he had bought the previous day. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw the front doorway Lil had left open in a hurried flight. It was a desperate chance, but it was a chance. Along Portland Square he raced, with Piper close behind. Passers-by joined in the chase. A few yards clear of his nearest pursuer, Miller turned a corner and ran straight into the arms of a policeman.
Here, what's going on? Not so far.
Other police came running and Miller was overpowered. Piper made a hurried explanation. The arrested man was taken back to the house, and there, while he stood closely guarded, the packing case was opened and its ghastly contents revealed.
Mrs. Boss, the housekeeper. Well, Miller, what have you got to say for yourself? Yeah, quickly, stop him. He's put something in his mouth.
Too late. You're all too late. It's laudanum.
Trying to cheat the hangman, eh? We'll soon see about that. Run down to the kitchen, someone, and get some salt and water. Plenty of.
The emetic was crudely administered, but it did its job. And a little later, disheveled and sick, Walter Miller was taken to the police station and charged. Once he saw the game was up, he admitted everything except one point. True to his promise to Lil, he stuck doggedly to his statement that she had been, all through, in complete ignorance of the whole affair. At the trial before Lord Chief Justice Coburn, an attempt was made to plead insanity on Miller's behalf, but this was quickly dismissed by the prosecution.
If some of the accused acts were extraordinary, others indicated that he was possessed of a cunning and clear-thinking brain, and that he was a man of more than extraordinary intelligence. He both murders with consummate daring and took every conceivable step that a sane and clever man would to avoid detection. To argue that these were the acts of a madman would be to throw doubt on the sanity of every man and woman here in this court.
The verdict was guilty, and before sentence of death was passed, Miller had only one thing to say.
Well, I've had my fling and it was worth it. Now I suppose I've got to pay.
And pay he did 3 weeks later to the full extent of the law. Well, that's all for now. But I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man you hear breathing is named Thomas Edwin Bartlett. He is in bed and sleeping, breathing deep the night air of Pimlico, England. Mr. Bartlett is a heavy sleeper, a deep breather, too, rhythmical and serene. An almost lullaby quality for young Mrs. Adelaide Bartlett, his wife, who this night sleeps at the foot of his bed. Rhythmical, serene. And just at the stroke of midnight, just when a new year has begun, Mr. Bartlett stops breathing. Mr. Bartlett has just died from having drunk too much chloroform, of all things. His wife wakens, sees it is a new year, and celebrates. Tonight, my report to you on the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, greengrocer.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
heard Mr. Bartlett die, it was New Year's Eve in the year 1885. Some years before this, one springtime, when Mr. Bartlett was breathing 100% perfect, he had responded to the delicate scent of a young French girl, and the aroma went right to his heart. He was suddenly in love with Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise, age 16.
Adelaide! Adelaide! Stop skipping rope. I'm talking to you.
You made me miss Zoot.
You shouldn't say zoot, my dear. It's an immodest expression.
Zoot, 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 zoot.
I'm sorry I made you miss. I apologize.
I accept. And now will you do something for me?
Anything.
Of this you are sure?
Anything, I swear it.
Bon. Take this rope and tie an end of it to the tree. And hold the other end and turn it. And I will jump.
Don't you ever get enough of the sport?
Zoot, tie the rope.
Very well. Adelaide.
Oui?
Do you like me?
Oh, very much. However...
What?
You puzzle me.
Intrigue you, you mean? I'm glad.
Puzzle me. Why you put the sign, gone to fish on your grocery store this last 2 weeks, when it is not so. You are here every afternoon in my yard when I come home from school.
I have permission from your brother. Adelaide.
You have finished tying the rope?
Yes.
S'il vous plaît, turn it. Faster! Faster! Faster!
Oh, my dear. Adelaide, are you hurt? Here, I lift you.
Yes, yes, help me. I'm so tangled in the rope.
Adelaide.
Oh, you are very nice.
Adelaide, listen.
I like your beard, a black beard. Barbe noire, barbe noire, barbe noire.
Oh, Adelaide, my dear, will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yes.
But I am still in school.
Marry me, and it'll be the same. You'll still go to school.
And you will help me with my lessons.
Every night.
And you'll play games with me and jump rope with me.
I want to.
I will turn and you will jump. Now.
Now?
Now.
All right. Adelaide.
Oui?
Will you marry me?
But of course, Monsieur Barbe Noire.
Adelaide.
Oui?
Turn the rope faster. Faster! Faster!
Passion in Pimlico. Participants, Thomas Edwin Bartlett and Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise, and a good quality skipping rope, which latter, it might be mentioned, came from the shelves of Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, and which, coiled neatly, was his first gift to her. It was a springtime romance and an honorable one. They got married. And according to Mr. Bartlett's word, the marriage progressed to each one's satisfaction. Mr. Bartlett continued at the grocery store, and Adelaide was still a student. It is a matter of record that she was a good student in the subjects of geography, history, and botany. But it is also a matter of record that one day she brought home with her a note from her teacher.
Dear Mr. Bartlett, here is your wife's last examination paper in algebra. As you see, the grade is 43. Her square roots are especially weak, as are her solving equations with two unknowns. Something must be done, else your spouse will not pass into the next form. Sincerely, Edgar Becker, Esquire. P.S. I will be glad to tutor your spouse after school hours. Signed, E.B. Esquire. Oh, Adelaide, why are you crying?
I am not a good wife.
You are wrong, my dear. I am not a good husband. I should have been helping you with your algebra.
But you help me so much with my lessons. And you get tired and you go to your room and sleep. Oh, husband.
Yes?
I do not wish it anymore. I do not wish school.
I want your school and Mr. Becker to be proud of you.
No.
My dear, what's the matter?
I do not wish to be a schoolgirl was, what a woman was, a mother was.
You're so young.
Listen to me.
A grade of 43 is nothing to fret over. Why, my cousin Sybil from Nottingham received 23 on her...
Listen to me.
No, child. You listen to me. I've failed you. I've made you ashamed of yourself. And now I'll make amends.
How?
I will find you a tutor.
A tutor?
Not Mr. Becker.
A husband.
Yes, child.
Whatever you say.
Trouble in Pimlico. Simply this. The girl wanted to grow up, and her husband wouldn't let her. He told her she'd grow up soon enough, but right now she should play and run and scamper. This period in the married life of Thomas and Adelaide was marked by two events. The first, his presenting her upon her birthday with a game of the mind, dominoes, hand cards, imported from Persia. The second, a tutor, a veritable quiz in algebra, imported from Bristol. A young man of 21, accomplished in the 3 R's and other branches of learning. He doted on chemistry, for instance, and one report has it that he was forever indulging himself with practical jokes at the school, with chloroform. They say his headmaster constantly fell asleep while admonishing him. His name?
George Dyson, Adelaide, your tutor. This is my wife, Adelaide.
At your service.
Here is your book. Open it to page 1. A minus 1 equals 0. Therefore, A equals 1. Do you understand that?
No.
Sit by me. I'll teach you.
I'll leave you two alone.
Now.
Mr. Dyson.
Yes?
You are very young.
You are very pretty.
Tutor me.
Since the minus quality of 1 changes to a positive quality as you transpose the integer to the right side of the equation mark, it is obvious then if x minus 1 equals 0, then x is equal to 1.
Quite obvious indeed. You are a very good tutor.
Did your husband tell you I was to live here?
Yes, he did.
If x minus 2 is equal to 0, what does x equal?
2.
I'm proud of you.
Examination time came around, and Adelaide was at the head of her class.
A squared plus B squared is equal to C squared.
In the next form, she shone. Algebra was her strongest subject. One day, Mr. Becker was astounded when Adelaide stood right up in class and said,
The cube root of A cubed minus 3A squared B plus 3AB squared minus B cubed is A minus B.
Then came geometry. George was also a whiz at this. More so.
George, cher tutor.
Stop that. Pay attention to your lesson.
George, please.
Please what?
Please kiss me.
First, the theorem.
2 triangles are congruent when the 2 sides and the included angle are coincident. Please kiss me.
All right.
How do I earn my next kiss?
Mathematics in Pimlico. On to trigonometry and the youth. Wife and tutor caught up in the mysteries of logarithms and sines and cotangents and secants. There were field trips, too, to the garden, because George Dyson tutor believed in practical application of theory. This particular late afternoon, they were endeavoring to determine the height of the flagpole in the garden, using the length and angle of the shadow cast by the pole as points of reference. It was a fine afternoon in the fall. It was an afternoon to be young.
Kiss me.
You always ask me to do that, Adelaide.
And you always do kiss me.
Now, suppose your husband should walk out here and see us.
He knows about us.
You're joking.
I'm not. He knows.
Surely.
Oh, do not worry. He's... Kiss me.
All right.
What a lovely picture. What a lovely, awesome picture.
Mr. Bartlett.
Of course, kiss her, Mr. Dyson. You deserve it. You both deserve it. Master and pupil. You've done so well together. Go on, Dyson.
Sir.
Kiss her. Go on. Kiss her.
Oh, yes.
Bravo, bravo. How's trigonometry coming, Dyson?
Fine.
Fine. Well, cook said dinner will be ready soon. I'll call you when it is.
Adelaide,
What?
don't you find your husband...
He's a bore.
But I mean, strange. What happened just now?
He is a bore, and I despise him.
He's your husband. You shouldn't speak like that about him.
I'm sorry he's my husband.
What would you do if he weren't?
You know.
I know. But I want you to tell me.
The things we talked about. If he weren't my husband.
I want to tell you something about me you didn't know, Adelaide.
Please do.
I was quite a chemistry student, too. I could teach chemistry if I wanted to.
That is very interesting.
Chloroform, for instance, is a chemical.
Chloroform? I've heard of it.
It belongs to the class of neurotic chemicals which act on the brain and produce loss of sensation.
Can it cause death?
Carelessly used, it can cause death.
Then it is a poison.
Let's stroll in the garden.
I want to.
Chloroform is a colorless, heavy, and volatile liquid, having a peculiar ethereal odor which cannot be
And so they walked hand in hand into the sunset, and they spoke of many things: husbands, autumn roses, cabbages, kings, and chloroform, which is a very deadly poison. Pimlico, England, is noted in a small way for the color of its sunsets, a quality which some malcontents have attributed to the quality of the dust in the Pimlico air. However, it's well known that the major divertisement among Pimlicans is walking into the local sunset and making plans. So, as not to defy custom, so walked Adelaide and her tutor George.
You're very dear to me, Adelaide.
Oh, this I know. But it is not the time to speak of it. We were speaking of other things.
I used to have fun with chloroform when I went to school.
Is it difficult to obtain?
In large quantities, it is. However,
what?
It can be obtained, but there's a difficulty.
Oh?
It has a peculiar odor. It's easily detectable. It's almost impossible to get someone to drink it.
Unless someone wanted to drink it.
Who would want to?
Some people, I suppose.
Suppose. Adelaide.
Yes, George.
I've noticed something about your husband. He looks poorly.
He suffers. Sometimes at night he comes to my bedroom and tells me how much he suffers.
From what?
He's bilious.
Oh, poor man.
He complains of his stomach.
I thought perhaps that was it.
And nervous depression. At night, sometimes he sits in my room, depressed.
His stomach.
And the doctors have told him that.
Has he tried mercury?
Mercury?
Much easier to obtain than chloroform. I could stop at the apothecary's after dinner.
Do stop. His stomach is much worse after dinner.
I'm hungry. Let us to dinner, Adelaide.
Oh, give me your arms, dear George.
The maidservant was just setting the suckling pig on the table when the young folk entered. Mr. Bartlett greeted them with a wave of his fork, and they sat. The dinner was a success, and as usual, Mr. Bartlett exhibited his clean plate for the applause of his wife and her tutor. Over fruit and cheese, George Dyson begged to be excused.
I'll be back in a shake, Mr. Bartlett, with a surprise for you.
Slice another melon for me, dear Adelaide.
And in half an hour, George returned, which was good time for the course, the house to the apothecary and back. But George was in a hurry. And when he returned, Adelaide was waiting for him in the great hall.
Quickly, come.
What's the matter?
After dinner, he almost fainted. He managed to get into the library where he's lying down.
His stomach?
In the middle of a melon slice.
Oh, Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, here, I have something for you.
What is it?
Here now. Let me help you sit up. Adelaide, that wine glass.
Yes.
I have something for you, Mr. Bartlett. Something that will make you feel better.
What is it?
The surprise I promised you. To make your stomach feel much better.
George was very good in chemistry at school.
You're a good fellow, George.
Now, drink it.
Hot stuff. Here, I can't drink any more.
Well, I'll leave it here beside you. Sip it when you can. You'll see that when you develop a taste for it, it will be very beneficial.
You're a good fellow. Adelaide, don't worry about me. You have your things to do.
Yes, George and I have our lessons.
I wouldn't interrupt them for the world. Go, George. Adelaide.
We'll look in on you later, Mr. Bartlett. In an hour.
Good fellow. Good fellow.
Mr. Bartlett's stomach quieted after a while, and lying there, he had a thought that perhaps it was George's surprise that did it. So he forced himself to sip again of the glass. However, in time, Mr. Bartlett did develop a taste for mercury and made it a habit to indulge in a sip after every meal. Somehow, his stomach responded suitably, and his complaints were not nearly so many. Of course, it should be noted that Mr. Bartlett would reel suddenly and fall down at odd times, and then he was constantly bumping into things, and his teeth dropped out. Some of his more observant friends would mutter among themselves about Mr. Bartlett's slightly bluish complexion. One morning, Mr. Bartlett woke up completely beardless, and from that day on, he never had to shave. But since generally his stomach felt much better, Mr. Bartlett deemed himself ahead of the game, a philosophy which caused comment. Adelaide to George.
My husband seems happier.
Yes, I've noticed.
My stomach has improved.
Because he doesn't eat so much.
Because he lacks sufficient teeth.
Your husband has developed a tolerance for mercury.
Yes. Mr. Dyson.
Mr. Dyson? You mean George?
When will you be finished tutoring me, Mr. Dyson?
What do you mean?
Tomorrow, I should think, Mr. Dyson.
What?
Tomorrow is the eve of the New Year. My husband has asked me to join him in private celebration in his rooms. We shall drink to your leaving us.
But you and I...
But there's one last favor you can do for me.
Why, I'd do anything.
While you're at the apothecary.
Apothecary?
While you're there, while you're making the purchase of chloroform, bring me 1 sachet of lavender, 12 cinnamon sticks, and 12 licorice twisties for my husband.
Then you are giving me one more chance, Adelaide.
Mr. Dyson, happy is the day when I shall call you George again.
Lavender, cinnamon sticks, chloroform, and licorice twisties.
2 dozen twisties, Mr. Dyson. Good night.
It's 11 o'clock, Adelaide.
1 hour until the New Year and our anniversary. 6 years. Thomas.
Yes, my dear.
You remember how you used to come and watch me jump rope?
I had a beard then.
And I called you barbed wire.
A drink.
6 years, Thomas, we have been married.
A drink.
I have had enough drink. You finish the bottle. I want you to look at me, husband.
Very well. Yes.
When we were married, I was 16, a child, 6 years ago.
Adelaide.
See, husband?
No longer a child. I drink to you, a woman. Adelaide.
What is it?
Have you drunk from this bottle?
Yes, I think so.
It has a pungency to it, doesn't it? Let me say. Chantilly, 1871. Must have been a strange vintage. A decided pungency. An aroma, too. Smell it.
My, good.
What is it? Lovely.
It darted from your nightcap. It tickles.
Does it?
It makes you so attractive, dear Thomas.
Makes me attractive, huh? Tell cook to order a magnum.
Oh, later. Finish the bottle, dear, and then I have something to tell you.
All right. Now, what is it you have to tell me?
Oh, you confess it now, do you not, that I am a woman? An attractive woman, yes. And finally a wife, my husband. 6 years now, and you have observed me only as a child and have treated me as...
On further passage between them on this, their 6th New Year's Eve together, and their wedding anniversary, on further passage, history is obscure. It is known, however, that they were alone in the house, except for their servant. It is known, too, that 5 bottles of champagne were consumed. 2 bottles Chantilly 1871, a pungent vintage. According to the record, it has been said that a few moments before the new year was ushered in, Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett were both asleep. He stretched across the width of the bed, she at his feet. And once more, I refer you to Mr. Bartlett asleep, rhythmically, serene.
Thomas? Thomas?
Mr. Bartlett was dead. That didn't do any good. It was another year, but not for Mr. Bartlett. For Mr. Bartlett, a post-mortem examination. For his stomach, evidence of having contained a considerable amount of chloroform. So there was a coroner's inquiry. And there was a verdict of willful murder against Adelaide Bartlett and George Dyson. At the trial, each made a statement protesting their innocence.
Yes, it is true that I purchased chloroform at various apothecaries. And it is true that the total amount I purchased thereby was sufficient to cause death. However, I used the chemical merely to clean spots from my clothing. I have many pieces of clothing and believe neatness is next to righteousness. It is true also that I became attached to Mrs. Bartlett, but only because she was well versed in matters mathematical. It was a constant source of joy to me to be able to sit and speak with her of an evening of theorems and theories and postulates and corollaries.
I loved my husband. He encouraged me to pursue studies of various kinds and decided to please him. On the night of his death, my husband was in good spirits and drank heavily. He, I must confess, was never more attractive. But he fell asleep, a deep sleep. From this he never awakened. I never know why.
Nor does anyone else know why. The jury debated for 2 hours and returned a verdict of not guilty. History at this point again becomes obscure. It is not known whether George or Adelaide ever saw each other again, whether they ever again tasted together the dusty fruits of a Pimlico sunset, whether there were any more math lessons or talks of matters chemical. But it may be safe to assume that some of the dust breathed by the Pimlicans on evening walks, some of it has been contributed by George and Adelaide and Mr. Bartlett. You might be interested in knowing where once stood Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, now stands an apothecary. This is all the information I have. Thank you. Good night.
Thomas Edwin Bartlett, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Thomas Edwin Bartlett was played by Herb Butterfield, Adelaide by Betty Harford, and George by Terry Kilburn. Bob Lamont speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. From the Black Museum. It's a repository of death. A kind of museum. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames which houses Scotland Yard is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a cigarette lighter, a young girl's diary, a broken perambulator, all are touched by death. There's a woman's glove. That's a familiar object, hand-stitched, soft leather, the gauntlet type, but this glove touched death.
I found something, Inspector. I see. A glove. Lady's glove, sir. Yes. Pigskin. Very nice, too. I wonder now, do you suppose this dainty object fits a killer?
And today, that woman's glove can be found in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Here we are, the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Yes, here lies death. Here, for example, was a pen, the ink crusted on its sharp points. This was a poison pen. The words it wrote dripped malice. They were vitriol on human hearts. They cause death, there surely is a bullet. Here we are, it's the glove. It's dainty, isn't it, this little glove? It's made for a tender hand, made to grace the costume of a lovely woman. Come to tea. That's when our tale begins. In Matfield, England, in the lovely countryside at tea time. Or just past tea time. In fact, it was just past tea time that Mrs. Michael called.
Elizabeth! Elizabeth!
Yes, ma'am?
Have you seen Miss Mary yet?
No, ma'am.
It's long past tea time. The tea is cold. There's no sense in making fresh until we know if my granddaughter is coming. Hurry now. Use the telephone.
Yes, ma'am. Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Elizabeth was a good girl. A bit of the slavey type, perhaps, but a good girl. Obediently, she asked the operator for the number of the cottage where Miss Mary lived, with her mother, Dorothy Fredericks, who was Mrs. Michael's daughter, and their housekeeper, Martha Patch.
There's no answer, ma'am.
If it was busy, I'd understand it. No answer. Well, it's still warm outside. They may be having tea in their garden and forgotten all about me.
Oh, ma'am, Miss Mary would never forget her grandmother.
Well, in that case, you'd better run down the road and find out what they're up to. Now, go on now. You can make my tea when you get back. Now, go on. Hurry up. Don't stand there like a ninny. Now, hurry.
Elizabeth did as she was told. She deposited her apron in the hall, left by the back door, and hurried down the road. And here are her reactions as she turned through the high yew hedge into the garden of the Fredericks cottage.
Oh, Miss Mary. Miss Mary. Why would you be lying on the ground, Miss Mary? Where's your mother? Where's your mother? Where's Miss Dorothy? Oh, Miss Dorothy. Sitting against the stones, Miss Dorothy. Oh, you'll be cold, Miss Dorothy. Oh, Martha. Martha. Where's Martha? The house. The doorstep. Martha, you were bringing out tea. You were serving tea.
There's no note of hysteria, however, a short while later, when Inspector Seymour and Sergeant Layton took charge for Scotland Yard.
How far along are we, Sergeant? Oh, a lot of details, sir. Multiple murder makes a lot of work. 3 women, all shot once. The medical examiner is on his way. The regular crew is working on fingerprints and all the usual, sir. Very well. Which one do you suppose went first, Inspector?
I've been thinking about that. Looks as if the youngest was picked off first. Then the mother was caught as she tried to climb the wall we found her against.
Oh, and the servant?
Probably an afterthought. Or no witness, something like that. That would account for the dropped tray and the smashed crockery.
Methodical, careful, clean thinking, just as methodical as the men searching the house, covering the ground inch by inch, missing nothing. After a while, that job was done. The inspector sat at the kitchen table with many pieces of glued together crockery in front of him.
See what I see, Sergeant?
Oh, just cups and saucers, a teapot, sugar bowl, cream pitcher.
We have 3 bodies, Sergeant, and 4 cups and saucers.
Yes, sir.
It's possible, then, that our murderer came to tea. Any sign of the weapon, Sergeant?
Oh, not a thing, sir. Not even a spent cartridge.
Ah, probably a revolver, then. Well, we'll hear about that after the medical men get through. Anything else?
Yes, sir. I found something, Inspector.
I see. A glove.
Lady's glove, sir.
Yes. Pigskin. Very nice, too. I wonder now, do you suppose this dainty object fits
a killer?
Oh, I've no doubt we'll find out, sir.
And you're a bit more optimistic than I am. One never really knows at this stage. Where do you find this, gauntlet?
In the garden, sir. Between the mother and the daughter.
Well. Next step's one I dread, Sergeant. Never could stand it, even to the constable. Notification detail in those days. Well, nothing else for it.
Notification detail. So called by the police who are sent to notify relatives that someone is injured or dead. That part was over and done with by now, of course. But its equivalent was upcoming, the business of questioning Mrs. Michael, mother of Dorothy Fredericks, the grandmother of Miss Mary.
You have a job to do, Inspector Seymour. Stop fiddling with your fingers and get it done.
Thank you, Mrs. Michael.
You've a murderer to catch. I want him caught, too.
I admire your courage, Mrs. Michael.
Not courage. I'll cry myself silly as soon as I go to bed. Just angry. What do you want to know, Inspector?
Was your daughter a widow?
Separated. Not divorced. Just separated. About 5 years now.
Any particular reason?
Yes. She was too particular. Expected to hold a man by chaining him. Can't be done. He left her. I've been working on getting them together. For Mary's sake. Waste of time now.
Where's her husband living?
Piddington, Oxfordshire. Has a nice farm. Doing well. Pretty decent chap. But like to look at the girls. You know what I mean. I told Dorothy, let him look. But no. She wanted blinders on him. So off he went. Now, this.
Did they quarrel ever?
Not since they've been apart. They rather agree to disagree. But no one gets younger. They should have been together again, soon.
Anything else, Mom?
You want me to do your work for you? Get along with you. You're dying to get on over to Piddington. It's written all over you.
Of course, Inspector Seymour did just that. He traveled to Piddington and stopped at the pub. A pint of ale and conversation with the bartender.
Know anything about a fellow named Fredericks hereabouts?
Yeah, quiet chap. In and out of here occasionally.
Works a farm, I hear.
That he does. Seems to like it out there. Not in town much.
Live alone?
Usual hired hands, usual cook, unusual housekeeper secretary, sort of.
Sir?
Why? You one of those private detectives? Frederick's wife wanting grounds?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Matter of fact, Frederick's wife is dead. Just interested.
That housekeeper now. Anybody'd be interested. Good looking, auburn hair, tallish.
I see. What road's the farm on? I might drive by just to have a look myself.
Right Fork, about a mile north.
Right Fork, about a mile north. Inspector drove his car in that direction. He knew that Paul Fredericks, the estranged husband, was in Matfield by now, with his mother-in-law. This youngish woman, from all descriptions, would be alone in the house. She was, except for the elderly, waspish cook who admitted the inspector.
Miss Jean's laid up. Fell yesterday and bruised herself. Mr. Frederick's gone to Matsfield. What do you want?
My credentials. I'd like to speak to Miss Jean, if you don't mind.
Come in, if you have to.
Inspector Seymour was asked to wait in the front room, and he was permitted upstairs to interview an extremely attractive woman.
I won't stay long, Miss...
Moore, Jean Moore. This is such a nuisance, Inspector. I'm a big girl now. Imagining tripping over my own feet and bruising myself so badly I have to stay in bed.
I'm sorry to hear that. This, of course, is merely routine. My visit, that is.
I understand. How can I help you?
Did you know Mrs. Fredericks?
Of course, and quite well. Her daughter Mary, too. I've often thought Mr. Fredericks a fool to stay away from them.
Did you see them recently?
No, I'm sorry to say that I haven't.
I understand there was a market in town day before yesterday, and Mr. Fredericks spent the whole day there. Is that correct?
Why, yes, that's correct.
And your day before yesterday, Miss Moore?
I was here all day. Cook will tell you. Surely you don't think I had... Why, it was that evening I fell. I remember it distinctly because Mr. Fredericks was so upset about it when he came home from the market.
Thank you, Miss Moore. You'll forgive me if I check up with the cook, won't you? Purely routine, but we find it. Now, ma'am, you do remember her being here all day, then?
I said so.
Well, is there any incident you recall to fix the day in your mind?
There is one. She was upstairs. She called from the window. Mum, she called. Will you bring a couple of logs in from the fire when you're done with the chickens?
Mum? Is that what she called you?
Why shouldn't she, seeing as I'm her mother? Well, don't gawk at me. She gets a salary and so do I. We each do a job. Anything wrong in that? Even if Fredericks doesn't know it.
No, nothing wrong.
The inspector was struck by this fact. He filed it for future use. Then, almost as an afterthought, he went back upstairs to the bruised woman's room.
Sorry to bother you again, Miss Moore, but, would you mind trying on this glove, just for size?
The glove? Oh, yes, of course. Nice bit of pigskin. It seems a trifle snug and me. About half a size too small. Whoever owns this must have lovely hands, mustn't she, Inspector?
Back in Matfield, the medical examiner gave both Inspector Seymour and Sergeant Layton plenty to think about.
The mother and daughter were both shot from behind. The housekeeper was struck in the chest. Excellent shooting.
With a revolver, I suppose. No shells about the place.
Not a revolver. The bullets we recovered were small bore from a rifle. My guess is a single-shot, small-game gun. The kind where each exploded shell must be removed from the chamber by hand.
Ah, that would explain why there were no shells about, Inspector.
It also explains how Mrs. Fredericks had the time to run as far as the wall before she was hit. It explains a lot of things.
Glad to have been of help, Inspector.
Oh, you have been. It may interest you to know the kind of gun you describe. I saw it, leaning against the kitchen wall in a farmhouse in Piddington, just this afternoon.
And the woman's glove, yes, it has its place today in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
The theories began to take flesh on their bones, but they were still theories. True, it seemed peculiar that a young woman would bring her mother into a house as cook and not tell the fact to the owner. True, a glove which seemed a perfect fit, well, it might be half a size too small. True, a woman in bed with bruises might have tripped and fallen in the house where she lived. And many thousands of people own single-shot, non-ejector rabbit guns. Together, these items might make a confounding composite, but a good defending counsel could still make mincemeat of them. These were some of Inspector Seymour's thoughts on the subject of his obvious and prime suspect. Then another fact was added. A fact with several possible meanings.
They found a bicycle, Inspector, about a half a mile down the road toward the railway station from the Fredericks cottage.
Whose is it?
It was Mrs. Fredericks' bike, sir.
Any fingerprints?
Only Mrs. Fredericks.
Of course. Well, there's nothing for it, Sergeant. We'll have to canvass the area. Might as well get started.
First stop, the railway station at Matfield. The ticket agent was a blank. The washroom attendant was a blank. The porter was, however, somewhat helpful.
Repeat that for me, will you, please?
I remember her because the parcel she was carrying seemed kind of peculiar for a woman. Long and wrapped in brown paper. She got off at 12:08. Real sporty looking she was, with kind of reddish hair and wearing trousers.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Then there was the newsboy.
You're not making this up, are you, son?
So help me, sir, I'm not. Like I said, I was delivering the afternoon paper. I saw this party watching through the edge of the Fredericks place. I kind of thought it was a man on account of the long pants. Then she stood up straight and I saw it was a woman. She had a kind of long package with her. It wasn't none of my business. I stayed on my own side of the road.
And the obliging truck driver.
I heard about this from the porter down at the station, Inspector. So I figured to come in and tell you.
Go ahead.
I picked her up round 4:15. She stood in the road and waved. I pulled up for her. She asked would I take her into town, seeing as she had to catch a train. I gave her the lift.
Did you have a parcel of any kind?
Yes, sir. Sort of long and wrapped in brown paper.
Oh, yes, it's helpful when honest folk have good memories and come forward with what they remember. These memories sent Inspector Seymour back to Piddington, back to the farm.
My daughter isn't here.
Where is she? It's important that I verify certain facts with her at once.
She's gone to London to see a doctor.
I see. What train did she take?
11:15. Why I should be so obliging as to answer you, I can't say.
Could you tell me what she was wearing?
I could, but I won't.
Here now, this sort of thing gets no one any place.
Why don't you leave her alone?
Has it occurred to you she may have knowledge dangerous to herself and that we want to protect her?
That's a bit different.
Well, Mrs. Moore?
She was wearing her hunter green suit, brown shoes and brown bag. No hat. Jean doesn't like hats.
Thank you, Mrs. Moore. Now, if I...
The voice on the telephone to the yard traveled much faster than the train to London from Piddington.
I've got it, Inspector. Hunter green suit, brown shoes and bag, tallish, auburn hair, quite striking looking. I'll be at the station myself. The 11:15 from Piddington. Fair enough, sir.
Inspector knew the matter was in safe hands. He left the house, wandered out to the farmyard. There in the large, orderly barn, he found a hired hand.
May I trouble you, sir? Oh, no trouble. Not yet, anyway. I'm interested in a few points. You might be able to help a bit.
What, me? Help Scotland Yard?
Well,
That's one, that is.
You may be able to.
Oh, far away, sir. Always interested in police work, like on the wireless.
Yes, I suppose it is interesting, like anything else, when you're not used to it. Oh, now then, do you see much of Miss Moore around here?
Oh, every day, of course. She keeps the egg and milk books. Checks with me every day. Nice woman. Friendly.
Ever known her to go rabbit hunting, anything like that?
Oh, no. But funny you should ask that, sir. She's been interested in shooting lately.
How did it come about?
Well, I was cleaning my rabbit gun out in the yard. She stopped by. She thought it was a funny-looking shotgun on account of it only had one barrel.
You set her straight.
Well, you bet. Anyway, we got talking. Was it dangerous? Well, I told her it wouldn't kill anybody unless you got real close. What, just a little gun like that? Real close? She asked how it worked, so I showed her. Well, the next thing, she's bought some shells, and she's asking me to teach her to aim and fire.
Did you, Ralph?
Well, I did a bit. But you know how it is. Woman like that and all. You can't teach a body to aim a rifle without putting your arms round her. But I know my place, I do.
Of course you do, Ralph. Anything else about the gun and Miss Moore?
Well, around last Wednesday, she asked to borrow it. Well, I lent it to her. Why not? But then I needed it back, see? Oh, that's... So I asked her for it. She gave it back and said I'd have to clean it. She'd had it in the rain or something. So I did.
One more question, Ralph. Did you ever see Miss Moore ride a bicycle?
I seen her try about 2 weeks ago, wobbling around on an old one of Mr. Frederick's. She got better, but, well, not near good enough to travel on it.
I see. You've been very helpful, Ralph.
Really?
And you're sure it was last Wednesday she borrowed your gun?
Oh, certain. It was Friday I had it back.
And on Thursday, 3 women had died at Matfield of gunshot wounds.
I beg pardon. You're Miss Jean Moore?
Why, yes, I am. Why?
My name is Leighton, Scotland Yard. My credentials.
I see.
Inspector Seymour asked me to meet you here. Seems he'd like your assistance on the Fredericks case.
But I told him all I know.
Oh, something else has come up, miss, so if you don't mind, we'll just cross the platform and go back on that train. It's not a bad train. Practically an express through to Matsfield.
The train ride to Matfield was made in a rather stony silence. Sergeant Leighton watched his fellow passenger carefully, failed to see what was going on behind the rigid mask into which her lovely face had set. At Matfield, Inspector Seymour was waiting.
Kind of you to come right back, Miss Moore. My car's waiting, just over there.
Silently, she got in. Inspector Seymour carried on an almost solo conversation until they reached the local station house. There,
If you're waiting there a few moments, Miss Moore, we'll be with you.
Jean Moore found herself in a room with half a dozen other women of about her build and coloring. No one spoke. Unknown to Jean, a panel slid open in an adjoining room.
All right, Porter. You recognize any of these women?
Yes, sir, I do.
Which one?
Second from the left, sir. She's the woman got off the train with that brown parcel, like I told you the other day, sir.
Well, young fella?
I know that one. She just got up and moved over there. That's the lady who was looking through the hedge the other day.
Sure, Inspector? Sure, I'm sure. That's the dame. I'd know her in a million.
Perhaps if she'd been less striking in appearance. Perhaps if she'd used a pistol instead of a long rabbit gun. Perhaps... The inspector and the sergeant faced Jean Moore alone.
I must make some inquiries of you, Miss Moore. And I must warn you, anything you say may be taken down in writing and given in evidence. Oh, did you hear me, Miss Moore? This is no laughing matter.
I won't hang you, no. I'm not right. Never have been. My mother was away for years. Paul was sweet. Not much of a man. Not as much as he thought he was. But sweet. And he had some money. Then they wanted him back. Why should I give him up for a prissy wife and a stupid kid and a harridan of a mother-in-law? It was a nice gun. A nice gun. But I couldn't get the shell out with my gloves on. Oh, you were smart. You found me. You found me. So I lost him. But she didn't get him back, did she? All she got was a bullet in her back. Like a rabbit. She ran like a rabbit. Tried to jump the wall. She fell back. I'm getting out of here. Get away from me. I'm getting out of here.
Hold there, Sergeant. I'll call the matron.
And today, the woman's glove still offers its silent testimony in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Jean Muir was certified insane. Her own cunning, her craftiness, were not the operations of a normal mind. Her complete breakdown substantiated the testimony of the alienist. She was put away for the rest of her life. And so the case was complete. Each part of the story fitted together as neat and as well-fitting as that dainty pigskin glove. Now, until we meet next time, in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attraction. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, Dead Man's Hand. With winter coming on and the snow beginning to crawl down the distant mountains, there are 100 things to be done around the Bar 20 ranch. But Hopalong Cassidy knows that some of those things will have to wait, for he and California are going to have another job to do. Or it might be an easy job, like just giving a friend a helping hand. Then again, it might mean tangling with a treacherous gang who put gold nuggets above human life.
Harvey, how in tarnation am I going to get my work done with you snaking me in off in the range like a lamed-up dog?
No, I wouldn't have sent that rider out after you without a pretty good reason, California.
Well, my ears are up. Let's have her.
You remember Kit Kirby?
Do I remember Kit? Why, he was one of the best hands we ever had.
He's in trouble. Listen to this letter I got this morning. Dear Hoppy, I'm writing you because I think you're the only friend I got left. Gold is where you find it, they say, and my partner Joe and I found it after 3 years in these godforsaken mountains. Our first samples assayed $500 to the ton.
Gee, Willikins, that's a rich strike.
Sure is. We thought we were lucky until the day Joe left with the second batch of samples, and I found him 10 hours later in Whitewater Pass with a bullet in his back. So I'm alone now. But that's not why I'm writing you. My wife Sally is alone, too, in Indian Spring, and she needs help, Hoppy, your kind of help. That's all I can say now. Wish me luck, pal. Kit Kirby.
Sounds like the boy has got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I believe Kit's in real trouble. More than this letter tells. Because, you see, I know Kit's handwriting. And this letter is a bad imitation.
You mean it ain't?
Someone wants us to come to Indian Spring, California. And they want it badly enough to forge this letter.
Now a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. There was a 4-day ride behind them when Hoppy and California pulled into the rough, dirty little town of Indian Springs. And as they walked into the town's rickety hotel, past a poker game to the bar, Hoppy knew that only gold would bring Kit Kirby to a place like this.
Jackson better open.
Where's you, Ed?
I'm good for the limit.
How many?
How many what?
Well, all we got's whiskey, so I don't ask what do you want. I ask how many.
And suppose a fellow wants a room for the night.
How long are you staying?
Does that make any difference?
Well, not to me, but might to you. If I was you, I'd ride on to Sahara in the morning.
You know, mister, offhand, I'd say you were scared of something.
Well, it ain't only me. It's everybody around here. Look, if you're smart, you'll get right back on that horse of yours.
Jerry!
Yeah, Luke?
You're around here to tend bar, ain't you, Jerry?
Sure,
Well,
Luke.
quit your shooting off your mouth and set up them that drink.
Yeah.
You hear?
Right away, Luke.
Jerry the jackrabbit. Look at him jump.
Talking.
All the time talking.
Any objections?
Yeah. Talking can get a man into a heap of trouble, pal. Remember that on your way out of town tomorrow. Okay, boys, this is the money hand. I want to be in at the start. Give me 5 big ones, eh? Gosh, Hoppy, I wouldn't turn my back and hitch and post in this town.
Look at that poker game. $20 limit.
I'd feel plumb naked here without a 6-gun on his hip.
Here comes Jerry.
Look, mister, this town's no place for a cowpoke on the loose. Now, take my advice. Ride on to Saguaro. Trail's plain and you'll have a moon.
Why Saguaro?
They've got the law in Saguaro. Government marshal.
You mean there's no law around here?
Well, I don't know. Nobody's seen the sheriff since the day before yesterday. Now, that Luke Berry over there, he's a killer. Got the whole town buffaloed. Oh, there's gonna be trouble. I can smell it.
Maybe I don't smell as sharp as you, Jerry.
You dirty skunk, double-check me, will you? I'll show you.
Get down!
I got his gun. Take it easy. You sure got Luke. That was fast going, Doc.
I saw him pull a gun on me. It was self-defense. I had to shoot.
Well, sure, Doc.
Well, I'm still a doctor, and it's my duty to see what I can do for him. Help me get him over to my office.
You can come up from behind the bar now, Jerry.
Luke? Was it Luke? Why, nobody ever pulled a gun on Luke before.
Well, I better get him over to my office fast. I'm afraid it's too late, but I'll do what I can.
I'm sure awful concerned about a fella he just shot.
Who is that, Jerry?
Oh, it's Doc Sheldon. He's got a shingle hanging out right across the street.
Come on, California. Let's take a look.
Look for what, Hoppy? Ain't we already seen enough?
This is a funny one.
Why are you looking at them cards?
Well, this is the dead man's hand, California, and I find it very interesting. This Luke fella sitting here, wasn't he?
That's right.
And the fellow who shot him was here?
What do you say we just forget the cards?
Wait a minute, California. Luke said something about the other fellow double-decking him. Pulled his gun first, that right?
Well, sounded like that. It was under a table by that time.
Take a look at the cards. Luke's got a full house here. The other man held a pair of 10s. Now, why should the guy with the winning hand pull a gun first?
Well, maybe he was drunk.
Oh, not that drunk.
What's on your mind?
Oh, just something to think about, that's all. Fix us up at the room, will you? My name's, McKinney. This is California Jones. Looks like we'll be here in Indian Springs for quite a while.
Well, it's your funeral.
Maybe.
Don't you think...
And, Jerry, could you tell us where Kit Kirby's wife lives? I'd kind of like to ride out and see her tonight.
I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Cassidy.
Kit is very close to me, Mrs. Kirby.
Oh, we do need help. We're afraid. The whole town's afraid. I've wished 1,000 times Kit hadn't found that gold.
You think that has something to do with it?
It has everything to do with it. The night Joe brought in the first sample, someone broke into the assay office and stole the reports. That's how news of the strike got out. Joe went to Sheriff Underwood, but I guess someone else got there first.
How's that?
Well, the sheriff seemed afraid to do anything. Then Mr. Sykes at Wells Fargo called a protest meeting. He was attacked on the street the next night. He left town after he got a note threatening his family.
Well, didn't anyone do anything about it?
The editor of the weekly paper tried to. He wrote up the story together with what he knew about the gold strike, but the paper never came out.
Well, why not?
His office burned to the ground last week, presses and all.
That bartender fella knew what he was talking about.
When was Kit's partner shot on the trail?
Just before the fire. That's when I knew it was more than I could handle, Mr. Cassidy. Sheriff Underwood promised me he'd do something, but...
Yeah, but he left town in a hurry, too. You got any idea who's behind this, Mrs. Kirby?
Oh, I thought it was Luke Barry until this afternoon.
You heard about the shooting?
Yes. I want to give you something, Mr. Cassidy. It's a map that'll tell you how to get to the mine after the trail leaves Whitewater Pass. I just drew it from memory. No one knows how to get there, you see. There's a maze of mountains and canyons beyond the pass.
Kit's up there now, huh?
He hasn't come out for a month. I haven't even seen him in that long.
Well, now, isn't it surprising that I got a letter from him dated less than 3 weeks ago?
I guess
I thought maybe he'd sent it out by you. But you say you hadn't seen him. You know, Mrs. Kirby, it's awfully hard to help when you just know half the story.
All right. I'll tell you. I did write that letter. But it was only because Kit needs help so desperately. And even if he could get a letter to you, you know how proud he is. He'd never ask anyone for help.
I know. He's got more spirit than Topper.
That's saying a lot, because Topper's a mighty fine bit of horseflesh.
It was wrong of me to sign Kit's name to that letter, I know. But you do understand why I did it.
Yes, I do, Mrs. Kirby, but just don't make a practice of it, or somebody else might not understand. Now about Kit. He's afraid he might get the same reception as his partner if he starts down the trail. So he's just sitting tight, huh?
Yes, but he has to come out, Mr. Cassidy. It's snowing up there already, and he's almost out of supplies.
What about the gold?
Well, that's up there, too. Over $40,000 worth of it. And it's got to come out sometime through Indian Spring, Wells Fargo.
Tell me, is there anyone in town you know you can trust?
Just Doc Sheldon. He's one of Kit's best friends. Oh, I see him coming up the walk now.
Mrs. Kirby, we'll be in the next room. Don't tell him we're here.
But he's...
Please.
Oh, all right.
Come on, California.
Right behind you.
Hello, Doc.
Sally, you heard about Luke Barry?
I heard he was shot. Is he...
Died in my office an hour ago. He drew a gun on me first. Clear-cut case of self-defense. Half a dozen witnesses. I thought you'd want to know, Sally. Luke told me everything.
What do you mean, Doc?
He was back of the whole thing. That business at the assay office. The fire, all of it. Sally, honey, I think we're out of the woods now. The reign of terror is over.
I'm not so sure.
You still think Luke was working for someone else?
Oh, I don't know, Doc. It's been such a nightmare I can't think anymore.
You've got to think, Sally. About Kit. He's got to get out of the mountains before the snow bottles him up.
Any news on the sheriff?
Haven't heard. I think he's gone to Saguaro for the marshal. Take a look out the window there.
What?
That sky. Snow could hit those mountains again tonight. It doesn't make sense, Sally. We've got to go up there and get Kit out.
I told you I arranged with the sheriff, Doc.
I tell you, this secrecy business is only hurting Kit. Winter doesn't wait for anyone.
All right, Doc. If the sheriff isn't back by tomorrow morning, I'll take you up.
That's better, Sally. Now you're being sensible. I'll be here tomorrow morning at sunup.
Yes, Doc, I'll be ready.
Good night, Sally.
Good night.
You say you can trust him?
Oh, I think so.
I hope so.
You mean I shouldn't have promised to guide him up there?
No, that part's all right. But stall him as long as you can tomorrow morning. Come on, California.
Where are we going, Hoppy?
Best place I know at the moment. To bed. California. California, wake up.
No.
California.
No, thank you, ma'am. No more meatballs. I get all the roast turkey I can eat.
Oh, we're thinking of food. California.
Hoppy, what time is it? Why,
Get your britches on.
It's dark. What, why...
Get your britches on. I got an idea.
Great time to get ideas, Hoppy. Run me ragged all day, ducking lead in the barroom. Then ain't got the decency
Hurry
to...
up.
Can't find my boots, Sam. Maybe my eyes are still closed.
Never mind the boots, just the breeches. You ready?
Yeah, but,
Come on.
What's got into you, Hoppy? What time in the morning is it anyway?
It's 4 o'clock. Now be very quiet and follow me. Right down the stairway into the barroom.
What is this?
I want to try a little experiment.
I give up. I'm going to get me a nice, quiet job in a chuck wagon somewhere. Getting up at 4 in the morning to do spearments. When a man works as hard as I do, Hoppy, he needs his 40 winch.
Here we are. This is the table.
What table?
Where the boys were playing poker this afternoon. Now, you sit there. That's it. And I'll sit here facing you with the bar at my back. Now, you're Luke Barry and you're holding the high hand. But for some reason or other, you tell me I'm double-decking and drawing me.
What kind
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm a long-suffering critter. Why, Go ahead. Go on, Hoppy. I'm Luke Barry.
You shoot once and miss. Then we trade shots. You miss again. I don't. Then I fire 2 more and it's over.
Now we can go back to bed?
I don't get it, California. You missed me twice. What happened to your bullets? Look, not a mark on the bar. If you shot high, you'd have busted that mirror behind it into a million pieces.
Wait a minute, Hoppy. You mean them shots were, Hoppy, where'd you launch it?
Under the table. Come on down and help me look.
What you looking for?
Now, let's see now.
If it weren't so mighty dark, I'd help you find it. But, that is, if I knew what it was, of course.
Here we are. I thought Doc Sheldon was pretty hasty packing Luke Barry off to his office.
What you got?
There was no killing here this afternoon. That was a put-up jump to make Sally Kirby think Luke is dead.
Before we continue with the exciting story, Dead Man's Hand, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California have been in a lot of strange places at some very odd hours. At the moment, they are under a poker table in the Indian Spring Barroom. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and they are just sitting and thinking, trying to make sense out of the discovery that the shooting of Luke Barry was staged, and undoubtedly for Sally Kirby's benefit.
This piece of wadding is what I found under the table, California. A piece of wadding from a blank cartridge.
Blank cartridges? What do you know about that, Hoppy? Doc Sheldon knew Mrs. Kirby'd take him up to the mine if she thought Luke was out of the way.
Shh, quiet.
It's the dead man on Doc.
Yeah, Luke Barry is just about as dead as I thought.
Just like a charm. You better saddle up now. Right over that bluff over Whitewater Pass.
Be a long way.
We can't afford to be spotted. What we plan, still murder, you know. Best protection you got is staying dead.
Gonna hate to miss my funeral in the morning. Now, what are the plans? What about Kirby?
We ought to hit the pass on the way down about 3 in the afternoon. Mrs. Kirby will be first. Then Kirby. Remember that. Number 2 is Kirby. I'll bring up the rear after the pack mule. You won't be able to tell who's who at that distance. So draw your bead on number 2. And don't miss.
I didn't miss before, did I?
He talked after you left him. I didn't like that.
Dad, don't worry. Kirby won't talk.
And remember, I got to get out of this clean. Everything depends on that when the boss files for Kirby's claim.
I'll see you in 6 weeks in Santa Fe.
All right. And remember, I want you on your way to Whitewater Pass before sunup. Understand?
Suppose you leave that to me.
Why, them dirty double-crossing skunks. Let's go after 'em, Hoppy.
Not so fast, California.
But, Hoppy, they'll get Kirby as he comes down that trail.
Well, if we grab these two right now, the boss they mentioned in Santa Fe will send somebody else after Kit. The only way to settle this right is to find out who's behind it all. So we'll just have to play along.
Well, let's again my instincts, but doggone, Hoppy, you always seem to know best. It gets downright monotonous.
You trying to flatter me? Come on. It's almost daybreak, and we got to hurry up and spruce up a bit.
Huh?
Well, don't folks always dress up to go to a funeral?
Funeral? Hoppy, you mean...
Yes, sir. Luke Barry's last rites. And I've a hunch we're going to find it mighty interesting.
Being there's no preacher in Indian Spring, I just thought that I'd get up and take charge here. Now, as you know, we're sending Luke Barry to his reward. And at a time like this, we're supposed to say something nice about the deceased. Now, being the deceased is Luke Barry, that regulation puts me at a whopping handicap.
Hoppy,
Nation.
take it easy. I'll tell you when.
Anyone present got anything nice to say about Luke? Well, that being the case, sermon's over. Let him down easy, boys.
Just a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Let's not be too hasty putting old Luke away. I'm one of his best friends, and I'd like to see the body.
I'm sorry, mister. She's nailed down to stay.
Rip her up. I want to see him.
You get back down
You
there
heard what
before
I said. Take the lid off of that coffin.
Well, you'll get tough with me, will you?
And it isn't customary for the parson to pull a gun on the chief mourner. California.
Yeah?
Take the lid off.
Right, Hoppy. Put it awful easy. One of the boards is cracked. Hey, listen, stop him, will you?
I'd shut up if I were you.
Here she comes. There.
Who's in it?
I don't know. Never seen him. Good Lord. Why, it's Sheriff Underwood.
Oh, my goodness.
Just a minute, folks. Just a minute. I know I'm a stranger to all of you, but I'd like to say something.
Well, speak up, mister. Yeah, what do you got to offer there?
Since I rode into this town yesterday, I've seen nothing but fear. All of you are shaking in your boots. Now, you're only as strong as you want to be. If you want to lie down and keep taking it, there's plenty of rats who will keep walking on you. It's up to you. How much longer are you going to take it?
Well, what have you got to offer? Okay, mister, we're listening.
All right, you got a jail in town. I saw it. Put the parson here inside it, and I'll have another one for you by nightfall. Come on, California. We got a job to do, and do fast.
It's all right. Hoppy, if we don't get ourselves in the darndest places, here we are, making our own trail up the mountainside with the wind whistling through our whiskers.
Oh, it isn't that
Not
bad.
even enough food to keep my ribs warm.
I'll buy you a nice big steak just as soon as we get back to Indian Spring.
Knowing Luke Barry's up in them peaks above us, I ain't too certain of ever getting back.
You aren't concerned?
No, just scared.
I think we better split up here. Now, you know what you're to do, don't you? I got to do some mighty hard riding to reach the party before they get to Whitewater Pass.
We were so afraid that you might get snowed in, Kit.
It's been a long ways up there, Sally. Seems good to be headed down this trail.
There's nothing to be afraid of now, Kit. Luke Barry is dead.
Oh, is that someone coming up? Why, it's Mr. Cassidy.
Hello there.
Hop along! Say, what are you doing here?
Oh, Topper needed a little exercise. How are you, kid?
Oh, golly, it's good to see you, Hoppy. Hey, wait till you hear about my gold stripe.
We've had a fine trip, Mr. Cassidy. Doc Sheldon's been keeping a sharp lookout. Oh, have you two met? Mr. Cassidy's an old friend of Kit's, Doc.
No, we haven't met.
Howdy, Doc. Guess maybe I'll ride back to the end of the line and join you, if you don't mind. Maybe I can help you watch for any danger.
No, I don't know what
Mrs. Kirby, when we round this next bend, we'll be in Whitewater Pass. Can you make your horse stumble and not hurt yourself?
I don't understand.
Please don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
All right.
Now go back there behind the dock, and we'll be on our way.
All right, get on!
Well, I don't know what your idea is in coming up to meet us, Cassidy. I can tell you that I'm here to protect Chip.
Then we have a lot in common, Doc.
Well, just don't try.
Sally! Sally, are you all right?
Yes, Kid, my horse just stumbled.
What's the matter up there?
Sally, if your horse is tired, why don't you come back here with me and let Kit lead the way?
All right, Mr. Cassidy.
Why, what's the matter?
That's a good idea.
There. Now we'll ride through Whitewater Pass this way. Kit first, Doc second.
Now, wait.
Sally third, and I'll bring up the rear. All right, let's get going.
But Cassidy, I don't think we should ride this way. Kit's out front. He's exposed to everything. I'll change places with him.
I wouldn't if I were you, Doc. I have my gun handy in case of any emergency.
Cassidy, I can't ride here. I'm sick, I tell you.
Mountain sickness. And there's nothing like a good ride to cure mountain sickness, Doc. Especially in number 2 spot. Wouldn't be surprised if you never got sick again. After today.
Hoppy, that was a shot.
What do you know? Someone's out shooting coyotes.
Oh, what can we do?
Leave this to me, Sally. Keep your places in line.
Cassidy,
Who's
please.
your boss in Santa Fe, Doc?
There's no one.
He's running the whole play up here, isn't he? After Kit's mine. Bound to get it no matter who he has to kill first.
I tell you, I don't know, Cassidy. Listen, Luke Barrett's up there. He's shooting at me, but because I'm riding second,
Sure, you put him there, and he's going to keep shooting till you talk.
Luke Barry, but I thought he was dead.
Too bad, Doc. That was a good hat. Look at her float down the gorge.
Stop him. I'll talk, Cassidy. I'll talk. Luke, stop. Stop shooting at me.
Now a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I'll take charge of the prisoners for a while, Hoppy.
You won't have any trouble with the Doc.
Yeah. And it's surprising how a tap in the head will tame a fellow like Luke Barry here.
So you were in on this too, California.
It all came so suddenly, I don't even know what happened.
Well, you see, kids, California and I knew that Luke would be up on that peak above Whitewater Pass. So when I rode up the trail to meet you, California kind of sneaked up on Luke and took over the job.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Then it wasn't Luke shooting at us at all. It was...
That's right, it was California. But the Doc thought it was Luke. And he has instructed Luke to kill whoever was in number 2 position.
Why, that's where I had been riding.
Oh, Kid.
And with the bullets whizzing past him, the Doc here sang like a bird. And now we know about the whole crooked mining outfit in Santa Fe.
Good old Doc. He just needed a little persuasion.
That's right. Say, by the way, there's something I forgot to compliment you on, California.
Yeah? I'm blushing already. What is it?
That shooting in Whitewater Pass. Brother, when you shoot to miss, you sure don't leave much room to spare.
Miss? Did you tell me to miss him? Lordy, Hoppy, I was trying all the time to hit him.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. Another job is done and they're heading back to the Bar 20. But they'd be mighty pleased if you join them again next week for another story of action and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Dead Man's Hand was written by Harold Swanson. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.